Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 2 Matby. Chapter 51 Fighting Shiryu of the Rain, the terrifying high-speed regeneration. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What a strong force. As expected of Shiryu of the Rain. Flicking his numb arm, Ron's eyes showed a hint of horror. At that moment just now, he could clearly feel the coming of death. If it wasn't for Eternal Mangekyō's awareness and immediate reaction, he would have been split in two by Shiryu of the Rain. Blocked. Frowning, Shiryu of the Rain looked at Ron in surprise, and then said, "What an interesting kid, you can actually block my attack. But kid, this should be your limit. I won't give you another chance like this in the future." After speaking, Shiryu of the Rain accelerated and attacked Ron again with a knife. Angelification. Seeing this, Ron didn't hesitate, and activated angelization without any hesitation. In an instant, a pair of wings appeared behind Ron, and the whole person's aura became extremely sacred at this moment. The overall strength increased by 5 times, Ron squeezed Hiraemaru out without hesitation. Cut. Kill. In an instant, the two figures rushed forward and collided. Jung. The flames splashed, the two knives collided, and the power between the two also confronted at this moment. Unlike being directly blasted away before, Ron has been able to block the attack of Shiryu of the Rain after launching angelization. Humanization. Zone. Phantom Beast. Frowning, Shiryu stared at the angelic Ron in front of him, his eyes were burning with jealousy. An amazing devil fruit weapon that's no match for the supreme sword. Top devil fruit zone Phantom Beast. Advertisement. All that Ron has in front of him is simply a huge temptation and stimulation for him. Thinking of him, Shiryu is the head of the Impel Down Warden, second only to the director. It can be said that here, one person is under one person and above 10,000 people, but he has never obtained any powerful devil fruit. Even if the famous sword in his hand is a demon sword that is not inferior to the big fast sword, it is all his own hard work. Ron is only 15 or 16 years old, but he has so many treasures in his hands, how can he not be jealous? Mine. Kill you, all this is mine. His eyes were blood red, and Shiryu of the Rain slashed rapidly with his sword. Jung. Jung. A series of crashes resounded, and Ron, with the vision of the Eternal Mangekyō, pared Shiryu of the Rain's attacks to a minimum. However, under such circumstances, he himself was quite embarrassed. Even Ron could clearly feel that Shiryu of the Rain's attacks continued to improve with each slash. Sword skills. Sure enough, it's not just a simple beheading technique. For a moment, Ron murmured to himself. Although he inherited the slashing technique from the Shinigami world, he is also a flat style of play and not a special sword skill. However, Shiryu and other swordsmen are different. What they practice is not only swordsmanship, but also sword skills. Like the future Zoro. That's Lu Chi's leader, but there are endlessly high-end sword skills. Although Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, is famous for his level A. But that can only be achieved by performing the swordsmanship cutting technique to the point of perfection. It seems that after leaving this place, I have to find a place to learn sword skills for a while. Since we're going to East Blue, why not go to Shimotsuki village? It's just a pity that Kuina seems to be dead. It's better to think that her potential still has cultivation value. Advertisement. While thinking, Ron's hands were not slow. At the same time, the rotation of Eternal Mangekyō is also rapid. In such a situation, Ron began to imitate Shiryu of the Rain's slashing. For a moment, both of them entered the posture of only attacking but not defending. Even under such circumstances, Ron's slash became more and more sharp. Pooh. Pooh. Blood splattered, because both Ron and Rain Shiryu could only attack but not defend, which directly led to the constant scars on their bodies. The sword marks cut through the flesh and penetrated deep into the internal organs. The severe pain made Ron frown, while Shiryu of the Rain on the other side became more and more crazy. Pervert. The bigger the merrier. This guy is simply the attribute of shaking M. Seeing this situation, Ron's eyes were full of depression. However, he did not give up. Since Shiryu of the Rain wants to exchange injuries with himself, life for life. Then he naturally doesn't have any meaning of fear, high-speed regeneration plus Hashirama cells, and the existence of holy light healing in the form of angels. Ron is a weakened version of the immortal body, unless beheaded. Even if the heart is pierced, he can quickly recover himself. War of attrition. Then I'll kill you. Sneering inwardly, the movements in Ron's hands became faster and faster. With the vision of the Eternal Mangekyō, he avoided all the deadly attacks of Shiryu of the Rain directly. Under such circumstances, the battle between the two sides lasted for nearly half an hour. Damn it. Damn. The demon sword in his hand swung to block, and Shiryu of the Rain suddenly retreated a distance of more than 10 meters. Advertisement. After his figure stabilized, he stared at Ron in the distance, gritted his teeth and said, "Little devil, what kind of monster are you?" Half an hour of fighting. Both Ron and Shiryu of the Rain were covered in blood and flesh. It's just that Shiryu's injury is real, but Ron is different. Although his flesh and blood had been cut to pieces countless times, his injuries were quickly repaired. Just like now. Along with the rising white mist, Ron's tattered clothes were already black with blood. But the flesh and blood under his clothes did not suffer any damage at this moment, and his fair skin did not leave even a single scar. How? Don't continue. Seeing this situation, Ron smiled coldly. Focusing on Shiryu of the Rain, Hiranmaru shook his head and said, "If you don't come, then I will." With that said, Ron stepped forward and planned to continue. Possessing a weakened version of the immortal body is simply a great restraint for non-demon fruit powers such as Shiryu of the Rain. Asshole. Seeing this situation, Shiryu of the Rain tightened his hand holding the knife, his eyes were full of anger and jealousy. Although he didn't know what was going on with Ron, he also knew that he couldn't do anything about Ron. Unless he recovered as before, Ron might even consume himself to death if he continued to fight. And with such resilience, it resembles the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. This can't help but make Shiryu of the Rain's inner desire for devil fruit reach ultimate. If such a devil fruit belongs to him, how could he stagnate? His strength will definitely reach a more terrifying level. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the phone bug in Ron's arm suddenly rang and interrupted his steps. This is. Frowning, Ron looked at the phone bug and knew that it was Sadie-chan who contacted him. In this way, this also means that the Golden Lion has probably defeated Magellan, and the real escape is about to begin. Chapter 52 Susanoo broke out, must pretend Hiranmaru. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's almost time to withdraw. Golden Lion broke into the third floor, which means he is going out soon. And the marine side will react quickly, and even now there are people on the road. If I can't go out with the Golden Lion, I will probably be blocked and impelled down. Although he is not afraid of Magellan now. But Ron is also very clear that once the support from naval headquarters arrives, he will be no match for 2 fists and 4 hands. Thinking of this, Ron glanced at Shiryu of the Rain not far away, and said, "Shiryu of the Rain, if you take my move, I will spare your life." As he spoke, Ron raised his left hand and pinched a seal, and shouted loudly, "Susanoo." The next second, the brilliance of its eternal Mangekyō haste. Accompanied by the emergence of purple-black bones, a titan with a height of more than 30 meters appeared in the venue soon. Ha! With a low growl, Ron's left eye, eternal Mangekyō, continued to function. In an instant, it could be seen that the bone frame was transformed into armor. At this moment, Ron could clearly feel that his Hiranmaru seemed to be summoned by something. In the next second, Hiranmaru appeared directly in Susanoo's hand. In an instant, Ultimate's frost swept out, filling the entire 6th-level prison at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It's so cold. It's killing me. What is this biting chill?" Quote. For a time, countless wailing sounds resounded. Being on the 6th floor, even though the prisoners were far apart, they could still clearly feel the bone-chilling chill permeating it. Coupled with the fact that they have been imprisoned here for so long, their bodily functions have already aged. There is also the existence of seastone chains, which directly limit 99% of their strength. Advertisement. In this way, the appearance of this snow and ice directly made them unable to bear it. All of a sudden, there were howls and howls, and everyone's hatred for Ron reached ultimate. It's not right. This guy's devil fruit is Paramecia. Isn't he the ability user of Zone? You demons. At the same time, some strong men in the cell also frowned. When Ron and Shiryu of the Rain fought, they had already locked the battlefield with the color of knowledge. Naturally, he also saw the scene of Ron turning into an angel, and it was clear that it belonged to the ability of Zone. But now, the titan summoned by Ron obviously does not belong to the Eudemon's type. On the contrary, it resembles a certain ability of Paramecia. But how can one person eat 2 devil fruits? You know, there are quite a few people in the world who try to eat 2 devil fruits. But there is no doubt that all of them exploded and died. This has also led to a common understanding among people all over the world. That is, you can only eat 1 piece of devil fruit, which is an iron law that cannot be broken. But now, Ron is suspected of double demon fruit power. How can this not make them feel moved? Double demon fruit power. This guy is actually double demon fruit power. If I can get his secret, will I be able to eat the second devil fruit? There are quite a few devil fruits that can restore youth and vitality. If you can eat the second devil fruit, then. For a time, countless people were ready to move. Especially those who were already sitting and waiting to die, now there is a trace of hotness in their hearts. Similarly, Bullet, Waldo, Red Earl and others also became envious. Advertisement. After all, that is the secret to becoming a double demon fruit power. Once mastered, it is simply a heaven-defying life-changing effect for this group of people. It's a pity that they don't have the ability to break the game now. Although it is possible to break out of this place, everyone is not an idiot. With all the commotion at Golden Lion, the naval headquarters will be arriving soon. They're not golden lions, and it's impossible to fly away without lion fruit. Therefore, escaping from Impel Down still needs to wait for them, waiting for a real opportunity to be completely free. Interesting. Hiranmaru actually became Susanoo's artifact. Seeing this, Ron froze. He really didn't expect that Hiranmaru would become his own Susanoo's artifact. Moreover, with the cooperation of Susanoo and Hiranmaru, her own power has been significantly enhanced by more than 10 times. In addition, Ron was also surprised to find that his Susanoo was somewhat similar to Madara. It's just that Madara has 4 arms, but his Susanoo has 3 heads and 6 arms. In this way, doesn't it mean that I can still equip 5 artifacts? If you continue to sign Zanpakuto in the future, you can combine it with Susanoo, and then. How can it be? Shiryu of the Rain was dumbfounded. Staring blankly at Susanoo, who was as tall as the 6th prison, and obviously not even the ultimate, she was in a bad mood. He never expected that Ron actually had such abilities. Seeing Susanoo holding Hiraemaru, he felt cold all over his body, and the blood in his body stopped flowing. Fear. Despair. A series of negative emotions emerged, and Shiryu of the Rain suddenly went mad. I don't believe it. Fake. Advertisement. It's all fake. Illusion. You don't want to lie to me. As he said that, Shiryu of the Rain accelerated sharply, and slashed fiercely on Susanoo's armor with a knife. Jung. The flames splashed everywhere, and under the gaze of Ron and Shiryu of the Rain, the attack of the demon sword was blocked by the armor. Although there is a rift, it is clear that Shiryu of the Rain cannot break Susanoo. Okay. At this moment, Ron suddenly burst out laughing. Even a powerful swordsman approaching the admiral level could not break Susanoo. What does that mean? This means that he already has the power to fight against the admiral class. Of course, Shiryu of the Rain is not admiral, so this conversion cannot be done. But there is no doubt about it, that is, when facing admiral or generals, he can completely fear nothing. Shiryu of the Rain, are you tickling me? Thinking of this, Ron was in a good mood, and looked at Shiryu of the Rain. Asshole. Listening to Ron's words, Shiryu of the Rain was furious. He knew that he had lost. His all-out attack couldn't even break through the ladder's defense. What a huge gap, what a terrifying ability. Devil Fruit. I must get Devil Fruit. Roaring inside, Shiryu of the Rain was completely paranoid at this moment. He sees all this as a gap brought about by Devil Fruit. After all, Ron was extremely weak before the power of Devil Fruit was activated, and he couldn't even block his sword. Chapter 53A Sword Frozen, Evikov's Request. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. About there. Looking at Shiryu of the Rain, who was already a little bit deranged, Ron didn't plan to stay any longer. After all, he didn't want to smash Impel down, but to leave this place as soon as possible. And killing Shiryu of the Rain is also very troublesome. This guy is the chief guard after all. Once you kill him, you will face Marine's frenzied pursuit. Although he is not afraid now, Ron knows that he still needs to wait for a while. After all, his real strength is only at the level of Vice Admiral. Wait until his personal strength reaches Admiral, no, General Emperor level. Cooperate with Devil Fruit and other abilities, that is the true sense of the sky, and let the birds fly. As soon as Ron thought about it, Susanoo kicked Shiryu of the Rain and sent him flying. After doing all this, Ron immediately said, Shiryu of the Rain, don't die. If you can't even block this blow, it means you are not qualified. After speaking, Ron pinched the mark, and Susanoo held Hiraemaru and slashed directly in the direction of Shiryu of the Rain. In an instant, the world paled. A blue radiance bloomed, Hiraemaru swung it, and a huge frosty sword descended from the sky. In the next second, all that Ron could see was a sheet of frost. Shiryu of the Rain, and even a large prison is covered at this moment. Looking at it with white eyes, you can see that Shiryu of the Rain and many prisoners are all frozen in it. Although there is no life-threatening danger yet, once the time of freezing is enough, all these people will be buried. It's over. The corner of his mouth turned up, and Ron's thoughts went away from Susanoo. Immediately afterwards, he took a look at the ice and snow, turned around and flapped his wings, and flew towards the outside world. What a terrible blow. Advertisement. What a terrifying power. That knife of his is definitely the product of a combination with Logia. It's a pity that this guy is not a swordsman, and he doesn't have any sword intent. If you have sword intent, then this blow just now is enough to completely destroy that area. Quote. With Ron's departure, countless discussions resounded. They were not affected. In addition, after Ron dispersed Susanoo, Hiraemaru's power also stopped. This also caused this group of people to be embarrassed, but they did not suffer much damage. But the strength that Ron revealed today completely stimulated them. Even under such circumstances, they felt a burst of greed from the bottom of their hearts. If you can catch Ron and know his secrets. Whether it is the dual Devil Fruit ability or the Devil Fruit weapon, it will belong to you. Thinking of this, the fiery light in the eyes of countless people flickered. Many people who had given up originally were now planning how to escape from prison. Among them, the Red Earl, Bullet's impulse became more and more intense. The former knows the whereabouts of the Zone Batfruit Phantom Beast vampire form. The latter is to master the method of emission hockey cultivation and fully possess the ability to get out of trouble. 5th floor. Ron's figure jumped out of the passage directly. Just as he was about to fly up and leave, a voice came, Your Excellency Ron. Your Excellency Ron. Following the prestige, you can see the figures of Ivakov and Lightning standing not far away. Advertisement. Obviously, the two had been waiting for Ron here for a long time. They haven't left yet. With the things in hand, it stands to reason that these two guys should leave. Whispering inwardly, Ron flew the knife with his wings to where Evakov and Lightning were. 2. Floating to the ground, Ron cupped his fists and saluted. Are you waiting for me here? The purpose of the two of you coming here should have been completed, right? If necessary, then we can leave together. Hearing this, Evakov and Lightning shook their heads. After looking at each other, Evakov stepped forward and said, Brother Ron, do you remember what I told you earlier? Before frowning, Ron remembered what Evakov said in the underground space to ask for something. For a while, he also looked a little weird, looked at Ivakov and said, I remember. Your Excellency, what can I do to help you? Have. Without hesitation, Evakov directly took out the parchment that Lightning wanted to give to Ron before and handed it out. Please help me hand this over to the dragon after you get out. Good guy, it really is this thing. Frowning, Ron's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. After all, this is a treasure map. As long as he masters it himself, he can completely open the treasures in it by himself. Evakov actually gave it to himself. Is this trust or gambling? Slightly pondering, Ron did not refuse, but reached out and took the treasure map. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Evakov and said, but I don't know where the dragon is. Advertisement. And I have no contact with the Revolutionary Army. Hearing this, Evakov was also awe-inspiring. The Revolutionary Army base, he couldn't tell Ron directly. In this way, if the latter is to be handed over, it must go through an intermediary. Thinking of this, Evakov looked at Ron and said, then I wonder where Brother Ron plans to go after he leaves. People from my Revolutionary Army are all over the place. I can tell you the contact information of one person. At that time, Your Excellency will be able to get in touch with the dragon, so that you can hand it over to him. Hearing this, Ron nodded. Revolutionary armies are indeed all over the world. Without revealing the location of the base, the choice of Evakov is obviously the best. I'm going to East Blue. Without hesitation, Ron said directly. Rog Town, the place where the legend begins and ends. Hearing this, Evakov and Lightning also smiled. Not only because Ron was going to the relatively safe East Blue, but the main thing was that the town of Rog was indeed a magical place. Thinking of this, Evakov immediately said, in this case, please take the trouble to go to Shimotsky Island after going to East Blue. There is a Shimotsky sword gym in Shimotsky Island, and the owner of the gym is called Shimotsky Koshiro. Shimotsky Sword House. Koshiro. This guy is indeed a revolutionary army. His pupils shrank, and Ron was a little surprised, but more relieved. After all, in the original book, the relationship between Koshiro and the dragon is indeed unclear, and he even secretly provided food to the revolutionary army. Now it seems that it is indeed the revolutionary army, and if that is the case, then the death of Shimotsky Kuina is just afraid. Ms. Evakov. With this in mind, Ron looked at Evakov and said, I know the Shimotsky sword house. I still remember a genius female swordsman named Kuina, do you know her? Chapter 54 Golden Lion vs. Magellan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kuina. Slightly taken aback, Evakov glanced at Ron and asked curiously, how do you know her? If I remember correctly, Kuina never seems to have been out of Shimotsky Island. However, Ron had no intention of answering at the moment. Because although he was born in East Blue, the characters in the original book have never met except Nami, who is considered to have met once. That's all. Seeing Ron's silence, Evakov also saw that the latter did not want to speak. After shaking his head, Evakov said, since you don't want to answer, I won't ask any more questions. However, the girl Kuina also had bad luck. She was crushed to death by a falling whetstone during a sparring with others. Died. Frowning, Ron shook his head. Kuina's death has been explained in the original book, but he still has some expectations. After all, since Koshiro is familiar with the revolutionary army, there is also the existence of Ivakov. It is not difficult for Kuina to become a man, to be honest. Although there are no important organs, if Ivakov uses the fruit ability, it can indeed make her not inferior to a man. But since Evakov has already said that he is dead, it means that there is nothing to guess. I see. After recovering, Ron looked at Evakov and said, if that's the case, then I won't waste any more time. I will give it to the dragon, but I hope you can give me a token. I plan to study with Koshiro in East Blue for a while. This wasn't Ron's whim, but in the previous battle with Shiryu of the Rain, Ron experienced firsthand the horror of the power of a swordsman. Cut iron. Advertisement. Sword intent. This is what he didn't have in the chopping technique he learned. If it's just that, he doesn't need to care. After all, he got enough things after completing the check-in. He only needs to strengthen the practice of Conqueror's Haki and Taijutsu, so there is no need to worry about not being able to become a top powerhouse. But as Hiranmaru got in touch with Susanoo, Ron had such thoughts again. There is no doubt that Susanoo is a big killing move, and it needs the blessing of the Kendo realm to become stronger. The sword masters he knew in the original book, except Hawkeye, Vista and others, should belong to Zoro. But Zoro is still a kid now, and his Kendo has not reached the level of cutting the 4 emperors in the Wano Kuni chapter in the original book. But Koshiro is different. This guy's own strength is not weak, and his teaching ability is not checked. Shimotsuki. This is the name of the nobleman of Wano Kuni, which shows that he is not only extraordinary in swordsmanship, but even his cultivation on Haki is not too bad. As that's so, Glancing at Ron thoughtfully, Evakov and Lightning didn't expect him to want to learn swordsmanship from Koshiro. After all, they were all watching Ron's strength. With his current strength, there is absolutely no need to stick to the way of the sword. But since the latter has spoken, as a person who wants something from others, I really can't refuse it. Yes. With a promise, Evakov took out a token from his pocket and handed it to Ron. This is my identity token. When you give it to Koshiro, he will agree. No problem. Laughing, Ron reached out to take the token. Immediately afterwards, he didn't intend to stay any longer. He cupped his fists and saluted. If that's the case, then it's time for me to go. If you need anything in the future, you can contact Sadie-chan. Advertisement. I believe she will be able to gain a firm foothold in Impel Down in the near future, and at the same time give you help within her ability. Then thank you, Ron. Hearing this, both Evakov and Lightning's eyes lit up. Sadie-chan. If it was before, then they naturally wouldn't care too much about the warden. But now it is different. Sadie-chan is the deputy warden, and it can be said that he is the fourth in command after Magellan, Hanyabel, and Shiryu of the Rain in Impel Down. They still need to complete the rest of the plan while staying in Impel Down. If they can get the help of Sadie-chan, it will definitely be even more powerful for them. Especially the food problem in Impel Down. If there is Sadie-chan's assistance, then they can go dormant for a long time. No problem. Waving his hands, Ron glanced at the two and said, I will tell Sadie-chan to cooperate with you. All of you should leave first. Although Golden Lion's prison escape is not over yet, it would be quite dangerous for you to be here. Good, good. With a promise, the two didn't stay any longer, and after saluting to Ron, they went straight to the wall beside them. Immediately afterwards, Lightning activated the power of Devil Fruit, directly opening a passage for the two of them to disappear. About there. Watching the two leave, Ron didn't linger, and with a thought, he directly controlled the wings to fly, and flew towards the sky quickly. Call out. The sound of breaking through the air resounded, and Ron galloped all the way and soon arrived at the fourth prison. Looking around, the entire fourth-floor prison is already a mess. Countless wailing sounds came from the ruins in the distance, and there were marines, jailers, and prisoners fighting among them. Advertisement. But Ron didn't care about all of this, his gaze was already on the top of his head at the moment. It can be seen that there is also a huge gap there, and there is a faint transmission of violent battle fluctuations. The third floor. It looks like that guy from Golden Lion thinks highly of him. It's been so long without getting Magellan. Muttering inwardly, Ron controlled the wings and continued to fly. Soon, Ron entered the third prison through the gap. Looking around, the prison guards and strong men in Impel Down are almost all concentrated here. There is still a gap in the area above the head. It's just that at this moment, the place where the gap is located is occupied by a dark red poison giant soldier. Even though the Golden Lion's strength is extraordinary, he couldn't ignore the poisonous dragon's attack at this moment. With the blessing of Lion Fruit, Golden Lion kept dodging, chopping out countless lion sword energy. Kill, kill. The deafening shouts resounded, and it could be seen that the jailer team led by Sadie-chan and Hanyabel launched an attack from the side. Their own strength is not enough to participate in this level of battle. But they have muskets in their hands, and they are still muskets filled with seastone bullets. This also caused even the Golden Lion to be extremely afraid at the moment. After being tortured for so many years, his strength has seriously declined, and his legs have been severed. If he is hit by a seastone bullet now, he will definitely die. Pirate Ron. At this moment, a roar resounded. Looking around, it can be seen that Magellan has noticed where Ron is. At this moment, Magellan's eyes were red, full of murderous intent, and with a big wave of his hand, several poisonous dragons roared and attacked Ron. Chapter 55. Ron vs. Magellan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Magellan, you really are a dog nose. I've just arrived and found me. Looking at the attacking poisonous dragon, the corner of Ron's mouth couldn't help twitching. He was also planning to check on the Golden Lion's situation, but he didn't expect the attack to come so quickly. Let's sit on the frosty sky. Hirenmaru. Without hesitation, Ron quickly summoned Hirenmaru to perform the Shikai. With the frosty air surrounding his body, Ron swung his sword one after another. In an instant, streams of frosty sword energy swept out and hit the poisonous dragon directly. Click, click. The ice bloomed, and it could be seen that the huge brontosaurus began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, all the poisonous dragons charging towards Ron were frozen in midair. Pirate Ron. My god, it's Pirate Ron, why is this guy here? Damn it, why did this guy come out at this time? For a moment, the marine and the jailer in the distance all exclaimed. After all, Ron's sudden appearance at this time is extremely unfavorable to the situation. Especially Hirenmaru in the hands of Ron. The battle between him and Magellan was watched by everyone. Because of this, everyone knows deep down that this thing is extremely restrained Magellan. No matter how powerful the poisonous fruit is, even if it is awakened, it cannot break Hirenmaru's freeze. Damn it, I should have killed him long ago. Seeing that the attack was frozen again, Magellan's expression was gloomy to ultimate. He knew very well that, as far as the current situation was concerned, neither Ron nor Golden Lion was good. Fighting alone, he can also suppress and limit the opponent. But if the two are combined, the consequences will be absolutely unimaginable. Thinking of this, Magellan felt extremely regretful in his heart. If he had known that this would be the case, if he had known that Ron had something to do with the Revolutionary Army, nothing he said would allow him to survive the moment he was captured. Interesting. Little ghost, are you eating the lower fruit of frozen fruit? At this time, Golden Lion also noticed Ron. Especially the scene where he freezes the poisonous fruit is exactly what he desperately needs now. After all, even he would not dare to confront the poisonous fruit head-on. If Ron can help himself, let alone escape today, it is even possible to F*K Magellan. My knife is the strongest ice element. Glancing at the Golden Lion, Ron said lightly. At the same time, he has an extra plan in his heart at this moment. It was originally thought that Golden Lion would escape first, but no one thought that this guy would be blocked by Magellan on the third floor. Advertisement. In this way, it is safest for the two to cooperate and escape. And Golden Lion is an extremely proud person, if I help him escape from this place. After going out, wouldn't it be very simple if I want to learn one-handed swordsmanship? Even if you don't want to learn the Golden Lion swordsmanship, but with the Golden Lion's former world #1 swordsman realm, wouldn't it be easy to teach yourself how to swordsmanship? Although Koshiro is also a good choice, it is obviously impossible for the latter to be stronger than Golden Lion. The strongest ice element. Slightly taken aback, Golden Lion looked at Ron in surprise and said, "Little brat, you are really confident. Devil fruit, the strongest ice element, is frozen fruit, you actually try to surpass him. But it's a good thing to be ambitious. How about joining hands with me and going out together?" After finishing speaking, Golden Lion looked straight at Ron. If the latter agrees, that's all. But if he doesn't agree, then his situation today will be bad. Likewise, if he couldn't escape, he would never give Ron the chance to escape. Yes. Regarding this, Ron gave Golden Lion an extremely indifferent look. Since the latter has already said so much, he will naturally not be uninterested. And compared to wasting time in Impel Down, the outside world is waiting for him to gallop. Thinking of this, Ron looked at Golden Lion and said, "But you owe me a favor." "No problem." Seeing Ron agreeing, Golden Lion burst out laughing. With the help of the latter, he is 100% sure to leave safely. As for saying that he owed a favor, Golden Lion really didn't take it to heart. Who is he? He is the Golden Lion. If the latter wants nothing, that is the biggest problem. Asshole, don't mention any of you leaving today. Leave them all to me, Dulong Kyun. Seeing Ron and the Golden Lion come to an agreement, Magellan was furious on the ground in the distance. Roaring in the mouth, a dozen poisonous dragons roared at this moment, attacking Ron and the two with their teeth and claws. But the difference is that the vast majority of these dragons are targeting the Golden Lion, not Ron. Obviously, Magellan also knew that his Thunder Dragon couldn't do anything to Ron. With the lessons from last time, he knew very well that if he wanted to take Ron down, the only hope was close combat. At this point, Magellan roared. Everyone point their guns at Ron. Give me a complete check on his ability to fly, then rush forward and finish him off with hockey. Yes, yes. Hearing this, the guards around them cheered up. Without any hesitation, countless muskets aimed directly at Ron to attack. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. Numerous seastone bullets pierced through the air, attacking the area where Ron and the Golden Lion were located. Damn Magellan. This guy is as uncomfortable as a dog's skin plaster. Seeing this, Golden Lion gritted his teeth. A group of poisonous dragons attacked in front, and there were dense seastone bullets on the side. For a moment, Golden Lion had no choice but to quickly withdraw and dodge. With his legs constantly waving, countless lion sword chi slashed out and merged with the group of poisonous dragons. Accompanied by the continuous resounding of explosions, the lion sword energy continuously destroyed those poisonous dragons. The endless poisonous gas filled the air, directly forcing Golden Lion to retreat. But Ron didn't care about it. Under the protection of the holy light, all the poisonous gas that came close was purified. As for the dense bullets, he didn't even care about it. He doesn't have the weaknesses and flaws of demon fruit power, so the so-called seastone bullets don't make any sense to him. Of course, Ron understands that things like this can't be exposed, at least not at this time. Otherwise, once it is known that he can ignore Devil Fruit's weakness, he will be hunted down by the whole world and sliced for research. Susano. Without any hesitation, Ron raised his hand and aimed at the area in front of him to activate the ability. In an instant, the eternal Mangekyō was spinning, and a huge skeleton body emerged to protect Ron. Jung. Jung. Countless bullets hit Shuzuo's first stage, but they couldn't break through the defense and splashed countless sparks. How can it be? This is impossible. Staring blankly at this scene, Hanyabel and the others on the ground in the distance were all dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Even from the bottom of my heart, I felt astonished and unbelievable. It's not that Shuzuo blocked the bullet, but Shuzuo's own existence is unbelievable. After all, Ron has already displayed angelicity now, but Susan's power is of the dark type, obviously it cannot be created by the same devil fruit. Asking for flowers. How is it possible? This guy has double demon fruit power. No, isn't he still able to control the power of freezing? Why not 3 demon fruit power? Fart, the power of freezing comes from the gun in that guy's chest. That's the weapon that ate the devil fruit, it's not his own power at all. For a time, countless discussions resounded. Without exception, all the jailers present were terrified. Hirinmaru aside for now, that angelification and Susanoo alone mean a difference from devil fruit. This also means that Ron is likely to be a double demon fruit power. Under such circumstances, Magellan could only block the Golden Lion. It is absolutely impossible for them to face Ron, who is both offensive and defensive. Damn it. Advertisement. How can this be good? Hannibal clenched his fists even more, and the cold sweat on his forehead kept breaking out at this moment. He was terrified, originally thought that the other party was just an ant that could be strangled to death. But it never occurred to him that Ron was nothing like an ant, but a peerless beast pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. 0. They had targeted Ron more than once before. In the current situation, will Ron let him go? Forgive what he did before. Sati-chan, what shall we do next? Subconsciously, Hannibal said, looking at Sati-chan at the side. After all, he knew very well that Ron was not some soft-hearted guy. Domino was killed without hesitation when he encountered him. Lord Hannibal, I don't know either. Seeing the terrified Hannibal, Sati-chan smiled slightly at the moment, with a playful look on his face. But I'm just following orders, I believe this pirate Ron won't kill me. You. Hearing this, Hannibal was instantly dumbfounded. Stretching out his hand to know Sati-chan, the whole person suddenly became ill. The meaning of the latter's words is too clear, that is, all of this has nothing to do with him. Brat, Magellan, give it to me. At this time, Golden Lion completely avoided heavy attacks. Wielding a pair of knives with both legs, one after another sword energy cut the poison gas apart, then looked at Ron and said, go and kill those jailers. Without those prisoner guys to stop, you and I can easily kill Magellan together. Don't think about it. Hearing this, Magellan became anxious. Once Ron actually went against Hannibal at all. Just the half of his beard that he just revealed is enough for Hannibal and others to compete. The most important thing is, except Hannibal and Sati-chan's strength is at Vice Admiral level. The rest of the jailers are all weaklings, and they have absolutely no chance of competing with Ron. Thinking of this, Magellan couldn't bear it anymore. The poisonous dragon roars. In an instant, under his control, countless poisonous dragons directly attacked the area where Ron was. At this point, he had to stop Ron, even if it was 1 against 2 that had little chance of winning and was extremely dangerous. But in order to ensure the safety of those jailers, he had to do the same. Magellan, you can't stop me. Seeing this situation, Ron smiled coldly. Raise your hand and see, Susanoo condenses into a titan of more than 30 meters. The next second, Hirinmaru appeared in Susanoo's hands. Cut. With a low growl, Susanoo slashed with a knife, the power of Hirinmaru swept across, and the freezing power instantly froze the poisonous dragon. In addition, the power of freezing is spreading rapidly at this moment, and the target is directed towards the direction of Magellan, Hannibal and others. Chapter 56 Frozen Magellan, the Golden Lion's Conceit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not good. Danger. Seeing the large swath of ice attack, Magellan's eyes were ready to burst. He himself is fine, relying on the poison giant soldier, he doesn't think what will happen to him. But Ron's target is not only him, but also Hannibal and others not far away. With such a massive blow, Magellan didn't think it was the wax head of the silver gun. Be sure to block him. Without any hesitation, Magellan controlled the poison giant to move quickly, directly blocking the area in front of Hannibal and the others. In the next second, the frozen sword energy swept in, submerging the huge poisonous giant in an instant. In midair, Golden Lion couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene. He never expected that this kid who looked so young could be so terrifying. That mighty blow was not even weaker than his stunt. And he could obviously feel that this blow from Ron was enough to threaten him. Outrageous. It's outrageous. As this guy really double demon fruit power. That skeleton, no, that huge body combined with the famous sword that ate devil fruit can actually exert such an effect. For a while, Golden Lion stared at Hirinmaru in Susan's hand, and the greed in his eyes could not be concealed. Such a magical weapon is a great temptation for anyone. September 13th is especially the great swordsman. For this kind of magical blade, it is absolutely obsessed with ultimate. Boom, boom. A deafening roar resounded. It can be seen that wherever the frozen sword chi passes, the thunder giants are frozen in sea. Including most of the jailers behind him are also frozen in place at this moment. Only a very small number of existences such as Hannibal and Sati-chan retreated immediately, and they survived. But even so, Hannibal and the others at this moment are extremely terrified. One by one stared at the scenery in front of them, feeling fear from the bottom of their hearts. Too strong. Ron's blow was too powerful. Even the poisonous giants awakened by Magellan Devil Fruit couldn't completely block it. How horrifying is it that even oneself is frozen inside? How so? Is that guy a monster? With such power, even Aokiji Admiral will be moved. Stumbling and opening his mouth, Hannibal's legs were trembling at the moment. Lord Hannibal, we'd better leave this place. Otherwise, if we continue, we may all die here. At this time, Sati-chan didn't stay any longer, and retreated without hesitation. She knew that this time it was not her luck. Advertisement. It was more because of Ron's deliberate control, otherwise they would all have been frozen in. In the final analysis, it was because Ron cared about her existence that he didn't directly cover the freezing force. So, she doesn't plan on continuing the stay. After all, that would only make Ron hesitate, and it wouldn't be good for his fight. Sati-chan. Seeing this situation, Hanyabal was dumbfounded. Sati-chan evacuated without hesitation, but he couldn't do it either. After all, Sati-chan is only the deputy warden, and his position is not too high. Even if she escapes, Naval Headquarters knows and will not pursue anything. But he is different. He is the deputy director. If he escapes, Naval Headquarters will pursue him if the time comes. Walk. Let's retreat. Withdraw. Leave the pile with Master Sati-chan. However, before Hanyabal came back to his senses, the people around him who managed to escape the attack did not hesitate to evacuate. Joke. This level of battle is simply not something they can participate in. There was only Golden Lion before, and Magellan was able to restrain him, which gave them a chance to intervene. The appearance of Ron now directly broke this balance. If I and others continue to stay here, not only is it meaningless, but there is even the possibility of losing their lives. Seeing this situation, Hanyabal stomped his feet anxiously. He wanted to go too, but obviously he couldn't. The guys around ran away on their own, and didn't care about him at all, which is not good. Boy, let's go and kill Magellan together. At this time, Golden Lion suppressed the greed in his heart and flew to Ron's side, looking murderously at the frozen Magellan. For the latter, Golden Lion hated it to the bone. After all, if it wasn't for Magellan's stop, he would have left this place long ago. Moreover, during the years of being imprisoned, he encountered quite a few targets. No. Hearing this, Ron shook his head, looked at Magellan and said, I didn't really freeze him. His Logia devil fruit has awakened, and I'm just barely restraining him now. Now is the best chance to escape. If you want to waste the opportunity, go by yourself. I won't accompany you. After speaking, Ron didn't hesitate, and flapped the wings behind him and started flying towards the sky. He was well aware that Hiranmaru Shikai's freezing power was not enough to truly threaten Magellan. If it wasn't for Magellan, who just wanted to save those jailers and caused his own power to disperse, I'm afraid it would be impossible to freeze for such a long time. And it has been more than half a day since Golden Lion made a big fuss about Impel down. If there is a continued delay, in case Naval Headquarters support arrives, it will be really difficult to go. Although the information obtained before is that Aokiji and others went to New World. But God knows if they're all gone. Especially with Kizaru. Advertisement. The salary is in place, and the existence of the 4 emperors is useless. Not to mention anything else, the power of the sparkling fruit alone is enough to make him lose the advantage of air supremacy. Little devil, you. Seeing this situation, Golden Lion was dumbfounded. Never expected that Luo Ran would be so timid. To give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is simply cowardly as a mouse. The old man will come by himself. With a cold snort, Golden Lion suppressed the anger in his heart, floated and started to approach Magellan. He doesn't intend to give up such an opportunity, he can kill him to vent his hatred, why should he be merciful? Click, click. However, just as the Golden Lion approached, the frost that had frozen Magellan began to crack. The roar of the poisonous dragon. At this moment, an angry roar resounded through the air. It can be seen that a huge poisonous dragon broke through the ice and sprang out, aiming at the flying Golden Lion. Damn. Seeing this situation, Golden Lion's complexion changed drastically. At this moment, he completely understood what Ron had just said. Seeing the poisonous dragon rushing towards him, Golden Lion gritted his teeth and swung his legs violently. Lion Majesty Tornado. Lion Majesty. Earth Coiling. In an instant, 2 sword chi swept out and directly destroyed the poisonous dragon's head. But before the Golden Lion heaved a sigh of relief, several Lion Majesty condensed with lightning liquid came out from around. In the next second, the Lion Majesty arrived at the Golden Lion directly, and bit him without hesitation. Ah! In an instant, the screams of the Golden Lion resounded. Although Lion Majesty is not as powerful as the poisonous dragon, the toxin contained in it is also extremely terrifying. In just an instant, Golden Lion's face turned blue, and Guiwan also rapidly began to surge towards his body. Magellan, you deserve death. Roaring, Golden Lion withdrew and began to gallop towards the 2nd floor. At the same time, he kept hitting the area where Lion Majesty had bitten him with both hands. Groups of blood splattered with a stench. Although it was suppressed for the time being, the toxin in it still made Golden Lion's complexion pale and his aura sluggish. Golden Lion, don't try to escape. Seeing this, how could Magellan allow the Golden Lion to escape? With a roar, a huge poisonous dragon can be seen soaring into the sky. However, this attack was not an attack on the Golden Lion. Magellan stepped on the venom and climbed rapidly, also going to the 2nd prison. Idiot. In the 2nd prison, Ron glanced at the 2 figures chasing him from behind, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. This guy, Golden Lion, is obviously doing it on his own. Advertisement. If he wasn't greedy and wanted to kill Magellan, it would be impossible for him to be in such a mess. It's a pity that this guy doesn't have the awareness in this regard. Now being affected by Magellan's venom, it would be fine if there were no marine reinforcements from the outside world. Once there are marine reinforcements guarding outside, it is impossible for Golden Lion to leave alive today. In the end, I still look up to him. Such a guy is not worth saving. The most urgent thing is to leave this place as soon as possible. Muttering to himself, Ron looked up into the sky. There is still some distance from this place to the passage to the first floor. But Magellan was still chasing, and he couldn't waste time here. It looks like the only thing we can do is destroy the ceiling. With this in mind, Ron quickly summoned Susanoo without hesitation. In the next second, Susanoo slashed with a sword, cutting a big hole in the ceiling. Ah, help! Who can help me? The screams resounded, and some prisoners could be seen falling from above after the ceiling was pierced. However, Ron didn't pay attention to this either. He flapped his wings behind him and accelerated, and flew upwards. Little devil, wait for me. Seeing this situation, the Golden Lion behind couldn't help shouting. 2.5. His current state is extremely bad. Accelerate. Magellan is right behind him, giving him no chance at all. Unfortunately, how could Ron care about him? Rising rapidly, soon Ron entered the first floor. Looking around, the entire first floor prison is already a mess. Countless prisoners fled from their respective residences, especially the area that Ron attacked before, which is like a forbidden area. But Ron didn't care, just glanced at those guys, and then looked at the exit on the first floor. As long as he passes through that door, he can escape from the underground prison. In this way, the buildings outside are not built by seastone. At that time, he doesn't need to worry about being trapped inside. Little devil, go. At this time, the voice of the Golden Lion came again. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that the scriptures have entered the first floor. Without any lingering, he hurried towards the direction of the exit. After encountering Magellan's conspiracy, Golden Lion panicked completely. At this moment, he is in the true sense of escape, not the previous self-confident state. Zizi, I thought you didn't value life. The corner of his mouth raised, and Ron complained inwardly, and then manipulated his wings to follow closely behind. After delaying for such a long time, it is indeed impossible to continue to stay. Chapter 57 Escape from Birth, Sengoku Strikes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bastard, stop for me. In the rear area, Magellan also entered the basement level at this moment. Looking at the speeding Ron and Golden Lion, he didn't care about his own poor condition, and quickly launched a shaved chase. However, Magellan's speed is far behind Ron and Golden Lion. How can running on the ground compare with flying in the sky? In just 3 minutes, Ron and Jin arrived at the exit on that floor. Seastone Gate. Looking at the closed door, Ron's face was a little serious. Although his Susanoo and Hiranmaru are destructive. But he is not a swordsman after all, and he has not comprehended the profound meaning of cutting iron. This also made it quite difficult to forcibly destroy the Seastone Gate. Lion Majesty Tornado. At this time, Golden Lion took the lead. It can be seen that his legs are waving, and the complexion of the whole person is even paler at this moment. In the next second, 2 huge lion sword chi descended from the sky and directly attacked the gate. Rumble, rumble. The sound of the explosion resounded, and the gate built by Seastone exploded at this moment. In an instant, a passage leading to the outside world emerged, and the brilliance of the outside world could be faintly seen. Sunlight. Free. In an instant, Golden Lion burst into tears. How many years I have been trapped here, and finally this time I am going to be free. Thinking about the dark life of being imprisoned in Impel Down for these years, Golden Lion thought to himself, in this life, even if I die, I will not come back. Finally leaving. Ron in the rear area is also quite excited at the moment. Although he was only imprisoned for a few months. But he is not used to this kind of dark life. And compared to the colorful world outside, the days in this Impel Down are simply a torment. 21. Fortunately, he was an otaku in his previous life, otherwise he might not be able to stand it some time before entering Impel Down. Walk. Freedom. Here I come. The Golden Lion roared, and the whole person accelerated and rushed to the outside world. Seeing this situation, the corners of Ron's mouth rose, and he immediately floated to follow. Damn it. Why is this happening? Come back to me, you two bastards. Meanwhile, Magellan was late. Looking at the scene where the figure had disappeared into the passage, he couldn't help roaring. He knew that he had failed. Under such circumstances, once the Golden Lion and Ron leave this place, they will be free to fly. After all, Golden Lion owns Lion Fruit, and Ron's Zone Devil Fruit provides him with a pair of wings. Thinking of this, Magellan's eyes were full of decadence. Advertisement. There was no further pursuit, because he knew it was too late. Beep beep. Suddenly, Magellan was woken up by a loud voice on the phone. In an instant, Magellan's expression changed. For nothing else, because this phone bug belongs to Naval Headquarters. This also means that it is Sengoku who is calling. For a moment, the decadent look in Magellan's eyes became stronger, and he picked up the phone and said, Moxie, I'm Magellan. Marshal Sengoku, sorry, I failed. I couldn't stop Golden Lion and Ron from breaking out. What? Hearing this, Sengoku's expression changed. He really didn't expect it to turn out like this. The Golden Lion escaped. Another Ron. What is happening? Marshal Sengoku, look at the Golden Lion. At this moment, an urgent cry interrupted Sengoku's thoughts. Looking up, you can see that the Golden Lion just rushed out of the house on the first floor at this moment. As he swung his legs continuously, streams of lion sword energy crazily destroyed those buildings. This also led to the fact that all the jailers were affected. Court death. Seeing this, Sengoku's expression darkened. He waved his hand directly and said, Kizaru, throw me to knock down the country guy. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Hearing this, Kizaru, who was standing beside Sengoku, shrugged helplessly. Immediately afterwards, his body turned into a stream of light and sprang out from the spot with a sway. Oh, help. It hurts. My leg is broken. Please help me. Countless screams resounded from the ruins, and the Golden Lion became more and more excited. It seems that the screams of this group of people are the most beautiful music in the world, and the whole person is extremely excited. Golden Lion, have you ever been kicked by light? Suddenly, an obscene voice resounded. In the next second, the golden light was shining brightly, and Kizaru's figure appeared in the area beside the Golden Lion. Without any hesitation, Kizaru kicked straight to the Golden Lion. Caught off guard by being kicked by bare feet, the smile on Golden Lion's face stopped abruptly, and then the whole person smashed into the ruins like a kite with a broken string. Is this what you call masochism? Within the scope of the ruins, Ron looked at the area where the Golden Lion fell speechlessly. When he came out, he saw the existence of marine warships in the outside world with supercilious eyes. Even aware of Ultimate's danger under the wide-eyed gaze. So after coming out, Ron didn't expose himself for the first time, but hid in the ground floor. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, the guy Golden Lion started messing around as soon as he came out. He didn't choose to escape immediately, but began to enjoy destroying the ground floor. Well now, Marine fully reacted, and even Marine Admiral Kizaru got off the field himself. As for Golden Lion's current state of exhaustion, Chuan-en doesn't think this guy can persevere. Thinking of this, Ron looked away from Kizaru. Stepping to a gap, Ron looked at the outer sea area. It can be seen that a huge warship is approaching rapidly. 3 figures of 2 men and 1 woman could be clearly seen standing on the deck. It was none other than Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Heroes Garp, Marine Staff Crane Vice Admiral Nima. It's too much. You are sure to deal with the Golden Lion instead of the 4 emperors with such a lineup. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Ron's eyes were full of depression. He knew that the butterfly effect had appeared because of himself. The Golden Lion jailbreak in the original book was extremely smooth. Although he lost a pair of legs, this guy also managed to escape. But now, Marine Marshal, Marine Hero, and Marine Staff Officer at a Marine Admiral. Even the 4 emperors would have to shake their heads when they saw such a lineup. A mere Golden Lion. No, what can the disabled lion use to fight? Fortunately, we were not exposed for the first time. I hope they don't realize my existence. Thinking to himself, Ron didn't intend to stay any longer, turned around and started walking towards the back of the island. The frontal area has been blocked by Sengoku, Garp and Suru Vice Admiral. Even if the 3 of them don't have the ability to fly, moonwalk is not impossible. Especially for Garp, who is strong in physical skills, moonwalk speed is even faster than his flying. Coupled with the huge gap in strength, if this is blocked, it will definitely die in minutes. Kizaru. At this time, Golden Lion's angry roar resounded. The next second, the earth shook. It can be seen that the layer of broken wreckage on the ground began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under such circumstances, Golden Lion walked out of a deep hole covered in blood. Walking step by step, the Golden Lion's momentum became more and more violent. This is Devil Fruit Awakening. Seeing this situation, Ron's face also changed. The surrounding wreckage began to float, which did not give him any chance to hide. For a while, Ron had no choice but to choose a larger wreckage, and started to climb directly against it. He didn't dare to expose himself without being noticed. Devil Fruit Awakens. Kizaru's complexion also became serious. He stared at the Golden Lion and said, Golden Lion, you actually broke your own legs, you really have a lot of courage. But since I'm here, you'd better go back. Impel down the 6th floor is where your future belongs. Although the awakening of lion fruit is huge, Kizaru is not panicking at the moment. Advertisement. He had already seen it from the moment he kicked the Golden Lion. Although Golden Lion escaped, it suffered a huge loss. Especially that pale complexion, it was obvious that he had been poisoned. It can be seen from this that Golden Lion's strength has declined seriously, and there is no threat at all to him. Kizaru. With a gloomy face, Golden Lion stared at Kizaru, gnashed his teeth and said, Lousy means to go back. It's just a brat, who gave you the courage to speak like this to me? Lousy is the Golden Lion. Saying that, Golden Lion erupted completely. The terrifying conquerors swept out, and the whole person rose from the sky in an instant, raised his right foot and slashed fiercely. Lion Majesty Tornado. Mama, it's scary. As the sword energy strikes, Kizaru smiles wretchedly, and disappears from the spot in a blink of an eye. In the next second, golden light bloomed, and Kizaru's figure appeared in the area in front of the Golden Lion. Golden Lion, get down for me. As he spoke, Kizaru kicked Golden Lion's chest again. Little devil, get out of here. Seeing this, Golden Lion glared furiously, and punched out, directly blocking Kizaru's barefoot kick. At the same time, with a wave of Golden Lion's left hand, countless building wreckages turned around and smashed towards Kizaru. Rumble, rumble. The deafening roar resounded throughout, and it can be seen that the area where Kizaru was located was directly exposed by countless wreckage. At this moment, golden particles of light burst out from the gap. After pulling away from the Golden Lion, the golden light particles gathered together, and it was Kizaru who was unscathed. Very scary. Touching his chin, Kizaru looked at Golden Lion and said, Golden Lion, let me see your special legs. Amazon Cloud Sword. During the conversation, Kizaru pulled his hands together, and a golden long sword appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, Kizaru directly attacked the Golden Lion with his sword. Good job. In this regard, Golden Lion didn't have any fear, but instead faced it with a full fighting spirit. In the next second, the two figures fought together in the arena. Magellan, the Golden Lion has been blocked. At the same time, on the rapidly approaching warship, Sengoku looked at the dragged Golden Lion and heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, he looked at the phone in his hand and asked, how is your situation? What about the losses in the Impel down? Blocked. Hearing this, Magellan, who was in the basement floor, was startled. Only then did he realize that Sengoku had personally come to support him. For a moment, Magellan was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he quickly ran towards the exit, shouting urgently, Marshal Sengoku, there is one more person. That person's name is Ron, and that's an existence that should not be underestimated. That guy is more dangerous than Golden Lion, don't let him get away. Chapter 58. Kizaru, Garp, Sengoku, Tsukuyomi in action. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? There is still one. Hearing this, Sengoku, Garp and Crane Vice Admiral on the warship all frowned. Has anyone escaped prison besides Golden Lion? But under the current situation, there is no trace of anyone at all. And according to Magellan, the escaped guy is even more dangerous than Golden Lion, which is incredible. Subconsciously, Sengoku looked towards the battlefield and said, Garp, let's go. That guy should be hiding in the ruins and will probably sneak attack Kizaru. Good. Hearing this, Garp nodded. He also understood the seriousness of the matter. If it is true as Magellan said, then this matter should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, the two didn't hesitate, leapt forward and cast moonwalk towards Impel down. Stop going. At this moment, Crane Vice Admiral suddenly turned around and looked behind him and shouted, let the warship retreat. There will be a big battle next, don't stay close. Yes, yes. Hearing this, the Marine behind did not dare to neglect, and quickly turned the bow and retreated. They also knew that without Sengoku and Garp, it would be difficult for Vice Admiral alone to protect the warship. In this way, once the warship approaches the field area, it will definitely encounter blocking. Therefore, the best choice now is to retreat, which can't help but at least can't add chaos. Oh shit. This is outrageous. Meanwhile, Ron's face was livid behind the wreckage of the building. Although he covered up his breath, he couldn't use his ability. Now Sengoku and Garp are rushing in, obviously not just for the Golden Lion. In this way, the possibility of escaping by oneself will also be reduced. For a moment, Ron was extremely impatient. Go out head on. That is definitely the rhythm of courting death. But if they escape at this time, they will be exposed to Sengoku and others. As far as Kizaru is holding Golden Lion down, once he jumps out, he will definitely be beaten by Sengoku and Garp. But if you don't leave here, once Garp and Sengoku arrive, it will be more difficult to escape from their noses. What to do? Fight or retreat? For a moment, Ron was caught in a tangle. Ron, get out of here. Advertisement. At this moment, a roar came from the entrance on the ground floor. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that Magellan is running in a hurry, and the whole person is still in an awakened posture. Damn it, it's you. Almost instantly, Ron was sure it was this guy who had exposed himself. Otherwise, Sengoku and others will only think that the only person who escaped from prison is the Golden Lion. Careless. If I knew this earlier, I should have cooperated with the Golden Lion to forcibly kill Magellan. Feeling helpless in his heart, Ron looked around and knew that he couldn't avoid it. But it is not a good choice to go head to head with Sengoku and others now. But he himself really didn't seem to have the confidence to break through alone. For a moment, Ron's eyes fluctuated and he fell into thought. Golden Lion, you can't either. Foot swordsmanship, the former #1 swordsman in the world can't do anything to me. At this time, Kizaru's mocking voice came. Looking at the reputation, you can see that the fight between Kizaru and Golden Lion is still going on. But the difference is that at this moment, the Golden Lion can't do anything to Kizaru even if he goes all out. Even holding the Amakongan sword, Kizaru seems to be able to do a job with ease and looks extremely relaxed. Obviously, Golden Lion's injury in the Impel down was too serious, which directly led to another serious decline in his already declining strength. Golden Lion, it seems that we still need you as a tool man. With a flash of light in his eyes, Ron knew that under the current situation, the key to breaking the game still lies in the Golden Lion. After all, compared to the famous Golden Lion, his bounty is only 12 million. As soon as he thought of this, Ron looked down at Magellan. For this guy, the killing intent in his heart at this moment is extremely huge. After all, it was because of this guy that his existence was exposed. Magellan, it's time for you to pay for your actions. Muttering in his mouth, Ron's figure began to slowly approach downwards. However, he did not expose himself immediately, but quietly approached Magellan. Get out. Ron, you little brat, get out of here. On the field, Magellan looked around and roared. Under his control, the poisonous dragon kept destroying the surrounding building wreckage, but he was also restless. After all, no sign or trace of Ron was found, which is definitely not good news for him. If Ron escaped by surprise, it would definitely be the biggest shame for Impel Down and Marine. However, no matter how he shouted, Ron had no intention of responding. Magellan. At this time, a low roar came. According to the prestige, it can be seen that Sengoku and Garp have entered the range of the island of Impel Down. After seeing the crazy Magellan, Sengoku yelled at the first time, pay attention to your emotions. Remember, you are now the director of Impel Down. As soon as these words came out, Magellan's impatience stopped. Advertisement. Sengoku's words still have a lot to do with him. For a while, Magellan's red eyes gradually began to regain clarity. Chance. Seeing this situation, Ron's eyes lit up immediately. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because of Sengoku, Magellan let his guard down for the moment. It's now. Shunpo hyphenation point open. Without any hesitation, Ron burst out from the wreckage of the building he was hiding in. Shunpo used it, and the whole person appeared in the area in front of Magellan in an instant. You, Ron. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Magellan couldn't help being taken aback at this moment. Tsukuyomi. However, how could Ron be giving him a chance to react? The left eye is eternal Mangekyō is bright, and a Tsukuyomi instantly spreads to Magellan. In an instant, Magellan was trapped in Tsukuyomi's space. Damn, what's the loss? On the crossed swords, Magellan struggled to get free. However, he also found helplessly that he seemed to be restrained by the power of some special rules and could not move. Even no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from that cross. Magellan, long time no see. At this time, Ron's figure appeared in the area in front of Magellan. With cold eyes, Hirinmaru said coldly, it was you who exposed my tracks. You say you, it's fine to capture the Golden Lion, and there's nothing wrong with letting me go. Ron. Seeing Ron appear, Magellan's expression turned ghastly. Without any hesitation, Magellan roared directly, pirates, Impel Down is where you belong. I will never allow any pirate to escape in the Impel Down that I am guarding. I admit that you hid it well before, but unfortunately, you have exposed it. Since it's been exposed, I won't let a dangerous pirate like you return to the sea. Hearing this, Ron laughed. In a sense, Magellan's insistence on justice is indeed admirable. But unfortunately, the latter is marine and he is a pirate. For this alone, the latter's so-called persistence is worthless in Ron's eyes. Stepping forward, Ron raised Hirinmaru in his hand and pierced Magellan's heart without hesitation. Bodge. The heart was pierced. Magellan stared at Ron with wide eyes, and said, bastard, what did you do to me? Why can't I move? What the hell is this place? Originally, Magellan thought it was hallucination, or illusion. But the pain and breath of death that came from the moment his heart was pierced made him completely panicked. What? Director Magellan scared. Advertisement. In this regard, Ron outlined a playful smile with his corner raised. Immediately afterwards, he slowly pulled out Hirinmaru and said, this is the Tsukuyomi space. The space and time here are all within my control. In the next 72 hours, I will entertain you well. After all, you value me so much and know my danger, so I can't let you down. While speaking, Ron raised his sword and pierced Magellan's heart again. Again and again, Ron is obsessed with it. Instead, Magellan. From the initial hard mouth, strong support and anger, it gradually became confused and numb. The current Tsukuyomi space is not what it used to be. The fact that Ron was just an ordinary Mangekyō in the first place led to the risk of being broken. But now it's different. His Mangekyō has reached eternity level. In addition, their own strength has also been greatly improved. As far as the current situation is concerned, Magellan's mental power is obviously unable to break it. And Ron also felt a little bored after poking around for a while. After a little thought, he quickly began to transform the Tsukuyomi space. Soon, Ron successfully transformed the Tsukuyomi space into the 18-story hell that he was familiar with in his previous life. Next, without any hesitation, Ron greeted Magellan from the torturers in the 18 hells in turn. That is, at the same time, Sengoku, Garp and Kizaru from the outside world, Getjao also noticed Ron who appeared in front of Magellan for the first time. For a moment, the brows of the three of them were slightly wrinkled. Very young. So immature. What a terrible hiding method. At this moment, all three of them evaluated Ron in their hearts. At the same time, they also vaguely felt uneasy and something was wrong. Especially Sengoku and Garp. Because the moment Ron appeared, Magellan seemed to have fallen into a daze, and didn't even have any intention of moving. Not good. Suddenly, Sengoku seemed to think of something, and said suddenly, Kizaru, go rescue Magellan. Although I am not sure whether the worry in my heart is true, but I dare not gamble when I return to Sengoku. Magellan. That's the director of Impel down, and it's the one with the ability of Logia poisonous fruit. It is as strong as Admiral, if you give him enough time to deal with the side effects of devil fruit. The future of Magellan is boundless, and may even surpass the strength of the current 3 admirals. If anything happened to this, it would definitely be a huge loss to Marine. I see. Hearing this, there was nothing wrong with going out, but he didn't dare to disobey Sengoku's order. Without hesitation, Kizaru raised his hand and was about to shoot a laser at Ron. Kizaru, your opponent is me. However, before Kizaru's laser was activated, Golden Lion's angry roar resounded. Chapter 59 Kill Magellan, Susan explodes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the next second, Golden Lion waved his legs, and a series of lion sword chi directly attacked Kizaru. Not only that, this time Golden Lion also added haki to his sword energy. Not good. In an instant, Kizaru's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly stopped the lasers gaining momentum and dodged to the side. At this moment, Ron in the distant area quietly opened his eyes. Tsukuyomi is over. It's just that Magellan's eyes are empty and numb at the moment, obviously not recovering from Tsukuyomi's attack. It's done. The corner of his mouth turned up. Ron didn't hesitate at this moment. On a whim, Hirinmaru covered armament haki under his control. Immediately afterwards, Ron's special sword slashed at Magellan's head without hesitation. Little devil, dare you. Little devil, stop it. Quote. Seeing this situation, the faces of Sengoku and Garp in the distance changed greatly, and they immediately opened their mouths to scold. Especially Garp. At this moment, the Conquerors was directly released and rushed towards Ron in an attempt to stop it. Conquerors. Sensing the momentum coming from behind, Ron didn't have any fear. In the next second, the Conquerors in his body broke out and directly collided with Garp's Conquerors. At the same time, the ice wheel pierced through the sky and directly chopped off Magellan's head. Phew. Blood spattered, Magellan died without waking up. The bloody head fell to the ground and rolled several meters away, and its huge body also lost its support at this moment, and it fell to the ground fiercely, splashing a large amount of dust. Conquerors. Magellan. For a moment, both Sengoku and Garp cried out in pain. Died. That's it for Magellan. That is an existence comparable to that of Admiral, and there are seeds of further possibilities in the future. But now, everything is gone, everything is destroyed. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the two were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Why? Why is this happening? 937 inches. Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at Gu Ron with anger and murderous intent. Haha, Ron kid, good job. In midair, Golden Lion was smiling all over his face. For Magellan, he hated it. When Impel was down, he wanted to take the opportunity to forcibly kill him, but unfortunately he failed in the end. But now it's different. Ron actually killed it, which is simply a great joy. Advertisement. For a moment, Golden Lion looked at Ron with more satisfaction, and a little more approval in his heart. Little ghost, you have completely angered the old man. However, the one who was more angry than Sengoku was Kakuo. It never occurred to him that Ron still had conquerors. It was precisely because of the existence of the conquerors that his rescue ended in failure. Without any hesitation, Garp stomped on the ground and rushed towards Ron. In an instant, Garp's figure reached the range where Ron was. Little devil, die. Armed iron fist. Fists the size of sandbags attacked, and the sound of piercing through the air made Ron tremble all over, feeling the fear from the depths of his soul. Hero Garp. It's really scary. It's just the momentum of the attack that I can't bear. For a moment, Ron's heart sank to ultimate. Under such circumstances, he can clearly feel that death is approaching. Not daring to make a fuss, Ron's feet caught the wind, and Shunko and Shave burst out at the same time. Instantaneously. In an instant, Ron felt that his Shunko and Shave were completely integrated, and the speed of the two coming in and out was more than twice as fast as before. In the next second, Ron's figure disappeared from the spot, and Garp's fist also fell down. Bang rumble. The sound of the explosion resounded, and the area where Ron was located had collapsed at this moment. Garp's figure stood in it, frowning slightly. Are you avoiding it? It's really fast. As he spoke, Garp made a beeline for Magellan's body. Looking at his body and head carefully, a trace of guilt and self-blame flashed in his eyes. After all, he was careless before, otherwise Ron would not be able to go so smoothly. What a horrible old fellow. It was almost impossible to get out. At the same time, Ron's figure appeared in an area, panting and complaining uncontrollably. Which hit from Garp was terrible. Even if the instant opening was activated, it was still almost affected and imprisoned. Although he didn't eat the devil fruit, it gave Ron the feeling that he could lock the opponent as if he had eaten the target fruit. Little devil, die for me. Suddenly, a cold burst came from behind Ron. In the next second, golden light flourished. It can be clearly seen that Sengoku's body is shining brightly at this moment. In just an instant, Sengoku's entire body was elevated accordingly, directly turning into a giant Buddha more than 10 meters high. Big Buddha shockwave. Without any hesitation, Sengoku raised his hand and slapped Ron without hesitation. For the existence of killing Magellan, his heart is also filled with endless murderous intent and anger. Not good. When the crisis struck, Ron's face changed suddenly. Sengoku is no weakling. Advertisement. In the original book, his great Buddha shockwave can be said to be extremely confusing. A slap poses no threat to the weak Luffy. But it was also this slap that almost wiped out the Blackbeard pirates who would climb to the Four Emperors' throne in the future. Obviously, all this varies from person to person. Ron is also very clear that he is not Luffy, so he cannot be related to him. Therefore, this blow is obviously the force of destruction. If it is hit, I am afraid. Laser. But before Ron could move, another lazy voice came. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that Kizaru is riding the Golden Lion in a daze at the moment, and when he raises his hand, a laser strikes Ron. Where is the posture that needs to be prepared for the slightest bit before? Little devil, you must die today. At the same time, Garp in the distant area is also coming towards this side at this moment, his eyes fixed on Ron with a murderous look. Nima, this is stabbing a hornet's nest. Everyone will kill me. Seeing this situation, Ron's face darkened to ultimate. Originally, he just killed Magellan to vent his anger. But under the current situation, he knew that he was completely immortal. Seeing Sengoku, Kizaru's attack coming, and Garp staring at him so that he can't dodge, it is obvious that there is only a head-to-head rhythm. CBAE, labor and management are fighting with you. Roaring in his mouth, Ron's expression at the moment is also a little crazy. Susanoo on. With a low growl, Ron's left eye suddenly brightened. Eternal Mangekyō rotated rapidly, and an extremely huge Susanoo rose from the ground. Bang rumble, rumble. In an instant, Sengoku and Kizaru's attack fell on Susanoo. Explosions sounded one after another, but the power within them did not really affect Ron who was in it. In just an instant, Susanoo's volume has reached about 50 meters. At the same time, Ron's figure appeared in the area above Susan's head. Looking down from a high position, there are two gaps in the lower half of Susanoo. Apparently it was the Sengoku and Kizaru attacks. It's just that with the operation of Eternal Mangekyō, the gap is being quickly repaired. In addition, the purple-black armor also appeared rapidly, covering all of Nasusa's bones. What's this? Paramecia. But isn't this guy's own? For a moment, Sengoku, Garp and Kizaru were all dumbfounded. Staring blankly at the huge figure in front of them, everyone's eyes were full of strong doubts and incomprehension. At the same time, an extremely bad idea also appeared in their minds. Double Demon Fruit Power. If the latter is really an unprecedented double Demon Fruit Power, then this matter is really big. Especially Sengoku. Advertisement. Magellan's words from earlier played in his mind. Ron is more dangerous than Golden Lion. If all this is true, that also means that the guy in front of him may really be a double Demon Fruit Power. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Kizaru opened his mouth, and his complexion was also changing. At this moment, the pride in his heart seemed to be shattered. How could the guy in front of him ignore the power of devil fruit? A person will explode and die when they eat the second devil fruit. Why doesn't this guy have anything? For a moment, greed appeared in Kizaru's eyes. As the only one among the three admirals who majored in devil fruit, Kizaru knows all too well what double devil fruit means. If I can know the secret from its mouth, does that mean that I can eat one besides the sparkling fruit? You know, sparkling fruit is powerful though. But at the later stage, Kizaru can clearly feel his weakness and inadequacy. If you are eating a devil fruit from Zone Phantom Beast, cooperating with his sparkling fruit, his own strength will reach a terrifying ultimate level, even surpassing the ceiling of the two Marines, Sengoku and Garp, is not a problem. Little Ghost, are you really a double demon fruit power? Almost instantly, Garp in the crowd asked. After all, this scene is too shocking. To be honest, he couldn't accept and believe it. As soon as the words came out, Sengoku, Kizaru and Golden Lion all looked at Ron. The situation, which was still full of murderous aura, immediately became quiet after Ron cast his Susanoo. Interesting. Want to peek into the secret of dual devil fruit abilities? The corners of the mouth at the end of this scene are drawn with a hint of playfulness. He already knew roughly what these guys were thinking. What surprised him was that the first person to speak was not Kizaru or Sengoku, but Garp. Thinking of this, Ron immediately looked at Garp and said, Garp, I remember you are not demon fruit power. Why, suddenly you're interested in this devil fruit? Or is our marine hero aged and having to turn to the power of devil fruit to restore and sustain? As soon as the words came out, Sengoku, Kizaru and Golden Lion all looked at Garp curiously. As Ron said, there is no doubt that the three of them are interested in demon fruit power. But Garp is a staunch physical practitioner. His whole body is based on the practice of physical skills and hockey. Otherwise, relying on his status, it would be very easy to find any Zone Phantom Beast devil fruit to eat. Snort. The old man has no intention of eating that thing. With a cold snort, Garp clasped his hands together and said, it's the old man's useless grandson who ate a devil fruit that stretched his hips. So I want to ask, are you dual demon fruit power? Can such a thing really be done? Chapter 60 Complete Body Suzuo, a shocking slash. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I see. For Luffy. With a flash of light in their eyes, Ron, Kizaru and Sengoku all expressed their understanding. As Garp said, the Nika fruit that Luffy ate is now only known to outsiders as the rubber fruit. And rubber fruit is only a general existence in Paramecia. It can be said that if Luffy did not master it, it would be almost impossible to complete the awakening. After all, the world government has been wary of him for 800 years. 800 years of searching, but without exception all ended in failure. But even so, in 800 years, no one with the ability of rubber fruit has developed it to the form of Nika. That's why 5 elders knew that Shanks had taken it away, but they didn't have any intention of going into it. Even when Luffy rose to supernova, they still didn't pay the slightest attention. Although the 5 elders were furious in the end, and even shot Luffy himself. But it was also after Luffy's awakened Nika form defeated Kaido. It is precisely because of 800 years of relaxation of vigilance that this led to Luffy's strong awakening. Otherwise, as long as the 5 elders have any intention of killing the grass, it is impossible for Luffy to live to that time. Grandson. Garp, you guys have grandkids. On the other hand, Golden Lion has his eyes wide open and his face full of disbelief. After all, Garp only had a son when he was imprisoned. Moreover, that son was extremely rebellious, and he directly betrayed Marine, causing an uproar in the world. Can't you? Regarding this, Garp looked at Golden Lion arrogantly and said, "You think I'm a single dog like you, who doesn't even have a son, let alone a grandson? Asshole. Garp, believe it or not, I'm going to kill your grandson right now." Golden Lion broke through in an instant, and looked at Garp angrily and roared. Obviously, as an old opponent, an old enemy. Garp's words stimulated Golden Lion, and even made him look sad. Without him, as Garp said, he is old, already old. So far he doesn't have any descendants, not to mention grandsons don't even have sons and daughters. You dare. Hearing this, Garp also stared angrily, and looked at Golden Lion with murderous intent. After all, he was his own grandson. If the Golden Lion is really allowed to kill him, wouldn't it mean that his family will never be seen again? For a moment, Garp even ignored Ron's existence, jumped up and stepped on the moonwalk, and attacked the Golden Lion. Lousy has nothing to dare. Seeing this situation, Golden Lion was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Garp with a smirk and said, "Garp, you are blocking Lousy today." Advertisement. After Lousy is out of trouble, I must go and chop your grandson into pieces. In the next second, the figures of Golden Lion and Garp were killed together in midair. Iron Fist. Lion Majesty Tornado. Seeing the two fighting, Ron frowned at the moment. After all, Golden Lion's state is indeed not good. Judging from the current situation, he has no ability to compete with Garp at all. But he also needs Golden Lion to hold Garp, and even hold Sengoku, Kizaru, these two guys. As soon as he thought of this, Ron immediately said, "Golden Lion, don't hide. I'm helping you." As he said that, Ron raised his hand and a ball of holy light directly attacked the Golden Lion. Seeing the pure white radiance strike, Golden Lion's expression was a little unsteady at the moment. If Ron hadn't spoken, he'd even think the latter was trying to help Marine deal with him. But seeing Ron's serious expression, Golden Lion also hesitated in his heart. Hide. Still don't hide. Lousy trusts you once. In just a moment, Golden Lion made a decision. Instead of dodging, he went directly to meet him. In the next second, the holy light directly covered the Golden Lion's body. In an instant, Golden Lion was surprised to find that his injury was rapidly recovering. Whether it is the hidden wounds suffered during the detention, or the trauma of the legs, or even the injuries affected by Magellan's poisonous fruit before, there is no exception. That is, the treatment method. Seeing this situation, Garp, Kizaru and Sengoku's expressions all sank. They are all very aware of the danger of the Golden Lion. That's all before. After all, the Golden Lion's situation is indeed not good, and its own combat power has also seriously declined. But now, it's not good news that Ron actually treated it, and it seemed to be working extremely well. Garp, do it. We can't bring him back to normal. Almost instantly, Sengoku sipped. Until now, he didn't care about thinking or being shocked. No matter how great the potential Ron showed, or how shocking the dual devil fruit ability is. But there is one thing, that is, Ron's own basic strength is nothing. The basic strength of the Vice Admiral class is not bad in the world, but in their eyes, it is too weak. Therefore, Ron's threat is not great, at least for them, it is not too difficult to take him down. But the Golden Lion is different. This guy's own strength is extremely terrifying. If this makes him recover, then today's affairs will be difficult. I see. Advertisement. With a promise, Garp also understood the seriousness of the matter. Without any hesitation, he stepped on the moonwalk and rushed towards the Golden Lion, raised his fist and smashed it out. Armed Iron Fist. Haha, good time. Regarding this, Golden Lion also came to his senses at this moment. Feeling that the injuries in his body had recovered 7 to 88, his whole body was also swept away from the previous haze. While laughing wildly in his mouth, he didn't use any sword skills, but went directly to where Garp was. In the next second, Golden Lion's arms were covered by armament hockey. Under Ron's astonished gaze, he directly fought against Garp in midair. Bang bang bang. The sound of punching and bombardment continued, and Golden Lion and Garp beat each other. That scene was full of punches to the flesh, without any reservations at all. But the armed colors of the two are extremely terrifying. Even if they encounter an opponent's attack, they will not be seriously injured. Outrageous. This guy, Golden Lion, actually has such power. Spelling with Garp, this Nima simply blinded me. The corner of his mouth twitched. Ron looked at this scene with some horror. He never expected that a great swordsman like Golden Lion could even be a devil fruit awakener. He actually has such terrible taijutsu and haki. Is this the weight of a legendary pirate? In the original book, it was more than 10 years later. How did Golden Lion degenerate to that point? Can't beat Luffy in third gear. Kizaru, strike. Just at this time, the low roar of Risen passed quickly. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that Sengoku has already controlled the Buddha to attack Susan. At the same time, Kizaru didn't waste time, and turned into a beam of light and appeared in front of Susan. Brother, your defense with this ability seems to be pretty good. As he said that, Kizaru raised his hand and a golden light bloomed. Laser. In an instant, a laser beam went straight to the area where Ron was. Asking for flowers. Come yet. Seeing this situation, Ron's face darkened. He knew that both Sengoku and Kizaru had the capital and ability to crush him. The only hope now is Susanoo, the only key to breaking the game. Thinking of this, Ron thought, Susanoo Hirenmaru. In an instant, the world paled. Accompanied by the heavy snow falling away, the entire area turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the Kizaru laser arrives, but it also misses Ron, being blocked directly by him with Hirenmaru. Big Buddha shockwave. A low growl came from behind, Sengoku slapped out a palm, and a huge shockwave directly covered Susan. For a time, the roar was deafening. Advertisement. It can be clearly seen that Susan was broken through a huge gap. Rao has armor to protect the body, but it is still difficult to resist. Obviously, this is the suppression of absolute strength. 8-foot Chong Guyu. At the same time, Kizaru also changed his mind, raised his hands and bombarded the area where Ron was with countless hook jades. Damn it, I really think there is nothing I can do about you. Seeing Shu Zuo's continuous collapse under the attack of the two, Ron's face is also a little grim at this moment. Point 0. He knew he couldn't do anything to these two guys. It's not even possible to go all out by yourself. With the current situation, Shu Zuo couldn't hold back for too long. He must escape from this place, and getting out as soon as possible is the safest. Thinking of this, Ron immediately ran the eternal Mangekyō crazily. With a line of blood and tears flowing, Ron roared, Susanoo hyphenation point complete body. In the next second, the purple-black brilliance flourished. In an instant, the rapid growth of Susan's body directly pushed Sengoku, Kizaru, Golden Lion and Garp back a certain distance. As the brilliance dissipated, a behemoth with 3 heads and 6 arms, more than 300 meters high, dressed in armor, appeared in the field area. How can it be? It's actually so huge. What is this? How can it be so strong? Paramecia, when did you have such a deterrent effect? For a moment, Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru and Golden Lion all stared wide-eyed. They were all stunned by this scene. You know, Sengoku's giant Buddha and Magellan's poison giant are only a few hundred meters tall. With that, they've pretty much reached their ultimate. You know, one of them is Logia, and the other is Zone. But now, Ron, Susan, who was obviously a Paramecia characteristic, actually reached a height of more than 300 meters. With this volume, it is even bigger than an adult titan. If such a size can still exert a strong combat power, then Sengoku, Kizaru eat. However, Ron didn't intend to talk nonsense to them either. It is also very clear that the longer the current situation drags on, the more unfavorable it will be for him. After all, his strength is the weakest among this group of people. Let them continue to consume like this, then 100% of them will be the first to be consumed to death. Without any hesitation, Ron manipulated the Hirenmaru in his hand, and without hesitation, slashed towards the area where Sengoku, Kizaru Garp and even the Golden Lion were located. Little devil, you are too much. The huge frost sword energy struck, and Golden Lion's face changed drastically. He had seen Ron's terrifying freezing ability before. And at that time, Susan was only 30 or 50 meters away. Now this Shu Zuo has reached more than 300 meters, and the power must be increased by at least several times. For a moment, the Golden Lion didn't care about other things, and quickly used the lion fruit to control itself to start a rapid ascension into the sky. Chapter 61 Impel down is broken and escaped successfully. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hey hey. This is too scary, I can't bear it. Kizaru's face also changed drastically, and he turned into a streamer and fled without hesitation. Joke. Under the machete of more than 200 meters, since there is still a freezing force that is not inferior to Aokiji. If he was hit, Huang Yuan felt that he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Bastard. On the contrary, Sengoku and Garp are looking dark at the moment. Unlike Golden Lion and Kizaru, Devil Fruit can fly and is fast. They don't have the ability to do this. This also led to the fact that they had to choose head-to-head under the current circumstances. Armed iron body. Armed katakana middle. Iron body. In no time, Sengoku and Garp were on the defensive. In the next second, sword energy descended from the sky, directly freezing the entire Impel Down Island, and even the sea area thousands of meters outside. The violent sword energy passed by, the sea was divided, and the sea water froze to form a channel that could not be seen at a glance. At this moment, the huge Susanoo disappeared. Ron's left eye was closed tightly, and blood continued to overflow from it. Although his own strength has improved a lot, such intense consumption has made him a little unbearable. Even eternal Mangekyō's pupil power has been exhausted by him, at least in a short period of time it cannot function. Hoo-hoo. Panting fiercely with the play, 327, in his mouth, Ron floated in midair and looked down at the piece of frost below. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, he withdrew and retreated without any hesitation. Golden Lion, launch your strongest move, we retreat. After speaking, Ron flapped his wings behind him, and his whole body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Golden Lion. He has lost most of his strength now, and even his physical strength is exhausted. In such a situation, if you escape alone, you may be chased by Kizaru. So, the only hope is to go with the Golden Lion. Labor and management no. Laughing, Golden Lion understood what Ron meant by looking at the situation in the arena. Although his injury has recovered a lot, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of Sengoku, Garp and Kizaru. Without any hesitation, Golden Lion swung his legs violently, and the lion fruit awakened at the same time. Lion Majesty awakening skill overturning the sea. In the next second, the world shook. The awakening of lion fruit and the power of the great swordsman exploded completely. Roar. 07. Advertisement. Countless low roars resounded, and it could be seen that the ice surface outside the island exploded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, a group of lions with ice and sea water roaring out. Then the lions began to merge with each other, and in just a few breaths, 4 lions with a size of hundreds of meters were formed. Go. Under the control of Golden Lion, the 4 huge lions roared and headed straight for the island of Impel Down. The target is directly at the range where Garp and Sengoku were previously. Little devil, let's go. After doing all this, Golden Lion was also a little weak, and after glancing at Ron, he started to gallop rapidly. And Ron didn't hesitate at all, and retreated with Golden Lion without any hesitation at this moment. Rumble, rumbling. Just as the two were evacuating, the entire island where Impel Down was located shook crazily. Not just the ground. The 6-story prison, including the Impel Down below, was also shaking violently. For a time, countless wailing sounds resounded in the prison. The jailers, marines, pirates and prisoners in it were all incomparably horrified and terrified. After all, under such a violent movement, few people dare to say that they can reach it 100%. Although the Impel Down is an outer body made of sea stone, if it is broken, the endless seawater pouring back is enough to make them all die in it. But fortunately, the creation of Impel Down did cost countless financial resources, and the main body was indeed created by sea stone. This also ensures the safety of those inside. But the ground floor and the entire island have also been completely broken. Under the Golden Lion's attack, the entire Impel Down was completely destroyed except for the small area at the entrance of the first floor. Including Sengoku and Garp also fell into the sea at this moment and were seriously injured. Ron's attack didn't pose much of a threat to them. After all, the armed colors of the two in Marine's iron body are indeed defensive skills. But Ron's knife also froze them. This also caused the two to have no time to resist the Golden Lion's attack. Under such circumstances, Golden Lion's blow directly hit them. In addition to falling into the sea, Sengoku immediately lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Garp is okay, but at the moment he is also covered in injuries. It's just that at this moment, Garp didn't care about his own injuries, and quickly sank and wandered towards Sengoku's place. 10 minutes later, Garp's figure rushed out of the water, carrying the pale Sengoku to the area of only 30 square meters. Floating to the ground, Garp threw Sengoku to the ground, and the whole person sat down on the ground and panted continuously. Too tired. Especially for him to act like this while injured, it is a huge consumption for him. Vice Admiral Garp. At this time, the golden light was shining brightly, and Kizaru's figure appeared beside Garp and Sengoku. Glancing at the embarrassed Garp, Kizaru looked at the unconscious Sengoku on the ground and asked, "What shall we do next?" Advertisement. Golden Lion and Ron retreat, we can't pursue them. And once these two guys escape, I'm afraid the sea will cause uproar and danger. This is not Kizaru alarmist. The power of Golden Lion's final blow already explained everything. And the most terrifying thing about Golden Lion is not only his personal strength, but also his lion fruit. This time because of the jailbreak, Golden Lion was not prepared. But after that, with the style of Golden Lion, he will definitely mobilize some islands, even large islands, as his means of attack. If the Golden Lion starts to retaliate at that time, throwing an island is enough to destroy a marine branch base. And then there's Ron. This guy is also not to be underestimated. Although it still pays the base Vice Admiral level strength, its destructive power is no less than that of Admiral. Coupled with its suspected double demon fruit power, it has the capital to force a 50-50 split against the General Emperor class. Don't forget, Magellan died at Ron's hands, even the kind that had no resistance. It's a real nuisance. Let Xiaohei come over first. It's really difficult to deal with this matter, we should treat Sengoku first. Breathing for a moment, Garp is also a little decadent and helpless at the moment. They knew the power of the Golden Lion, and they were extremely wary even at the beginning. Including Sengoku and him are ready for the Golden Lion awakening technique. But they never expected that the addition of Ron would make such a big mistake. The latter's Susanoo combined with the Devil Fruit Sword exceeded their expectations, and its power was close to that of Admiral. This also caused Sengoku and Garp to be caught off guard, and even the Golden Lion's attack and destruction afterwards could not stop anything. Good. With a promise, Kizaru also knows that Sengoku's situation is not good. Without any hesitation, Kizaru quickly took out the phone bug and started contacting Junjongtu. After doing all this, Kizaru looked at Garp and said, Vice Admiral Garp, I didn't pursue this matter. Do not mind. Understanding what Kizaru meant, Garp waved his hand directly and said, you don't have to worry about anything. This matter is indeed not something you can stop after chasing it. Although the Golden Lion and that Ron both consumed a lot, it didn't mean that they didn't have the experience of the First World War. When facing these two guys, unless they are crushed with an absolute advantage, there is no possibility of capturing and killing them. Hearing this, Kizaru also heaved a sigh of relief. He also had scruples in this regard, so he didn't pursue it in the first place. Golden Lion and Ron seem to consume a lot, but in fact they still have their own strength. Under the desperate struggle, once the two join forces, Kizaru can't guarantee that he can come back alive. Especially Ron's special paramecia is impressive. Of course, this deep memory does not refer to Susan, who is more than 300 meters away. Although this thing is huge, its power is extremely terrifying. Advertisement. But for the Sparkling Fruits ability user, Kizaru said that he has 100 ways to avoid the attack. What he dreaded most was Ron's method of rendering Magellan unconscious and immune. In case the other party comes to him at that time, even just a second of absence is enough to be fatal. The Golden Lion is no joke after all, and one swipe down of his Conqueror's entanglement is enough to bring Kizaru down. How come? How did this happen? At this time, a rush of calls came. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that Crane Vice Admiral led a group of people in a hurry. After arriving at the venue, 7 or 8 doctors rushed to treat Sengoku and Garp. Sorry, we failed. Seeing this, Garp sighed, with a somewhat decadent look on his face. Although Garp had failed quite a few times in his life, he rarely reacted as decadent as he is today. Not only the escape of the old rival Golden Lion, but most importantly Ron's escape. That is a young man who is only 15 or 16 years old. Now it has shown that it is not inferior to Admiral's combat power. If you give him a few years, or even more than 10 years, will the latter reach the point of harmony? Garp, it doesn't have to be. It's just a temporary victory, we Marine don't care. Sensing Garp's low 2.8, Crane Vice Admiral quickly spoke to comfort him. After all, under such circumstances, it is already a fact that Golden Lion escaped. It would be a huge loss for Marine if a combat power like Garp were to be let down. Correct. At this time, Crane Vice Admiral seemed to think of something, looked at Kizaru and said, Kizaru, what's the matter with that huge body? Golden Lion doesn't have that ability. Hearing this, Kizaru looked bitter. Immediately afterwards, he also directly told Crane Vice Admiral about Ron's information and performance. How come? After listening to Kizaru's narration, Suru Vice Admiral's complexion became serious. At this moment, she understood why Garp was so depressed. At the same time, she knew in her heart that Marine had let the tiger go. At such a young age, he has the combat power of a general, and even has the destructive power to threaten admiral. Most importantly, the latter was able to kill Magellan silently. This has completely declared Ron's horror, and even the most terrible thing is the grade he has to deal with. Crane Vice Admiral Garp, Kizaru Admiral. At this moment, a burst of urgent shouts came from behind. Looking at the reputation, we can see that Hanyabal and Sati-chan are coming in a hurry. At the same time, they also brought Shiryu of the Rain, who was frozen and unable to wake up. Chapter 62, Son of the Evil God Ron, offering a reward of 800 million. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shiryu of the Rain. How could he be injured so badly? Seeing this situation, Vice Admiral's complexion changed and he didn't care about other things, so he quickly said, quick, go and treat him. Yes. Hearing this, several doctors beside Pooh quickly walked towards Shiryu of the Rain. Garp is only a skin trauma, and a simple bandage is enough. It's just because of the escape of Ron and Golden Lion, which made Garp's spirit quite exhausted. Hanyabal, what's going on in Impel down? As the doctor began to treat Shiryu of the Rain, Crane looked at Hanyabal and asked. After all, Magellan was dead now. Shiryu of the Rain was seriously injured. Only Hanyabal and Sati-chan have the highest positions in the entire Impel down. Crane Vice Admiral. With a trembling body, Hanyabal walked forward tremblingly and said, the whole Impel down is full of internal turmoil. Countless rioting pirates have been suppressed, but the losses of the jailers have exceeded 2/3. Why? In addition, the battle between Golden Lion, Ron and Magellan directly broke the ground of the 5 underground floors of Impel Down. Besides, there are also senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army who are at large throughout Impel Down. Those two guys have the special power of Devil Fruit, they can hide in the underground area. Following Hannibale's narration, Vice Admiral, Kizaru and Garp all became more and more serious. Golden Lion and Ron's jailbreak has done too much damage this time. The entire Impel Down was almost damaged, and according to Hannibal, it was almost impossible to repair it in a few months, or even a year. In addition, there are 2 senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army in Impel Down. The 2 did not escape with Ron and Golden Lion this time but continued to hide inside. It can be seen that the purpose of these guys is not pure, and they may not even be a huge threat in the future. Cough cough cough. At this moment, Sengoku was successfully revived under the doctor's treatment. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of seawater, Sengoku opened his closed eyes and said, "Garp, Kizaru, did the Golden Lion and Ron catch it?" Sengoku. Hearing this, several people were silent. After looking at each other, Suru Vice Admiral stepped forward. "Sengoku, they escaped." At this time, Crane Vice Admiral stepped forward and helped Sengoku up. Immediately afterwards, she said with a serious face, "Things are already facts, and we can't change anything. The next thing that needs to be done is to restore order in Impel Down as soon as possible, and to repair the area." Advertisement. As for the Golden Lion and that Ron, what we need to do is issue a bounty, especially for Ron. He paralyzed us by pretending to be a 12 million Bailey pirate before, which caused a huge loss to Marine. This time, it must not be done like this again, and after this incident, we need to organize a team to hunt it down. I see. Nodding his head, Sengoku also understood at this moment that things cannot be undone. After taking a deep breath, Sengoku looked towards the field area and said, "Kizaru, you led a team to defend here. 17. Hannibal and Satachan are assisting you. I need you to calm down the restlessness in Impel Down as quickly as possible. Especially those guys on the 6th floor, you work hard and teach them a lesson. The Golden Lion jailbreak just happened, absolutely no chance for the bastards in there." "Yes, Marshal Sengoku." Bowing and saluting, the orangutan said solemnly. He also knows how bad things are in Impel Down now. Moreover, Magellan was killed in battle, Shiryu of the Rain was seriously injured and unconscious, and Hannibal and Satachan alone could not restrain those guys in the 6th floor. Very good. Nodding his head, Sengoku looked to the ground and said, "Bring Shiryu of the Rain back to Naval Headquarters for treatment. Xiaohei, you immediately issue a reward order. Golden Lion is fine, there is no need to upgrade anything, he has already reached ultimate. But that Ron is different. He has such power at a young age, and even has such evil in his heart. He is definitely an existence that cannot be underestimated. Give him a bounty of 800 million, and ask people all over the world to find him. As long as you find his trace, then send Admiral to destroy him." 800 million. Hearing this, Hannibal, Satachan and others couldn't help but exclaim. Especially Sati-chan. Does he know what the 800 million bounty means? If Ron is offered a bounty of 800 million Baileys, the future will be extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Sati-chan quickly said, "Marshal Sengoku, is this too much promotion? Then Ron was just a pirate with a bounty of 12 million before." "No, not much." Shaking his head, Sengoku glanced at Sati-chan, and then said with a serious face, "If it's not that he can't leak the fact that Impel Down was broken, it's not a problem for him to offer a reward of 1 billion Baileys. Give me a gag order, the matter of Impel Down must not let the outside world know the truth." Yes, yes. The Marines on the side are all as they should be, with a serious look on their faces, not daring to slack off in the slightest. On the other side, Ron and Golden Lion drove along in a luffy manner, and they had already arrived at an uninhabited island. But just after landing, Golden Lion activated the power of Lion Fruit. In the next second, the island shook. Under the power of Lion Fruit, which small island rapidly lifted into the sky. Half an hour later, the small island appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this point, Ron and Golden Lion were completely relieved. After all, the sea area is all marine territory, if they are in it, they will be found and locked soon. Advertisement. Happy, happy. After being safe, Golden Lion is also extremely excited at the moment. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Ron and said, "Little devil, what are your plans for the future?" Although the two sides fought side by side before. But the Golden Lion is still afraid of Ron. This guy is not a good stubble, and the way he killed Magellan was extremely embarrassing. Me. Glancing at the Golden Lion, Ron said calmly, "Naturally, I will use this place of yours to recover my strength. Besides, Golden Lion, don't forget that you owed me a favor earlier." Hearing this, Golden Lion narrowed his eyes. Taking a deep look at Ron, he said, "Then what do you want?" Golden Lion doesn't want to be in debt for such things as being in debt. After all, this kind of thing is not a good thing for him. Golden Lion. Simple. With the corner of his mouth raised, Ron looked at Golden Lion and said, "I want you to teach me how to practice swordsmanship. Just help me cultivate into a great swordsman. Little devil, you think I'm a god. With veins popping up on his forehead, Golden Lion clenched his fists and looked at Ron angrily, saying, "Great swordsman, that's a great swordsman. Even the weakest swordsman can't do it overnight. Besides, you seem to be good at swordsmanship, but you haven't even cut iron. You are not even a swordsman now, so go and cultivate a great swordsman." Speaking of this, Golden Lion looked at Ron in puzzlement. Judging from the previous fights, Ron's swordsmanship is definitely not inferior to swordsmen, even to some weaker swordsmen. But this guy is a weirdo. The swordsmanship is strong enough, but there is no level of swordsmanship. Cut iron, sword intent. The main means of these swordsmen, the latter is not at all. Of course I know. After waving his hand, Ron looked at Golden Lion indifferently and said, "It's because of this that I asked you to guide me to become a great swordsman. As you said, my swordsmanship is not inferior to that of a great swordsman. Since this is the case, what you need to teach me is only the two disciplines of cutting iron and sword intent. As the world's #1 swordsman in the past, don't you even have this ability? Or is it that you bought your title as the world's #1 swordsman?" Fart. Glaring at Ron angrily, Golden Lion gritted his teeth and said, "Lousy's title of world's #1 swordsman was earned with one blow. It's just that the cultivation of cutting iron and sword intent doesn't happen overnight. Lousy doesn't want to stay with you for too long." Although a little bit annoyed. But Golden Lion wasn't lying. Whether it is cutting iron or sword intent, cultivation does not happen overnight. Advertisement. If he only cultivated to be a swordsman, then he wouldn't care about anything. But the great swordsman is not something that can be achieved casually. At least it took him several years to break through the realm of the great swordsman. That's it. Looking at the Golden Lion thoughtfully, Ron grinned and said, "No, I'd like to stay with you for a while. It just so happens that you also need to recover. I'll be your training partner when the time comes. I can handle any kind of swordsmanship, hockey." 757 inches. You are really shameless. The corner of his mouth twitched. Golden Lion looked at Ron depressed. This is sparring. This dam is obviously looking for her to steal a teacher. In the name of sparring. In fact, I want to let myself teach swordsmanship and hockey. Then you can say yes or no. Ron didn't care about this. He shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "If you don't agree, then I will tell the whole world that your Golden Lion's words don't count when I go out." The dignified old legendary great pirate Golden Lion doesn't count, and he still treats his savior. Zizi, if this gets out, Golden Lion, do you think there are still people in the world who will believe you? Asshole. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Golden Lion glared at Ron, wishing he could cramp this brat. But in fact he really can't do this. He is a Golden Lion, how can he do such shameless things? Count you a ruthless boy. Gritting his teeth, Golden Lion cast a glance at Ron and said, 1 year. I'll give you 1 year. If you can't learn it, it's your kid's own problem. After finishing speaking, Golden Lion didn't stay where he was, and stood up angrily and walked towards the distance. It's done. Seeing this situation, the corners of Ron's mouth lifted into a smug smile. Stealing from the Golden Lion, this was his idea. Originally, he planned to leave after learning some kendo directly. After all, compared to self-cultivation, it is obviously faster and faster to sign in and become stronger. But after experiencing the Impel down battle, Ron also clearly realized his own weakness. Kendo, hockey, even gymnastics. This is all that he is incomplete now. This time, if it weren't for the blessings of eternal Mangekyō, Hirinmaru and Devil Fruit, let alone Sengoku, Garp and Kizaru. Even Magellan can easily kill him. After going through this time, everything about him was exposed. And in the eyes of Sengoku and others, he is a double demon fruit power. This also means that his own situation is extremely dangerous. Only by finding a strong man like Golden Lion as a training partner can he improve himself as soon as possible. Chapter 63. The World Shakes, Whitebeard's Note. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The next day, one piece of news spread all over the world. Open black lens bracket Golden Lion escapes Impel down, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket surprise. This is the first jailbreaker since the establishment of Impel down, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Golden Lion vs. Sengoku, Garp and Kizaru successfully escaped from prison. Close black lens bracket. Impel down director Magellan died in battle. Close black lens bracket. Opening square bracket comma closing square bracket. Countless newspapers spread all over the world, which directly caused an uproar all over the world. Oh my god, I am real. How is it possible? Impel down, that is known as the most secure area in the world, how is it possible to escape from prison? Quote. Countless people couldn't believe it after reading the newspaper. After all, Impel down is the most restricted area in people's minds. Once inside, there is absolutely no possibility of coming out again. Because of this, Impel down is the area where the world government and Marine hold the most important prisoners. But now, the fact that a prisoner in Impel down actually escaped from prison, even if this person is the former legendary pirate Golden Lion, is unacceptable to countless people. However, this is just the beginning. As more and more inside stories were revealed, everyone understood a little bit. This time it's not just Golden Lion who escaped from prison, but another person. Open black lens bracket Impel down the second jailbreaker. Ron, Close black lens bracket. The pirate with a bounty of 12 million Baileys successfully escaped Impel Down. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Is Impel Down really reliable? Why was the pirate Ron able to escape? Close black lens bracket. Under such circumstances, people from all over the world focused their attention on Ron. Compared with Golden Lion, it is a legendary pirate who was famous all over the world. Ron seemed too weak, and he didn't even have any fame before this. Some newspapers even published Ron's information directly. Open black lens bracket. Ron. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Birthplace: East Blue. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Age: 15 years and 10 months. Close black lens bracket. Reward: 12 million. Crime: killing Colonel Marine Branch, Colonel Mouse. Close black lens bracket. That's it. How can you escape from Impel Down with such a grade and such a bounty? And still surrounded by Marine Marshal, Marine Hero, and Marine Admiral. For a time, countless uproars resounded all over the world. The public's support for Marine world government began to decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. Advertisement. Including those allied countries, at this moment, they are also starting to call to ask if the world government is a bit too childish. After all, it is unbelievable that a 15-year-old boy, even a minor, escaped from Impel Down, which is known as the world's strictest prison. In such a situation, time goes by little by little. Finally, at noon that day, Marine's reward order spread all over the world. Open black lens bracket. Son of Cthulhu Ron. Close black lens bracket. Bounty: 800 million berries. Crime: kill Magellan, director of Impel Down, escape from Impel Down. Close black lens bracket. Once found, shoot and kill. Close black lens bracket. My god, there is a bounty of 800 million. As Marine crazy, a 15-year-old kid has a bounty of 800 million Baileys. The director of Impel Down, Magellan, was killed by him. How is this possible? Didn't he say he was killed by the Golden Lion? My god, what the hell is this Ron doing? Tien's 5-year-old grade can actually kill Impel Down's butcher. At this moment, the whole world was in an uproar. Countless people were stunned by the content of the reward order. Even countless people went to the Marine branch to seek certification. After all, this kind of thing is too unbelievable. Even if the reward order appeared, they still couldn't believe it. Father, something serious happened. Dad, big news, really big news. New World. On the Moby Dick, Marco hurried to Whitebeard with a newspaper in hand. Marco, what are you making such a fuss about? Is there any big news in today's newspaper? Marco, calm down. What's the big deal in this world? In the final analysis, it's just where those guys in Marine exaggerate themselves. That's right. With the selection of the 4 emperors over, it's not Marine's self-promotion that day. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Seeing this situation, Vista and everyone on the side were all joking. For the Marine newspaper, they all dismissed it. After all, with the rise of the 4 emperors during this period, New World has already been divided by the 4 emperors. Although Marine did build a G1 base. But that's entirely because its territory is in the buffer zone of 4 emperors. If not, Marine would have no possibility of getting involved in New World at all. But even so, Marine boasted that this was not the first step to subdue the New World, but it disgusted many people. No, not really. Seeing this situation, a trace of helplessness flashed in Marco's eyes, and he quickly said, this time, it's not a compliment to Marine. No. Hearing this, Joes and the others immediately became interested. The same goes for Whitebeard, who was sitting there drinking. Marco. Advertisement. Putting down his glass, Whitebeard asked, what's the big deal that makes you so excited? Not daring to be negligent, Marco handed the newspaper in his hand to Whitebeard, and said, Marine lost too much this time. Impel Down, the most secure prison in the world, has been broken. Golden Lion became the first jailbreaker of Impel Down. Quote. What? Golden Lion jailbreak Impel Down? Hearing this, Joes and the others all changed their expressions. Golden Lion. That was the legendary great pirate who used to be as famous as Whitebeard. Now this guy is coming out of Impel Down, it's just cool lala. Whitebeard laughed resoundingly, looked at the newspaper in his hand and said, Shiki deserves to be you. Even if it's the first time in so many years, do you want to get out of it if you cut off your own legs? At this moment, Whitebeard was in a good mood. In any case, the Golden Lion is, after all, a legend of the old days. And also his old acquaintance, the latter was able to escape from it, which is still very happy for Whitebeard. After all, in this era, there are fewer and fewer people in their grade. Especially this time in the Battle of the 4 Emperors, countless powerful men of the older generation died in battle, and there were very few people he knew who were still alive. Outrageous. Golden Lion Shiki actually escaped from prison. Quote. Marine is too good, he can't stop the Golden Lion even in the Impel Down. At the same time, Joes and the others also came to their senses, and couldn't help but began to sneer and gloat. While a guy like Golden Lion is crazy, his escape isn't good news for a lot of people. But there is no doubt about one thing, that is, Golden Lion's jailbreak really slapped Marine's face severely. It's more than that. Taking a panoramic view of the reactions of the people present, Marco also smiled, then looked at Whitebeard and said, "Father, look at the back of the newspaper, that's the most shocking thing." Oh, frowning, Whitebeard was about to put down the newspaper, and immediately turned the pages to read. Impel down the second jailbreaker, son of Cthulhu Ron. At the age of 15, the bounty has reached 800 million berries. Telling the contents of the newspaper word by word, Whitebeard couldn't help but be shocked at the moment. 15. A bounty of 800 million. The second jailbreaker in the history of Impel Down. These three pieces of information alone are not enough to prove, but the combination of the three is also shocking enough. How can it be? A reward of 800 million was offered at the age of 15. No, I don't believe it. I've only been offered a reward of 350 million Baileys. How could this guy be offered a reward of so much? Advertisement. That is, even if it is the second jailbreaker in the history of Impel Down, it may have been mixed with the Golden Lion. How could there be so many rewards? Joes and the others were dissatisfied. Everyone is emotional at the moment, completely unwilling to believe that such a thing is true. After all, such a thing is simply too appalling and unacceptable for them. Even as the sons of Whitebeard, the bounty of this group of people is less than 500 million berries. At least at the current stage, their bounties have not increased much. But now, a 15-year-old brat was offered a bounty of 800 million Baileys all at once, just because he was lucky enough to escape from Impel Down with the Golden Lion. No, not really. Shaking his head, Marco said solemnly, "Everyone, Ron, son of the evil god, is not lucky. He didn't follow the Golden Lion out of Impel Down like a bastard. Ron single-handedly killed Impel Down director Magellan. You may not know this guy, but according to the information I have obtained, he is a poisonous fruit-capable user, and he has already completed the awakening, and his real combat power is not inferior to that of Admiral." As soon as these words came out, the audience was dead silent. Joes, who was still emotionally agitated, was suddenly unable to speak, his mouth was opened exaggeratedly and his face was flushed. Not for anything else, it's just that this news is too shocking. The existence that rivaled Admiral in combat power was actually killed, and he was killed by a brat like Ron. This, Marco, is what you said true? Subconsciously, Joes opened his mouth and said, "That kid is so powerful." If not. Shrugging his shoulders, Marco said with a serious face, "According to the information I got personally, Qian Haojiao Marine has suffered heavy losses this time. There's a lot of chaos in Impel Down, and it's all done by Golden Lion and Ron. And it seems that Ron finally unleashed an extremely terrifying ability that caused enormous damage. Unfortunately, the subsequent information was blocked by Marine, and even Morgan's news agency couldn't get the information. W. Gulp. Swallowing. Everyone present didn't know what to say at the moment. I thought Ron was just lucky, but I didn't expect that he came out by virtue of his own strength. For a while, everyone's complexion was a little fluctuating. Not bad. At this time, Whitebeard put down the newspaper in his hand, and laughed heartily. Ron is not bad. If I meet him in New World, I will definitely bite him as my son. To achieve such a level at such a young age, even I was ashamed of myself back then. Whitebeard has a straightforward personality. Although the news is shocking, he also understands that such embarrassing information cannot be faked by Marine. And based on his knowledge of Marine, the latter will certainly cover up a lot of information. This time, it is very likely that there are very few violent types in the newspaper. In this way, what Ron did was absolutely shocking. Father, then you have to pay attention, after all he is running with the Golden Lion. Father, it is indeed a good choice to let him join us, and I don't know that he is uninterested. Chapter 64 Ant wants to recruit a husband, solicit the fourth disaster. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New World, Cake Island. Mom, Golden Lion has escaped from prison. Katakuri went straight to Big Mom with the newspaper and said. Immediately afterwards, he handed the newspaper in his hand to the ant. At the same time, he handed several copies of the same newspaper to Cracker, Smoothie and others to check. Good guy, Golden Lion jumped out after being imprisoned for so many years. Breaking your own legs, that's a lot of courage. It's worthy of being the legendary great pirate of the past. Escaping under the stop of Sengoku, Garp and Kizaru, this Golden Lion has been imprisoned for so many years and still has such fighting power. For a while, there was a lot of discussion in the hall. Smoothie and the others looked horrified at the contents of the newspaper. Although the Big Mom pirates are now one of the 4 emperors. But such heavy news still made them a little dizzy and uneasy. The old guy Golden Lion is really good. As expected of the person my old lady fell in love with back then. The ant put down the newspaper with a happy face. Although the Golden Lion jailbreak may be a future competitor. But in the eyes of the ant, it is no longer justified. Since breaking his legs, Golden Lion has no possibility of returning to the top in the future. The most important thing is that this guy is familiar with her. Even if the Golden Lion makes a comeback in the future, it will not become their competitor, but may become a help. Hearing this, Cracker and the others didn't know what to say for a while. After all, they are aware of Big Mom's temper, although they feel that the presence of the Golden Lion may be a threat. But the ant has said so, so it is impossible for them to sing against her. Mom. At this time, Katakuri on the side spoke again. Golden Lion's report is nothing, the really shocking information is on the other side of the newspaper. A guy who escaped with Golden Lion was offered a reward of 800 million Baileys at the age of 15. What? 800 million Baileys? Hearing this, Cracker and others were dumbfounded, and turned the newspapers in their hands to check. Oh, there is such a little 217 ghost. The ant also became interested for a while, and picked up the newspaper again to check it. How can it be? It turned out to be true. 800 million Bailey, this bounty is exactly the same as Katakuri's big brother. Damn it, what the hell is this guy? Is it true that he reached this point at 15? For a time, everyone present was in an uproar. Advertisement. Everyone was stunned by the information in the newspaper. Cracker, Smoothie and others couldn't believe it was true. After all, in the Big Mom Pirates now, except for Big Mom who has a bounty of more than 2 billion. The person with the highest bounty is Katakuri 800 million Bailey. But the bounty of 800 million Baileys was won by Katakuri countless times. But what about Ron? Just escape Impel down and kill a so-called director to get it, this. For a while, the atmosphere in the hall was a little oppressive. Although they didn't say anything hastily, many people's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. Well, at this time, the ant also came back to her senses, put down the newspaper in her hand and said with a smile, "What a powerful little devil." Impel down Director Magellan, an existence that possesses poisonous fruit and is not inferior to Marine Admiral in completing the awakening. It's unbelievable to be killed by such a brat in such a battle. Son of the evil god, Ron, Mom remembers the name of this kid. As she said that, the ant put down the newspaper in her hand, looked at Katakuri and said, Katakuri pays close attention to Ron's information. CBAH. If he's showing up, have someone send him an invitation and Mom is going to invite him to tea. He's in the same grade as Smoothie, and Mom wouldn't mind letting him join my Charlotte family if possible. As soon as these words came out, the audience was stunned. Katakuri and the others looked at Big Mom in disbelief. He never expected that he valued Ron so much. Even trying to make Ron a Smoothie man, which. Mom. Subconsciously, Smoothie said, is this man so powerful? She didn't dislike the ant's arrangement. Because she knows very well that all the children of the ant are the objects of marriage. Even his Smoothie talent is no exception. It's just that the goal that the ant chose for her made her a little uncertain for a while. Not bad. Glancing at Smoothie, Big Mom put down the newspaper with the photo of Ron in prison and said, this kid should not be underestimated. This photo already shows the intensity of ambition in his eyes. A man with such eyes can't be weak, and he can't fall too early. The most important thing is that this kid feels like a person to me. Speaking of this, the figure of the former head of the group, Cross, subconsciously appeared in Big Mom's mind. Of course, it's not because Ron looks like Cross. But the temperament exuding in that bone made the ant immediately sure. Hearing this, Katakuri and the others looked at each other and had no idea what Big Mom was referring to. New World, Wano-kuni. Inside Ghost Island, Jack rushed into a room with a newspaper in his hand. Advertisement. Boss Kaido, something went wrong. That old golden lion escaped from prison. Once inside, Jack screamed at the top of his throat. Jack, be quiet. In this regard, a cold voice resounded. If you look around, you can see that Kaido and Quinn are sitting in it. It's just that there is a child in the area in front of them at the moment. The child looked about 11 or 12 years old, but at the moment her face was covered with tears. In front of her was a notebook, apparently Kazuki Oden's notebook. In addition, there is also a pair of handcuffs made by Seastone. Yamato. At this time, Kaido looked at the son in front of him solemnly and said, do you really want to continue reading such books? Kazuki Oden is nothing but a loser. You as my son are not allowed to read such books. Lousy now gives you two choices, either burn this torn book for me, or put handcuffs on me and go to the dungeon to reflect on myself. As soon as these words came out, Jin and Quinn subconsciously opened their mouths to say something. But after seeing Kaido's angry expression, the words that came to their lips were swallowed back. I won't give up. Facing Kaido's anger, Yamato was not afraid at the moment, but raised his head extremely firmly and said, I don't. Kazuki Oden is the real man, and I want to be a man like Kazuki Oden. Asshole. Hearing this, he went completely berserk. One punch directly knocked Yamato into the wall. Immediately afterwards, Kaido tore up the notebook in front of him, gritted his teeth and said, damn Kazuki Oden. He's already dead, but he still dares to harm my son. He really deserves death. Come on, give me the boss. Before Kaido could finish speaking, Jin on the side quickly said, let's hear what Jack has to do first. In case it's something important, we can't delay it. As soon as these words came out, Quinn on the side also reacted, and hurriedly spoke up. Yes. Boss Kaido, in case there is something important, we must deal with it as soon as possible. After the boss reached the top of 4 emperors during this period, there are still many people who are ready to move. Besides, those diehards in Wano-kuni are doing all kinds of sabotage, we can't be careless. Hearing this, Kaido's face softened a bit. Glancing at Yamato who had gotten up not far away, he looked at Jack and said, "Say it, Jack. What's making you so anxious?" Because. Hearing this, Jack didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly handed out the newspaper saying, "Boss, Golden Lion has escaped from prison." The old guy broke out of Impel down. Golden Lion. Advertisement. Hearing this, Kaido, Jin, and Quinn's faces froze. During this period of time, the position of 4 emperors has just been confirmed. But there are also many unconvinced big pirates in the sea. Especially Kaido. He held Wano-kuni though and even struck out Kazuki Oden. But the news about the inside story is also known by many people. Because of this, many people think that Kaido is the weakest existence among the 4 emperors. This also led to the fact that the position of 4 emperors is not stable, and countless challenges are born every day. Now that Golden Lion is coming out of Impel down, it's definitely not good news. Why doesn't this old guy die inside? Gritting his teeth, Kaido picked up the newspaper to check. After looking at it for a few times, his brows raised slightly and he said, "How is it possible? Golden Lion was really strong back then. But how could he be able to escape from Sengoku, Garp and Kizaru with his strength?" As soon as these words came out, Jin and Quinn also frowned. Apparently neither of them believed in such a thing. How can a guy who has been imprisoned for so many years and has broken his own legs escape under the siege of the Garp trio? Boss, it's probably because of Ron. At this time, Jack said quickly, the other side of this newspaper is his information. The second Impel down prisoner who escaped, only 15 years old, killed Impel down director Magellan. That guy is not inferior to the existence of Marine Admiral, and he was actually killed by this guy. So, I think the Golden Lion's ability to escape from jail is most likely due to Ron's help. I have to say that Jack's IQ is still there. At least in this period of time, Jack has not grown to the point where he will be the arrogant and domineering ship king in the future. Oh, hearing this, the 3 of Kaido looked at each other, and immediately picked up the newspaper and looked at the back. In the next second, Jin's pupils shrank, and he said, "Jing's reward is 800 million Baileys. As Marine crazy. There's so much reward for such a brat. Among the younger generation, who can match it?" As soon as this remark came out, it immediately aroused the approval of Quinn and Jack. Even Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates has a bounty of 800 million. But the latter came out of many battles, and Ron only relied on escape and killing Magellan. It can be seen that in Marine's mind, Ron's weight is huge. 15 years old, with a bounty of 800 million. Is it the Zone Devil fruit? On the contrary, Kaido's eyes were flooded at the moment, staring at a photo of Ron as an angel and said, "Jin, send an order to let me pay close attention to Ron's information. This guy is Zone Demon Fruit power, and he has already reached 800 million bounties at such a young age, he is eligible to join the Beast's Pirates as the 4th disaster." Chapter 65 Shanks' Killing Intent, Golden Lion's Guidance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 4th Plague. Hearing this, Jin, Jack and Quinn were all in awe. The Beast's Pirates have now finalized their senior cadre lineup. They are the leader Kaido, followed by the 3 disasters, and then the 6 volleys. Now Kaido is going to invite him to be the 4th plague just after reading the report about Ron. In the absence of a deputy captain, the position of the 4th disaster can be said to be under one person. After all, even the 3 of Jin are only on the same level as them, and it is impossible to say that they are ordering each other to do something. "I see, boss." With a promise, Jin didn't refute Guy, Duo's decision. Although the 4th plague is still somewhat reluctant to Ron. But it can't help that he is young. Tuan is only 5 years old and has reached such a level. Given him 3 to 5 years, the position of the 4th disaster can definitely be secured. So smart. I do not believe. Ron, I remember you. At the same time, Yamato in the corner area is also thoughtful at the moment. After clenching his fists, he turned around and ran out of the house. Kaido and others had a panoramic view of this scene. But Kaido has no intention of letting Yamato be arrested. Seeing his disappearing figure, Kaido sighed and said, "Jin, pay attention to Yamato. I don't want to hear about Kazuki Oden anymore." "Yes, boss." Standing up, Jin's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "Quinn, Jack, follow me. It's time for those guys in Wano-kuni to shut them up. Since his big snake can't make those guys surrender, then there is no need for them to exist." Good, good. Hearing this, Jack and Quinn looked at each other. Without any hesitation, the 2 stood up and followed Jin towards the outside of the house. Shanks, because of the news. Golden Lion escaped from prison, and Ron, son of the evil god, was offered a reward of 800 million Baileys. In New World, on an island, Laji Lu walked up with a barbecue and handed a newspaper to Shanks. Immediately afterwards, Laji Lu spoke with some inarticulate speech. "That little fellow Ron is really amazing. Annuity was offered a reward of 800 million Baileys at the age of 15. Not only did he escape from prison with Golden Lion, but he even killed Magellan, the director of Impel down. It is said that Sengoku, Garp, and Kizaru failed to prevent him and Kaneko from escaping." Hearing this, Shanks, Beckman, Usopp and others who were drinking were all taken aback. After looking at each other, the eyes of the group of people all focused on the newspaper. Advertisement. After reading the information in the newspaper, Shanks frowned slightly. Golden Lion escaped from prison. I'm afraid this world will not be peaceful. Beckman touched his gun and said seriously. According to the information we got, this Golden Lion is an ambitious man. Now that he has escaped from prison, the new world that has just stabilized just now may cause waves again. As soon as this remark came out, many people immediately recognized it. As officers of Shanks, they know much more than the average person. For example, Shanks is an intern of the Roger Pirates. Another example is that Shanks told some about his adventures with the Roger Pirates. Among them is the naval battle that resulted from the Golden Lion inviting Roger to dominate the world, and the negotiations between the two parties finally collapsed. Shanks, what are your plans? Usopp asked with some seriousness. As soon as these words came out, Laggy Lu and the others also looked at Shanks curiously. After all, under the current circumstances, the rise of the Golden Lion is definitely not good news. He is the enemy of the Roger Pirates. Once he is told about Shanks' background, he is afraid that he will trouble them as soon as he enters New World. No need to worry. In this regard, Shanks smiled lightly, put down the newspaper in his hand and said, Golden Lion is not justified. This guy broke his own legs, and the most powerful Sakura Ten and Deadwood are used as legs. As a result, Golden Lion's swordsmanship is almost useless. Plus his age has reached that point, whether it is physical skills, hockey will decline sharply. The only thing that can be feared is his lion fruit. But we are not demon fruit power, even if we fall into the sea, there is no threat to us. As soon as these words came out, Beckman and others also showed smiles. As Shanks said, Golden Lion's ability is not a big threat to them. Moreover, Golden Lion is already old, and it is impossible to restore the heroic appearance of the legendary great pirate back then. It's this Ron. Before anyone could say anything, Shanks flipped through the newspaper and said, You've reached this point at only 15 years old. To kill Magellan, its strength is at least quasi-admiral, even at the level of a general. In addition, he left with the Golden Lion. If he gets the help and guidance of the Golden Lion, then he will become a huge threat. As soon as this remark came out, Beckman and others wrinkled every day. They recognize that Ron has good potential. If he is given enough time, there is indeed a possibility of threatening the four emperors. But this is just a possibility. After all, the existence of a genius is meaningless if it has not grown up. The most important thing is that their red hair pirates are taking the elite route, and it is absolutely impossible to be afraid of the little guy. Boss, are you a little alarmist? Subconsciously, Laggy Lu said, That's the brat. Give him 10 years and he won't be able to do anything to us. As soon as the words came out, Beckman and the others didn't say anything, but they all nodded their heads to show their approval. No, no, no. In this regard, Shanks shook his head and said solemnly, The threats I mentioned are not aimed at us. Advertisement. It's for Luffy. Luffy. Hearing this, Beckman and the others were taken aback. Immediately afterwards, everyone's complexion became ugly. If Shanks hadn't said it, they really wouldn't have thought of it. Ron is 15 now. Luffy and others are only 7 or 8 years old. It seems that there is a distance, but in fact it can be said to exist at the same time. Ron is already so powerful at this moment, there must be a place for him in New World in the future. In this way, waiting for Luffy and others to go to sea will become their hindrance. Shanks, this kid can't stay. Almost instantly, Usopp spoke quietly. His son is also in East Blue, and is even booked to join Luffy on future adventures. It's all within their plan. It would be unthinkable if the plan was changed or even failed because of Ron's existence. That's true. Nodding his head, Shanks said solemnly, Someone ask. As long as there is a trace of this guy, find someone from the underground world to deal with him. We have just become 4 emperors, and it is impossible to leave the scope of New World in a short time. Good. No problem. I'll get in touch. Hearing this, Usopp and the others on the side nodded their heads one after another. Immediately afterwards, they did not neglect and quickly took out the phone bug and started to communicate. Ron doesn't know anything about the outside world. At this moment, he has woken up and walked out of the wooden house he built, feeling refreshed. Asking for flowers. Free. It's really comfortable. Stretching, Ron looked happy at the moment. During the period of Impel down, he hardly slept at all. Even when he was with Ibakov and others, he didn't dare to let himself fall into a deep sleep. It can be said that this is the most comfortable time he has slept in for so long. Little ghost, the strong will not be as lazy as you. At this time, a voice came from not far away. Looking around, you can see that the Golden Lion has changed into a costume. Although the whole person looks a little weak, but there is no serious problem. Especially after undergoing Ron's treatment, his own hidden injuries have been reduced a lot. This has also led to the fact that Golden Lion is in a particularly good mood now. Advertisement. Golden Lion, don't you guys enjoy your freedom? Frowning, Ron looked at Golden Lion, and then played with taste. With a new look, don't you plan to relax? The corner of his mouth twitched, and Golden Lion looked at Ron speechlessly. How could he not relax? He didn't sleep all night last night, so he went directly to the city below to enjoy it. But it is impossible for Golden Lion to tell such a thing, coughing lightly. Little devil, come with me. I will teach you to cut iron first. Good. Hearing this, Ron didn't hesitate, and immediately followed. Soon, Ron followed Golden Lion to a forest. Immediately afterwards, Golden Lion raised his hand and aimed at a tree. Click. The sound of breaking resounded, and the big tree exploded at this moment. Immediately afterwards, the wreckage of the big tree could be seen falling, and a dozen wooden swords floated out of it. For you. No nonsense. Golden Lion threw the dozen or so wooden swords to Ron with a wave of his big hand. Wooden sword. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Ron summoned Hiraemaru with a thought. Golden Lion, do you think I need this thing? Stop talking nonsense. With a cold snort, Golden Lion glanced at Hiraemaru greedily, and then said, your sword skills and strength are beyond doubt. But you don't have the slightest level of kendo. What you need to do next is to abandon all your strength and use the wooden sword to comprehend the way of kendo. When will you use the wooden sword itself as the basis to cut down the big tree, then you will be considered to have come into contact with Shintiei. In this way, you can be promoted to be a swordsman, and then you can start to practice sword intent. I see. Hearing this, Ron suddenly realized. Retracting Hiraemaru casually, Ron stepped forward without hesitation, picked up the wooden sword and started to act. For a while, Ron practiced chopping on the spot. The gust of wind wrinkled, and every time he swung it, the prestige emanating from the wooden knife became more and more intense. Little devil, stop for me. However, before Ron could continue, the Golden Lion on the side frowned and scolded. I asked you to practice swords, not to let you practice such killing techniques. It seems that you have no foundation at all. I really don't know where your murderous sword skills come from. Look, I will teach you the basic swordsmanship now, and you will use it as the main practice of swordsmanship in the future. Saying that, Golden Lion picked up a wooden knife, and started to perform basic sword skills directly in front of Ron. Chop, chop, pick, stab, rub. Blood wheel eye hyphenation point open. Seeing this situation, Ron did not hesitate, and directly activated the copy of the blood wheel eye. After a while, the basic swordsmanship was mastered by him. Immediately afterwards, Ron also began to practice basic swordsmanship on the spot. This time, when he wasn't practicing cutting skills, the movement of Ron practicing his sword also gradually decreased. Chapter 66 Practice Kendo, Shiryu of the Rain is promoted. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not bad. Seeing this situation, Golden Lion nodded. After casting a glance at Ron, he turned and left. Last night was a chic night, even the Golden Lion couldn't bear it. The anger that had been accumulated for so many years broke out completely, and he still needed to cultivate himself. As for the latter's departure, Ron didn't care, and he still stood in place practicing sword. Cut iron. This is the hallmark of a swordsman. Now he needs to comprehend the profound art of cutting iron as soon as possible, so as to advance to the rank of swordsman. Only by becoming a swordsman can the destructive power of Hiraemaru be strengthened. If you master the sword intent, the combined power of Hiraemaru and Susanoo will increase more than 10 times. Then it won't just be Hiraemaru's freezing power. The combination of Susanoo, Hiraemaru and sword intent is enough to make it a true killing move. Naval Headquarters. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku, Garp, Suru Vice Admiral, Zephyr, Kazaru, Akainu, Aokiji, and Shiryu of the Rain are sitting in it. It's just that the office is dead silent at the moment, no one speaks and everyone's face is quite dignified. Especially Shiryu of the Rain, whose complexion is extremely gloomy at the moment. This time he was in danger. If it hadn't come to Naval Headquarters, if it hadn't been for Kuzan to dissipate the frozen power in his body. I'm afraid that even if he doesn't die, he will be crippled with Ling Ling Chi, and the freezing power will destroy the meridians in his body like crazy, which makes him extremely painful. This battle can be said to have seriously injured his vitality, and it is impossible to recover without a few months of self-cultivation. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, a figure could be seen walking in. Marshal Sengoku, I'm back. The cause of the matter has been thoroughly investigated. Buster Call Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel stepped forward and said solemnly. Nodding his head, Sengoku didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, so, tell me about the Flying Squirrel. This pirate Ron, why did he enter Impel down, and it's only 12 million Baileys? As soon as these words came out, Shiryu and the others also looked at the Flying Squirrel. They don't know much about this matter, they only know part of the information. In the past they didn't care. Even knowing that Ron might be a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, they didn't take it seriously. But now it's different. This guy burst out with such power at only 15 years old. Advertisement. And also successfully escaped from Impel Down prison, the future is definitely a dangerous person. Yes. With a promise, the Flying Squirrel didn't dare to be negligent, and said directly, Marshal Chi, I'm also responsible for this matter. Frowning, Sengoku and the others turned their heads to look at the Flying Squirrel, not knowing what he was referring to. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, what do you mean by that? Does this pirate Ron have a special relationship with you? Kazaru beside him rubbed his fingernails carelessly. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku and the others also looked at Tingshu seriously. It would be a big problem if Ron had any relationship with him. After all, he is a Marine Vice Admiral, and a Vice Admiral at the Buster Call level. It can be said that his status within the Marine is second only to the Marshal, Admiral, and Alternate Admiral. No, no, no. Kizaru Admiral misunderstood. Quickly waved his hands. The flying squirrel knew that the latter had misunderstood him, and quickly explained. This matter has nothing to do with me, but it has to do with my cousin Weasel. Weasel Vice Admiral. Hearing this, the people present were also a little surprised. You know, everyone knows that the weasel is the cousin of the flying squirrel. It is precisely because of this that everyone takes good care of the weasels. For example, when dealing with Bullet before, his strength and achievements were obviously insufficient, but Sengoku still let him participate in the launch of Buster Call. This is to train the weasel. As long as he doesn't have any mobs in the future, he can also become a Buster Call Vice Admiral just like the flying squirrel. As such that, sighing, the flying squirrel didn't hide anything, and said directly, the weasel has a son named Mouse, who is Colonel, the base chief of a branch of East Blue. But the position of Colonel was exchanged for him by the weasel with his meritorious service, so that he could have a place to live. But I didn't expect that the mouse is too cruel to do things. The party that caused trouble in East Blue even cooperated with the pirates. Pirate? No, Ron is one of its victims. His parents and relatives were killed, and he knew from somewhere that all this was controlled by rats behind the scenes. So Ron, the brat, plotted for a while and found an opportunity to kill the mouse. And the rat's death frightened his minions. In order not to be punished by the weasel, they packaged Ron as a pirate with a bounty of 12 million Baileys and sent him to Impel Down. Everyone knows what happened afterwards. Ron was targeted after entering Impel Down. The Sphinx in the second prison, and the Domino after that, all have the weasel's handwriting to shoot them, which eventually led to them being killed by Ron. Following the narration of the flying squirrel, the entire office was dead silent at the moment. Everyone's faces became extremely gloomy and ugly. Especially Sengoku, who was sitting on the main seat. He never thought that the so-called pirate Ron was wrong from the very beginning. Very scary. Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, according to what you said, not only is Ron not a pirate, but our Marines feel sorry for him. Kizaru also put down the nail clippers in his hand at this moment, looking solemn. Advertisement. After all, this caused such a big trouble for Marine for no reason. This matter can be big or small, even. Sorry, Kizaru is getting married. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, and the flying squirrel lowered his head and said, I am willing to be punished instead of the weasel, All right. However, before the flying squirrel finished speaking, Akainu on the side spoke first. There is no point in arguing about that now. Ron killed Magellan, Sphinx, Domino and others is already a heinous crime. No matter what his previous situation was, he is now a pirate with a bounty of 800 million. There is something wrong with the weasel, and it must be admitted that his application to be promoted to the elite vice admiral is revoked, and his promotion to the Buster Call vice admiral is revoked. As soon as this remark came out, many people immediately recognized it. As Akainu said, up to now, no matter who was right and who was wrong before, things are irreversible. Even killing the weasel now wouldn't make peace with Ron. Drop the weasel job out of naval headquarters. At this time, Crane Vice Admiral sighed and said, he is no longer suitable for working in the headquarters. As soon as these words came out, the audience was dead silent. Everyone understands what Crane Vice Admiral means. The weasel is exempt from death, but there is no possibility of continuing to rise. Thank you, Crane Vice Admiral. The flying squirrel bowed and saluted with gratitude in his eyes. He knew that whether it was Akainu or Crane Vice Admiral, the punishment they gave was great. But at least one thing, that is to save the weasel's life. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Marine, it is a capital offense for a weasel to commit murder like this. All right. After the master sat down, Sengoku clapped his hands, glanced at everyone, then looked at the flying squirrel and said, this matter will be done according to the ideas of Crane Vice Admiral and Akainu. Flying squirrel, you personally sent the weasel to the branch of the capital of Seven Waters for reflection. Yes. With a promise, the flying squirrel didn't linger, and after saluting to Sengoku, he turned around and left in a hurry. As the flying squirrel left, Sengoku said with a serious face, okay, the ins and outs of Ron's incident are already known. It's my Marine's fault, but it doesn't mean the matter is over. After all, it is an indisputable fact that he escaped from prison, killed people, and united with the Golden Lion. So, I decided that Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru must have one in naval headquarters in the future. Once you know the information about him, then immediately lead the team to destroy him, and kill all crises in the cradle. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was refreshed. They all understood what Sengoku meant. That is to kill Ron at all costs. After all, such a thing, Ron's hatred for Marine is too great. A blood feud between parents and relatives. Advertisement. Although the mouse is dead, all this will be transferred to Marine. I'm okay. Akainu spoke immediately. Me too. Then I have no problem. Seeing this situation, Kizaru and Aokiji looked at each other and nodded accordingly. After all, Ron's threat should not be underestimated, and the things he did were indeed infuriating. Very good. Nodding in satisfaction, Sengoku glanced at the three admirals, and then focused on Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku looked at Shiryu amazed and said, I hope you will be the director of Impel Down. Hearing this, Shiryu of the Rain was dumbfounded. Pointing at himself subconsciously, he said in disbelief, Martial Sengoku, this is not right. You know, what I practice is Shura swordsmanship, and I can't control my tea garden. No. Waving his hands, Sengoku looked aside. Crane, take out the things. Good. With a promise, Crane Vice Admiral took out a wooden box and launched it. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku opened it and said, this is zone snake fruit, ancient species snake form devil fruit. As long as you eat him, you can completely control your own killing intent and killing heart. 3.1 Shiryu of the Rain, the current Impel down is severely understaffed, and the same is true for high-end combat power. The situation in New World must have Marine Admiral personally sit in charge, and I hope you can shoulder this responsibility. Gouda. Swallowing, Shiryu stared at the devil fruit on the table. He admitted that he was moved. Only from being defeated by Ron, even almost being deposed, he knows the importance of strength too well. But he also understands how difficult it is to go further in his current situation. But with the blessing of this zone ancient species devil fruit, then he must be able to become stronger. Good. Without hesitation, Shiryu of the Rain stood up directly and said, Martial Sengoku, I am fortunate enough to not disgrace my life to protect Impel down. However, I hope that after I master the power of this devil fruit, I can give me information about Ron in the future. I will make him repay the shame this time 1,000 times. As soon as the words came out, Sengoku also smiled. Pushing the devil fruit to Shiryu of the Rain said, Shiryu of the Rain, I agree to your request. After you completely stabilize your own strength, I can allow you to join the team hunting down Ron. Besides, you also need someone to replace you as the warden. Who do you think is more suitable, Hanyabal or Sati-chan? Chapter 67 Mastering the Iron Cutting Mystery, Armament Hockey Xiaochang. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this, Shiryu of the Rain hesitated. Whether it is Hanyabal or Sati-chan, to be honest, the strength of the two has not reached the level he expected. Warden. The main role of this position is to guard the 6th level prison. This requires absolute strength, not sophistication. Martial Sengoku. After a short pause, Shiryu of the Rain raised his head and said, in the short term, Hanyabal is stronger and suitable for guarding the 6th floor prison. But in the long run, Sati-chan has more potential. Her devil fruit side effects have been lifted, and she will definitely improve by leaps and bounds in the next period of time. Unnamed, Shiryu of the Rain returned the question to Sengoku. After all, it was the Impel down warden's resignation, and Shiryu usually didn't think he could speak his mind. As that's so, nodding thoughtfully, Sengoku was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said, then let Sati-chan be the warden. Hanyabal is the deputy director, and he is more familiar with the operation of the position. With him, he can help you deal with the matters in Impel down as soon as possible. Yes. With a promise, Shiryu of the Rain did not refuse, because his heart also recognized Sengoku's choice. After all, Sati-chan's potential is even greater. If he is thrown on the 6th floor to guard the criminals, maybe he can take this opportunity to go further. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Break. On this day, Ron slashed at a big tree with a wooden knife in his hand. Click. The sound of breaking resounded, and the trunk of the big tree could be clearly seen breaking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the stump of the big tree quietly shattered, and the big tree that was as thick as 7 or 8 people fell to the ground. It's done. Seeing this, Ron smiled. After a month of penance, he practiced sword every 21 days and 18 hours, and finally succeeded in comprehending the profound meaning of cutting iron. For a moment, Ron was in a good mood and couldn't help laughing loudly. Okay. Finally comprehend Zontai, which also means that my Kendo realm has reached the sword hero level. The next thing I need to do is to comprehend the sword intent. As long as I master the sword intent, my strength will increase again. At this moment, Ron's eyes were full of anticipation. Little devil, have you succeeded? At this time, the figure of Golden Lion flew from a distance. After seeing the scenery on the ground, a hint of surprise leaked from his eyes. As a swordsman, Golden Lion is well aware of the difficulty of cutting iron, which is difficult for countless people to reach in their lifetime. Even if it is a genius, it is not possible to master Zonti overnight. But what about Ron? Advertisement. It took only 1 month to comprehend and master it. This is simply. That's right, I've mastered the iron cutting mystery. Nodding his head, Ron looked at Golden Lion and said, Golden Lion, can you teach me how to cultivate sword intent? Although he has just mastered iron slashing, Ron doesn't want to waste time. Especially the sword intent, which is a huge increase in the destructive power of Susanoo and Hiranmaru. Not urgent. Shaking his head, Golden Lion glanced at Ron and said, the so-called sword intent cannot be mastered through hard work, but requires chance and experience. If you want to master the sword intent, then you need to relax your spirit, hold your own sword in your hand and learn your own path. Enlightened. Experience. Hearing this, Ron frowned, and his expression became a little ugly at this moment. Not for anything else, because he is very clear that the so-called comprehension is to see how his own understanding is. This also means that this thing is different from Zontai, and what it pursues is a spiritual breakthrough. And being on the island, Ron didn't think he could complete enlightenment in a short time. For a moment, Ron looked at Golden Lion and said, Golden Lion, what kind of sword intent do you have? Let it out and let me see, I'll try to see if I can comprehend it. Hearing this, Golden Lion smiled lightly. He understood what Ron meant. With the help of the suppression of his own sword intent, he can comprehend the sword intent. But the possibility of such a thing succeeding is too low, not even many chances. After all, many people had similar thoughts in the past, but they all ended in failure. But Ron wanted to try, and Golden Lion would not refuse. After all, if you don't hit the south wall and don't look back, if you don't let him understand that tricks are not enough, then the latter will definitely not learn the sword intent step by step. Good. With a promise, Golden Lion immediately released his sword intent. In an instant, Ron felt creepy. Although Golden Lion didn't do anything, he could still feel the creeps. Not only that, this kind of senses became more and more acute under the blessing of knowledge, which made him feel even more uncomfortable in his heart. Little devil, my sword intent is to kill. After the old man realized the sword intent of killing, he killed more than 10,000 pirates in 3 years before he achieved great success. Taking a full view of Ron's reaction, Golden Lion raised his mouth and said, how about it, can you take the opportunity to comprehend it? No. Shaking his head, Ron lost his sense. When he realized the sword intent, he had tried it more than once. It's a pity that he couldn't comprehend it, and the so-called killing sword intent didn't mean to integrate into himself at all. Even if he opened the blood wheel eye, it would be effective. Sure enough, with the corner of his mouth raised, Golden Lion restrained his sword intent, and said, boy, let's study hard. This thing is not cutting iron, you can't master it by tricks. After speaking, Golden Lion turned around and planned to leave. Advertisement. Wait. However, Ron didn't let Golden Lion leave just like that. Picking up a wooden sword and throwing it to Golden Lion, Ron said with full fighting spirit, Golden Lion, let's fight medically. Fighting with hockey and swordsmanship, I need pressure to improve my chopping and hockey. Hearing this, Golden Lion was slightly taken aback. I really didn't expect Ron to choose to give up the sword intent study so quickly. Although he was a little astonished, the admiration in his eyes was even stronger. As he said before, the comprehension of sword intent requires experience and comprehension. It is difficult to comprehend the meaning of the sword by studying hard and practicing hard. Ron made the decision to switch to hockey immediately, which is indeed a strong heart. Thinking of this, Golden Lion grinned and said, come on. Since you asked for advice sincerely, the old man will give you advice. As he said that, Golden Lion shook his hand, and armament hockey instantly covered the wooden sword. Quote. Seeing this, Ron didn't hesitate, armed with a wooden sword covered in color, and slashed at the Golden Lion without hesitation. Good job. Regarding this, Golden Lion smiled lightly, and held his sword to meet him. Jung. In an instant, Ron and Golden Lion were fighting together. In a short period of time, the two have played against each other hundreds of times. The strange thing is that the swordsmanship competition between the two is not even close. Especially the Shinigami chopping technique inherited by Ron, which is a killing technique in the true sense. In the case of not using sword skills, even the Golden Lion dare not slack off. Monster. This kid is really a monster. As the battle continued, Golden Lion became more and more frightened. In his opinion, Ron's hockey is barely enough, even the little Chengdu has not been achieved in the true sense. But Ron's chopping technique is also extremely terrifying. Over time, it was like going through countless life and death trials before proceeding. This also led to the fact that even if he is a little careless, Golden Lion may be injured. Under such circumstances, Golden Lion also became completely serious. As time passed, the battle between Ron and Golden Lion reached a fever pitch. Click. Suddenly, a broken sound resounded. The battle between Golden Lion and Ron came to an abrupt end. Following the prestige, one could see that the wooden sword in Ron's hand had exploded. Even the armed cover can't bear it. Seeing this situation, Ron was dumbfounded. Looking at the wooden sword with only the hilt left, he looked at Golden Lion helplessly for a while and said, Golden Lion, have you strengthened your own armor? Advertisement. No, not at all. Shaking his head, Golden Lion scattered the armed color on the wooden sword, threw it to Ron and said, it's because your armed color is too rough, and you haven't used it enough. If it was your knife, it would be able to bear it, but the wooden sword can't do everything, and it will naturally break. I generally know about your arm status. It's a small success stage, but it's not a small success in the true sense. The next thing you need to practice is to control the armed color to an extremely fine level. When you successfully master the micro level, then the armed color can be regarded as a small success in the true sense. I see. Is it too scattered and uncohesive? Nodding thoughtfully, Ron didn't care about the existence of the Golden Lion, and walked aside with the 237 wooden sword and began to cover it with armed colors. Zizi, this guy is really a monster. A true fighting genius, but also a different kind of swordsmanship genius. Taking a panoramic view of this scene, Golden Lion smiled indifferently, turned around and left. He is also repairing his injuries during this time. With Ron's treatment, the hidden diseases and hidden wounds in his body have been healed in 7s and 80s. But after being imprisoned for so many years, Golden Lion also understands the serious decline in his own strength. After the initial period of indulgence, he also started rehabilitation exercises. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Ron flicked the wooden sword, and armed forces swept out to cover it instantly. Unlike a month ago, which was only covered and displayed, this time the armed color has completely invaded the interior of the wooden sword. Even a trace of sawdust has been covered by the armed color. Under such circumstances, Ron summoned Hirinmaru without hesitation. Cut. Without hesitation, Hirinmaru slashed at the wooden sword. Jung. The flames splashed, and the wooden sword vibrated violently several times, but it was not broken and still maintained its original appearance. It's done. At the micro level, my weaponry has become so small. The corner of his mouth raised, and Ron scattered the armed color covering the wooden sword. In the next second, the wooden sword exploded directly, and countless sawdust scattered on the ground and piled up together. But Ron didn't care. After his armed color has been upgraded, this sword has no meaning anymore. And during the battle with Golden Lion during this period, his strength has also been improved to a certain extent. It's almost time to leave. Taking a deep breath, Ron looked up at the woods not far away. Without any hesitation, he put away Hirinmaru and walked straight over. In no time, Ron had grown up living in the area. Glancing at the tree house where he lived for several months, Ron walked aside and said, "Golden Lion, I should go." Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground resounded. Immediately afterwards, the closed door opened, and a somewhat violent Golden Lion walked out of it. Chapter 68. The farewell. Before leaving, Golden Lion tells about the distinction of the Emperor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After a few months, the Golden Lion's aura was more than 10 times stronger than when it came out of Impel down. Unlike Ron's own limit, which is the Vice Admiral level, Golden Lion's limit is the 4 Emperors level, and even within the 4 Emperors level it is a front existence. Before, it was because he had been imprisoned for so many years, and even had secret injuries piled up. But because of Ron's holy light healing, the hidden wounds and hidden diseases in his body were directly repaired in 7s and 80s. This also caused Golden Lion to become more and more powerful after recovery. Little ghost, are you really leaving? Taking a complicated look at Ron, Golden Lion felt a little bit reluctant. After getting along for more than 3 months, Golden Lion was just to fulfill his promise at first. But as they get along longer, Ron continues to help him heal his injuries, and Golden Lion recognizes his existence in his heart. Now suddenly Ron is going to leave. To be honest, he is still quite reluctant. Old Lion, why do you have to act like a son and daughter? I've learned what I have to learn and it's time to leave and go for it. After all, you also said that the sword intent requires comprehension and experience. Laughing, Ron also highly approves of Golden Lion. During these 3 months, although he didn't have a teacher, Golden Lion gave him meticulous guidance. In the past 3 months, his real gains are not Shin Tai Li and armed sex Xiaochang. The biggest gain is actual combat experience, whether it is combat experience, training experience or others. Golden Lion has almost no reservations about his advice. Even from him, Ron also learned Conqueror's winding skills. Of course, that's just a skill. Ron's Conqueror's has just awakened, and he hasn't cultivated to ultimate, so it's impossible to achieve the Overlord Entanglement. Conqueror's Entanglement is also exclusive to the Emperor-level powerhouse. After Ron has learned the skills, as long as the Conqueror's reaches the standard in the future, he can practice directly. All right. Nodding his head, Golden Lion didn't hold anything back, but said solemnly, in that case, it's about time for me to go to New World. 4 Emperors, I want to see how the other 3 are doing except Whitebeard. Speaking of this, Golden Lion's eyes were full of fighting spirit. After all, he was the legendary great pirate in the past, and now there is a 4 Emperors suppressing New World. How could he be inferior to others? Old Lion, how has your strength recovered? Nothing stopped. Ron knew that the Golden Lion was going to the New World sooner or later. Different from the original, he didn't exist in the original book. Even though Golden Lion escaped from prison, his hidden illness and hidden injury directly led to his cripplement. Advertisement. The Golden Lion and Conqueror's Haki in the original book are all abolished, and the Japanese swordsmanship is less than 10 times that of its heyday. The only thing that can still be sold is lion fruit. It's a pity that he met Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates who were hanging on the wall, and they couldn't avoid the fate of failing and entering Impel down again. But now it's different. Because of Ron's relationship, Golden Lion's hidden injuries and hidden diseases have been repaired, and even his own strength has not declined, but is still recovering rapidly. In this way, Golden Lion does have the confidence to compete in the New World. It has returned to the Imperial level. Smiling lightly, Golden Lion waved his hand, and the earth trembled instantly. Accompanied by the explosion of the soil, lions with condensed heads roared around him. At this moment, the Golden Lion is exposed like the real Lion King Haki. Is it Imperial? A flash of longing flashed in his eyes, and Ron asked, Golden Lion, there is a difference between high and low Imperial ranks, right? Tell me about it. I'm really nice. Although read the original. But Ron didn't know much either. Especially among Quasi-Admiral, General level, Admiral, and Vice President. In the original book, it seems that the combat power is extremely vague. No problem. Laughing, Golden Lion looked at Ron indifferently and said, the current system is almost divided according to the rank of Marine. But actually it wasn't like that in our day. But you don't need to know the system of the old era. Having said that, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Golden Lion's eyes. But soon, he came back to his senses and continued. The marine system, after reaching the elite vice admiral, is actually rather vague. Quasi-admiral, general emperor, these two actually belong to the lower ranks of the emperor. I call them the deputy emperor. The ranks of the emperor are divided into upper and lower levels, and each stage is divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced. I see. After listening to the Golden Lion's narration, Ron suddenly realized and nodded. No wonder the quasi-admiral and general level combat power after surpassing vice admiral in the original book are blurred. Co-authoring this thing itself is actually at the same level. They are both at the Emperor's deputy level, but there is a difference between the upper and lower, so it is impossible for the fight between the two to decide the winner in a short time. What about the Empress Dowager? Surprised, Ron looked at Golden Lion and asked. After the Emperor's deputy is the Emperor level, which includes the so-called Admiral, 4 Emperors. Without hiding it, Golden Lion spoke directly. Advertisement. Emperor level is also divided into high and low. What I know is divided into 3 stages. The lower Emperor level, the middle Emperor level and the upper Emperor level. For example, the Marine Admiral Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru the 3 of them are at the stage of the next Emperor. The current 4 Emperors Kaido, Big Mom, and Gooks are at the middle Emperor level. Whitebeard, Garp, me, Red Earl, we belong to the upper Emperor stage when we were at our peak. Hiss. After listening to Golden Lion's narration, Ron couldn't help taking a breath. There are actually 3 stages in this royal class. In this way, Marine Admiral is also a royal class, but it is just a lower royal class at the lower end of the food chain. Of course, don't look at the fact that the lower Emperor rank is at the bottom of the Emperor rank food chain. But in fact, it surpasses 99% of the people in the world. Moreover, Marine Admiral is Logia. Once Logia Awakening is activated, the short-term increase in combat power will definitely be close to that of 4 Emperors. No, old lion. Suddenly, Ron frowned and said, if that's the case, why were we able to escape from Kizaru, Sengoku and Garp before? At that time, my power burst limit did not reach the Emperor level at all, and I was stuck at the Emperor's assistant level. That's something Ron was really curious about. After all, according to the Golden Lion, one Kizaru was enough to stop them from breaking out at that time. Not to mention the existence of Garp and Sengoku. Yes and no. Hearing this, Golden Lion smiled slightly. Looking at Ron playfully, he said, because none of the 3 guys used their full strength before. The fight between the strong does not happen overnight, and no one will fight like you. You are Haki, but you only have 1 skill. If I didn't exist, you would have been taken back. But thanks to your direct ult, I was able to use this opportunity to drive Garp and Sengoku into Tianhai. Garp is okay, but Sengoku is a demon fruit power. Once it enters the sea it will lose its power. In addition, there are countless sea kings under Impel down, which restrained Garp and had to give up the pursuit. As for that Kizaru, that kid was a cunning back then, and he's no exception now. Even if you and I have lost most of our strength, we still have the ability to fight to the death. That's why Kizaru stopped pursuing and gave you and me a chance to evacuate. I see. Nodding suddenly, Ron was terrified at the moment. Fine. Fortunately, his recklessness succeeded. Otherwise, as Golden Lion said, both of them would be arrested. With his crime of killing Sphinx, Domino and Magellan, I am afraid that Marine will kill him without hesitation. Advertisement. Correct. Suddenly, Golden Lion seemed to think of something, glanced at Ron and continued. In fact, there is a special realm, that is the ultimate Emperor level. According to what I know, my old captain, Cross, was at the extreme king level. Besides, Whitebeard, Garp and Roger have all entered this level. This realm is already the limit of the world. Unfortunately Cross and Roger are dead, Garp and Whitebeard are already old, it is impossible to exert their strength at that stage. Extreme King. There was a flash of heat in his eyes. Ron looked at Golden Lion with piercing eyes and asked, what about you? Have you not reached your limit? Little ghost, your curiosity is too heavy. His complexion turned dark, and Golden Lion immediately yelled, do you think that the ultimate king can enter casually with Chinese cabbage? Looking at the distraught Golden Lion, embarrassment flashed in Ron's eyes. Indeed, with the proud personality of the Golden Lion, if he has also entered the stage of the ultimate king, how can he not show it off? Ahem. With a light cough, Ron looked at Golden Lion and said, Golden Lion, I actually know how to repair your own injuries. Your internal injuries have recovered 7 to 88 under my treatment, and the remaining ones are beyond my ability to heal. But if you find an op fruit capable user, with his power, you can completely repair part of your internal injuries. The most important thing is that op fruit, good Li Hao ability users can help you repair your head, the rudder, and your broken legs. In this way, your strength will not only recover to the upper Emperor level, but at least you can recover to the middle Emperor level. Op fruit ability. Hearing this, Golden Lion's eyes lit up, and he was quite excited at the moment. Being able to fully recover, it is naturally impossible for him, the Golden Lion, to be willing to be disabled like this. And as Ron said, swordsmanship with legs is indeed not as good as two-handed swordsmanship. Once his own defects are repaired, not only his strength will be greatly improved, but even the lost great swordsman realm can be recovered. Kid, do you know where Op fruit is? Almost instantly, Golden Lion asked. He can't wait. As long as he knows where the fruit-capable person in his hand is, he will definitely do whatever it takes to get it to help him restore his glory. No some. Glancing at Golden Lion, Ron said, I heard before I was arrested that Marine would spend 5 billion Baileys to buy Op fruit from North Blue. Unfortunately, Marine failed, and the Op fruit was captured in advance. Then Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family led the people into the island and killed all of them. So, demon fruit power is either hiding in North Blue, or it is within the Don Quixote family. However, I think the biggest possibility lies in North Blue, otherwise it's impossible that there won't be any information about Op fruit capable people. Chapter 69 Capital of Seven Waters, Weasel Trap. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ron knew that Op fruit was in Ro's hands. But he didn't know exactly where Luo was now. Although Lilo did start from North Blue in the original book, who knows where he is hiding now. The most important thing is that Golden Lion has undergone a butterfly change because of himself, so will the plot in the original book be changed? It was because of such concerns that Ron told the Golden Lion about Doflamingo. It's best if there is no change. Luo is hiding in North Blue to practice. But if that changes, the one most likely to get Op fruit is Doflamingo. Like this. Nodding thoughtfully, Golden Lion said decisively, I see. If Op fruit really exists, then no matter who the owner is, I will find him. North Blue, I am indeed going there. There are still some things that need to be dealt with. Having said this, a cold light flashed in Golden Lion's eyes. Although he didn't say much, Ron knew that this guy was not only looking for Op fruit capable users, but also had other purposes. But Ron didn't ask. This was Golden Lion's own business, and he didn't intend to interfere. Thinking of this, Ron looked at Golden Lion and said, Golden Lion, don't kill those Op fruit capable people. This guy is the strongest healer in the world. If you find him, it's more valuable to recruit him than to kill him. Certainly. With a cold snort, Golden Lion said proudly, are you a fool if you're an old man? Op fruit is not only the strongest healer, but also able to perform immortality surgery after awakening. Once the old man finds him, then the old man will be able to live forever. Hearing this, Ron fell silent. Immortality surgery. At the beginning, Ron didn't believe it at all. After all, how could there be such 977 surgeries? But follow the 5 elders who lived for hundreds of years in the original book. Proclaims the truth and fact of the surgery for immortality. As a result, even Ron himself had some desires in his heart. But his desire is not as strong as that of Golden Lion and others. After all, he is a man with a system, and he can get things from all worlds when he signs in. Maybe at that time, there will be an immortal ability, or a baby. Good luck then. After recovering, Ron looked at Golden Lion and said, Old Lion, I'm going first. Remember, don't die in New World, I won't collect your body. After finishing speaking, Ron didn't linger, and with a thought, he directly summoned Angel Jiu. Advertisement. In the next second, 6 pure white wings exuding light gold appeared behind Ron. After this period of development, Ron has a stronger grasp of Zone Phantom Beast Angel form. From the original 2 wings to the 6 wings, the overall increase has also increased by 4 times. After entering this angelic state, his strength has reached the level of General Y. The angel's wings flapped, Ron's figure soared into the sky, and then quickly disappeared into the clouds. This brat. Golden Lion shook his head, glanced at the direction Ron was leaving, and murmured, Little brat, don't die. Marine will not let go of an existence with great potential like you. Although it is dangerous, if you can bear it, then the future will definitely belong to your era. After a long time, Golden Lion came back to his senses. With a wave of his hand, the islands at an altitude of 10,000 meters began to move, aiming at North Blue. Grand Line. City of Seven Waters. Taking advantage of the darkness, Ron's figure descended from the sky and entered the island. However, he did not appear in the town, but landed in the woods behind the mountain. An hour later, Ron came out of the woods. Looking at the brightly lit 7-water capital under the cliff, a cold glow bloomed in his eyes and said, It's finally here. Weasel, it's time to settle our accounts. Trying to make me a mortal enemy again and again, it's time for you to pay for it. After speaking, Ron jumped into the city of the 7 Waters. Immediately, Ron came to a gorgeous villa. After entering it, Ron directly completed the operation of robbing the rich and helping the poor. After picking up some Baileys, Ron went straight to buying some new clothes. Immediately afterwards, he went to the tavern for dinner. He randomly found a tavern and entered it. After ordering some food, Ron took the wine and drank it. Have you heard? The newly appointed Marine Base Commander, Weasel, has captured another batch of pirates. I heard that there are many great pirates with bounties exceeding tens of millions. In the tavern, the people sat and chatted together, and they all praised the Weasel. After all, since Weasel took office, the number of pirates in the water capital has dropped to the limit. This is a good thing for the people living here. TCH, that Weasel guy is a black-hearted bastard. Suddenly, A disdainful voice resounded. Following the prestige, several people could be seen sitting there, gnashing their teeth and saying, that guy is not human at all. It's fine to capture pirates and send them to Annie's lobby, but that guy also captured a lot of civilians. Advertisement. Yeah, too many people in the slums were caught by him, and they were publicized as pirates, but they are actually the people born and raised in our capital of Seven Waters. Listening to the narration of this group of people, Ron roughly understood what was going on at this moment. According to the narration of this group of people, after the weasel was relegated to this place, he began to frantically catch pirates and go to the world government to claim credit. But obviously, this weasel was not reconciled to this, so he turned over the poor people in the capital of Seven Waters as pirates. If I remember correctly, Annie's lobby Nene is dominated by the Spandam guy. It was mentioned in the original book that this guy is also an extremely greedy person. And this guy has a backstage, his father seems to be a senior official of the world government. Muttering inwardly, Ron's eyes shone coldly. Let alone Spandam, after all, this guy is in the Annie's lobby. But the weasel's behavior also made Ron feel extremely uncomfortable. After all, the mouse manipulated the pirates in order to make money. CBAH, and now the weasels use the lives of the poor as a ladder in order to get promoted and get rich. Even people in the capital of Seven Waters now know it, but who dares to say it? Who dares to speak? After all, the weasels are still Marine Vice Admiral, and their power and strength are not something they can match. Little brother, you seem familiar, I seem to have seen you somewhere. A gust of fragrant wind rushed towards his face. Ron frowned subconsciously, and a woman in sexy clothes with wavy red lips was staring straight at him. Who are you? Glancing at the woman, Ron didn't change his face. Regarding his reward order, Ron had already known about it from the Golden Lion a long time ago. Because of this, he understood exactly what the latter was referring to. But Ron was not afraid. He came here today to kill people, and he didn't care if his identity was leaked. I'm just a poor man. Smiling slightly, the woman winked at Ron charmingly, then leaned forward and said, little brother, why don't we communicate in another place? There is a hotel not far away, and the equipment is very complete. No need. Ron frowned, rather disgusted. Although this woman is indeed sexy, full of the charm of a mature woman. But Ron could tell at a glance that this woman was not a good person. In particular, there is a hint of fragrance mixed in the perfume, which obviously does not belong to women, but a special smell that only belongs to women. So this woman seems to be passionate, but there is definitely another side that is unknown. This type of woman, from Ron's experience of reading countless novels, is undoubtedly a big problem. Giggle. Rejected by Ron, the woman was visibly taken aback. But soon she laughed along with it, and sat directly on Ron's lap. Ignoring the salivating gazes of countless men around him, he leaned into Ron's ear and said, the son of the evil god with a reward of 800 million. Advertisement. I'm Lena, the captain of the Black Rose Pirates, and I want to cooperate with you on something. The target is the weasel. She's dealing with weasels. Frowning, Ron glanced at Lena, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Why should I cooperate with you? I can do things alone. Hearing this, Lena frowned. She felt that Ron in front of her was a little arrogant. After all, the weasel is not a simple character, it is Marine Vice Admiral, and its own strength is far above Vice Admiral. However, thinking of the bounty offered by Ron and the story of him escaping from prison and killing Magellan, Lena also frowned. Immediately afterwards, Lena stuck her whole body in his arms and said, Your Excellency Ron, weasels are not easy. Besides currying favor with the world government, his actions with such a great fanfare are also aimed at luring you to show up. There are a large number of CP9, CP and marine powerhouses lurking in the capital of the Seven Waters. The capital of the Seven Waters is a trap set for you, in order to arrest or even kill you. Hearing this, Ron's heart sank. He didn't doubt Lena's words in front of him. When he entered the capital of Seven Waters, he did feel the aura fluctuations of some strong men. It's just that he didn't think so much at the time, and now it seems that all of this was prepared for himself. Interesting. With a flash of light in his eyes, Ron looked at Lena and said, Okay, but I have to eat first. No problem. After receiving the answer, Lena was also extremely happy at the moment. He got off Ron and sat down beside him, picked up a jug of wine and said, Well, then I'll have a few drinks with you. In this regard, Ron did not refuse. Meanwhile, Ron's order came. Ignoring the existence that was coveted by countless men, he directly turned into a cooker and cooked rice crazily. There is nothing to eat in that island with Golden Lion, almost all beasts. Half an hour later, Ron finished his meal, ignored the people in the tavern, and followed Lena directly towards the hotel. Opened a room, Ron and Lena entered Chen. Click. The door was closed, and a cold light bloomed quietly. The temperature in the whole room dropped suddenly. Ron held Hiranmaru on Lena's neck, and said indifferently, Tell me, everything you know. You. Feeling the biting chill on her neck, Lena shuddered and looked at Ron with a hint of fear. It never occurred to her that the latter really ignored her own charm. And as soon as she entered the room, she drew her sword directly, without giving her any chance to react. With the knife resting on her neck, Lena was shocked and angry inside, but she didn't dare to neglect. I said. Chapter 70 Lena's information, the weasel goes to sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Facing death, Lena completely panicked. Regardless of other things, Lena quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, I really don't have any bad thoughts about you. The reason why I came to you is because I know the hatred between you and the weasel. The newspaper has already reported the grievances between you and the weasel squirrel lineage. Hearing this, Ron nodded. He knew about it, and it was published by Morgan's news agency. Although there are some speculations and exaggerations in it, it is true on the whole. Thinking of this, Ron looked at Lena and said, then why did you ask me to cooperate? World government, Marine are all looking for me. You just need to tell Marine about my whereabouts, and you should be able to get a big reward. Hearing this, Lena's eyes flashed with confusion, and then she gritted her teeth and said, I'm a pirate, how could first report to Marine? My goal, like yours, is to kill the weasel. Oh. Frowning, Ron looked at Lena appreciatively. Immediately afterwards, he put away Hiremaru, walked aside, sat down and said, tell me specifically. Call. Seeing this situation, Lena breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being held on the neck with a knife is really terrible. Taking a complicated look at Ron sitting there, Lena explained, I was born in the capital of Seven Waters. My family is not so rich, but from a poor area. Not long ago I went on a sea trip, but when I came back, I found my parents, uncles and relatives in the village had been killed. My younger brother is only 5 years old, he is only 5 years old, and he was wrong to become a pirate, and he became a meritorious achievement for the weasel to be promoted. Having said that, Lena's emotions are clearly getting out of control. Although he didn't have much strength, the killing intent he escaped from was extremely strong. I see. To this, Ron nodded, then said, I'll take care of the weasel thing. You don't need to be involved, leaving here is the best choice for you. Lena is just an ordinary woman, in Ron's eyes, she has nothing but beauty. The most important thing is that her relatives are all dead, if she acts with her, she will definitely die too. After all, the grievances between Ron and Marine cannot be resolved and will only intensify. No. Regarding this, Lena shook her head firmly, looked at Ron and said, although I don't have enough strength, I was born and bred in the capital of Seven Waters. I can help you gather intel on Marine, world government deployments. At the same time, I can also help you find the area where the weasel is. So, Lord Ron, please allow me to be your eyes and ears. As she spoke, Lena stepped forward and knelt down on one knee, with her head bowed and her face extremely solemn. Information. Advertisement. Glancing thoughtfully at Lena, Ron fell into deep thought. Although his own strength has been improved to a certain extent, he also understands that he has not reached the point where he is not afraid of everything. If Marine and the world government set him up here, then it would not be a problem for him to escape with his current strength, but it would be very difficult to kill the weasel. But if he has enough information to find a chance to go one-on-one with the weasel, then Ron is still very sure. I see. After pondering for a while, Ron looked at Lena and said, I agree to your request. But you only need to help me find information, and you don't need to intervene in the rest of the matter. After this incident, you and I don't know each other. Grown-ups. He glanced at Ron with emotion. Lena understands that Ron's seemingly ruthless words are actually protecting herself. After all, once it is known that she is the companion of the son of the evil god, even her subordinates will be targeted and arrested by Marine. Thinking of this, Lena stood up and said, My lord, then I will take my leave first. My lord, please wait for my news. I will get all the information clearly within 3 days. After finishing speaking, Lena didn't linger, she turned around and left the room after bowing to Ron. Ron didn't care about this. Watching Lena leave, he did not continue to stay here. Leaving the room through the window, Ron went straight to live in a hotel diagonally opposite. Here, he can see all the movements of the previous residents. Although the latter wanted to cooperate with him, Ron would not trust a stranger casually because he was a strange woman. After all, countless lessons from previous lives told him that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. After a night of nothing, Ron woke up at noon the next day. Walking to the street and buying a mask to cover his face, Ron started walking towards the Marine branch base. Although Lena said that she would get the information she needed. But Ron still believed in himself. Compared with trusting the other party, it was obviously safer to inquire by himself. For 2 days in a row, Ron has basically figured out the situation of the Marine branch in the capital of Seven Waters. Not surprisingly, the entire Marine team in the capital of Seven Waters has deteriorated. As the weasel's intention to seek refuge with the world government became clear, the Marines under its command were obviously also deceived. Under such circumstances, Marines are dispatched in large quantities. In addition to catching the pirates who were extremely rare, most of them went to those remote areas outside the towns to slaughter villages. All this, Ron saw it but didn't help. He doesn't think he is the Holy Mother. As an Avenger, it is his greatest advantage to be in the dark now. But if you rescue it, even if you destroy it, there is a risk of exposure. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Ron was about to go downstairs when he saw Lena walking towards the hotel where he lived before. Come yet. Seeing this, Ron narrowed his eyes slightly. He was relieved by his knowledge, and after making sure that no one was following Lena, he walked towards the hotel. Advertisement. Soon, Ron and Lena joined in the previous room. Grown-ups. Glancing at Ron, who took off his mask, Lena bowed and said, "I've got the information I want. In 3 days, Weasel will personally escort a group of pirates to Annie's lobby for trial. According to the information I got, the Weasel will not bring too many people this time. There are rumors that he seems to be sending devil fruit to the chief of Annie's lobby." 3 days later, Annie's lobby. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and the murderous intent surged in Ron's heart. This is indeed a good opportunity. If it is at sea, the possibility of Marine wanting to ambush himself is very low. Thinking of this, Ron looked at Gulina and said, "I see. I'll be there in 3 days." After speaking, Ron turned around and was about to leave. Grown-ups. However, before Ron left, Lena also grabbed his hand suddenly, and said with affection in her eyes, "I joined the intelligence department of Happy Street. I didn't betray my lord's information, but I have no choice in the future either. So, I hope that my lord can grant me one wish." Happy Street. Is it the power of the underground queen? Looking at Lena thoughtfully, Ron understood how she knew such secret information. Joy Queen Stussy, she is one of the 6 underground kings. The Happy Street under its control is the largest red light district in the world. Asking for flowers. In addition, Stussy controls an extremely large intelligence agency. But the secretly selling information is only to cover up her true identity as CP0, as an undercover agent of the world government. What do you want me to do? Returning to his senses, Ron opened his mouth in confusion. My lord, don't talk. Before Ron could continue speaking, Lena blocked his mouth. In an instant, thunder struck the ground. Accompanied by a wave of shaking, Ron also completed his transformation from a boy to a man. In the evening, Ron glanced at Lena, who was sleeping there, turned around and left the room. He hadn't thought that this was what Lena's so-called request was. However, he also expressed his understanding and joined the situation of Happy Street. The things she cherishes will become meaningless, and sometimes she herself is the biggest bargaining chip in exchange for information. And as Ron left, Lena also woke up. Seeing the blooming blood, she cut off the sheet and put it in her arms, then left the hotel in a stumbling manner. Advertisement. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. On this day, the Weasel in the Marine branch came out in high spirits. Point 0. Weasel Vice Admiral. Weasel Vice Admiral. Seeing the figure of the Weasel, the Marines in the branch base all bowed and saluted. But the Weasel didn't take it seriously, his whole face was gloomy and proud. He was not in a good mood, but he looked down on Marine in front of him. Master Weasel. At this time, a Marine hurriedly came to the Weasel, bowed and saluted. My lord, the warship is ready. We're ready to go to Annie's lobby anytime. Well. Nodding his head, the Weasel looked at the Marine and said, have all those pirate prisoners been brought in? It's been arranged. Grinning, Marine nodded cryptically at the Weasel, and then whispered, there will be absolutely no problems. All of them have bounties on them. Nodding in satisfaction, the Weasel patted Marine on the shoulder and said, well done. After this incident, you will be my adjutant. Let's go. Send those heinous people to Annie's lobby as soon as possible. Yes, Lord Weasel. Marine followed the Weasel excitedly. Weasel is Marine Vice Admiral. If he can become his adjutant, he will definitely reach the sky in one step. At this moment, the man feels satisfied with his knowledge of the times. What happened to being a dog? After completing the leap of class, they are no longer just ordinary sailors. This is an opportunity that many people will never get in their lifetime. Half an hour later, Weasel landed on his warship, looked at the densely packed prisoners on the deck, and a trace of satisfaction and wolfishness flashed in his eyes. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the Weasel gave the order without hesitation. Yes, yes. For a moment, the Marines on the warship moved quickly. After a while, the huge warship left the port and headed towards Annie's lobby. It's just that the Weasel and the Marine didn't notice that among the prisoners on the deck, many people's eyes were cold and piercing. This group of people squatted together, looked at the flying squirrel from time to time, and discussed in a low voice. Everyone, this time it is unsuccessful. Yes, we are all victims of this incident, and you should also know what it will be like to let it continue. This time, only our relatives and friends who assassinate him can survive, son. Chapter 71 The Weasel Assassination Project, The Terrifying Fruit of Blood. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Interesting. There are still people. When this group of people was plotting, the corner of Ron's mouth, who was dressed as a Marine soldier on the deck not far away, drew a playful look. Only from Lena giving him information, Ron did not hesitate at all, and sneaked into Marine that afternoon. Relying on the illusion of the blood wheel eye, he easily joined Marine. At the same time, with the help of illusion and Bailey's existence, he quickly bribed a colonel in charge of the warship. This also led to Ron blending in easily. Originally, he planned to wait for the ship to sail out to sea and stay away from the area of the capital of Seven Waters before doing it. But he never expected that he was not the only one with such a purpose. The prisoners held on this warship actually wanted to attack the Weasel. And judging from the conversations of the dozen or so people, their strength shouldn't be too bad. Otherwise, it is impossible to dare to do such a thing. In that case, I will give you a chance first. It's fine if you can succeed, but if you fail, you might be able to lure out the people in the dark. Muttering to himself, Ron went straight to the side and continued to stand guard. Although based on his knowledge, there were no problems or ambushes inside or outside the entire warship. But Ron didn't think it would be so simple. After all, Lena had already said before that the reason why this weasel acted so high-profilely in the capital of Seven Waters was not only because of the 957 to curry favor with senior officials of the world government. The most important thing is to use the existence of the weasel to attract himself, so as to encircle himself. Therefore, since someone is willing to investigate for himself first, he is naturally extremely willing. Under such circumstances, the warship advanced rapidly, and soon left the scope of the capital of Seven Waters. Seeing that the surrounding sea became wider and wider, there were no more islands. For a while, the atmosphere in the entire warship became somewhat depressed. Do it! Kill the damn Marines! Suddenly, a loud shout broke the tranquility of the warship. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that the dozen or so people who discussed before made a move. In just an instant, the 30 or so guards Marine who were close to where those guys were directly beheaded. Ob, killed. No, don't kill me. For a moment, the prisoners on the ground panicked. One by one looked at the dozen or so people in fear, while a group of people huddled together and trembled. Looking at the dozen or so people, it was like seeing the fear of a demon. Apparently, these so-called pirate prisoners were actually poor people who had been captured to fill their numbers. Seeing this situation, a tingle of pain flashed in the eyes of the dozen or so people. After all, their purpose is to kill the weasel and Marine to rescue these guys. But now, this group of guys actually looked at them like this, it really made people feel like they really fed the dogs. Advertisement. Presumptuous. What are you bitches doing? At this moment, the surrounding Marines also reacted. A large number of Marines gathered in the area of the arena, pointing their muskets directly at the dozen or so people. Especially the Marine in the lead. At this moment, his eyes were about to burst and he said, "Damn pirates, you dare to resist. Come on, shoot me and kill him. Yes, yes." Hearing this, Marine on the side didn't hesitate, and shot at the dozen or so people without hesitation. Quote. However, in the face of the attacking bullets, the dozen or so people did not have any fear. Only a low shout was heard, and a dozen people rushed out like mad rabbits. Twisting and turning, he avoided the bullet attack. Immediately afterwards, a dozen people directly rushed into the Marine team. For a time, heart-piercing screams resounded continuously. The body of a Marine can be seen crashing to the ground. There are still many Marines and even corpses that are incomplete. There are 3 zone demon fruit power among those 10 people. At this moment, they turned into half-human, half-beast appearances, and Marines with strength below the Commodore level were not even their single-handed enemies and would be beheaded. Damn it! Damn it! Seeing this situation, the leader Marine panicked. He never expected that his subordinates could not do anything to the dozen or so people in front of them. Not only that, as his subordinates continued to die, he could clearly feel that the eyes of the dozen or so people had locked on him. Escape. I have to find Vice Admiral the Weasel. Almost instantly, the man turned around and ran towards the front of the deck, shouting urgently, "Vice Admiral, Weasel, save me. If you want to go, leave it to me." Seeing this situation, one of the humanoid leopards rushed out. In the next second, his figure appeared behind the Marine. As soon as the black tiger pulled out his heart, he took out his heart and crushed it. So far, hundreds of Marines in the arena have all been wiped out. At this moment, a burst of powerful footsteps came. Looking at the reputation, we can see that the Weasel led an elite team of 15 people to come forward. "It's you who are making trouble here." Glancing at the dozen or so people in the arena, Weasel frowned and said, "It's just a bunch of little characters I don't know. Who gave you the guts to come and make trouble on my warship? You even concealed the identity of demon fruit power, you really took great pains." Advertisement. It was said that more than a dozen people were also gathered together at this moment. Staring fixedly at the Weasel, the leader gritted his teeth and said, "Weasel, today is your death day. The capital of the Seven Waters has become like this because of you. You are such a bastard who cares about human life, we will never let you leave this place alive." Hearing this, the Weasel laughed. Glancing at the dozen or so people, he raised his hand and said, "It's up to you. A bunch of Commodore-level trash, and they only got to this point with the help of Devil Fruit, what right do they have to shout in front of me? Come here, take them all down for me. There are more than a dozen demon fruit powers. If you capture them and send them to Annie's lobby, it must be a great achievement." Yes. Hearing this, the 15 Marines beside the Weasel stepped forward. In the next second, those 15 people pulled out the knives at their waists one after another. With armament hockey covered, the black blade casts a dark glow in the sunlight. Quote. No nonsense, a Marine rushed out with a knife. As soon as this person moved, the 14 people behind him followed closely behind. In an instant, 15 figures attacked the dozen or so demon fruit powers. "Brothers, kill them. These guys don't die, we can't do anything to the Weasel at all." Seeing this situation, Yin's zone ability user let out a loud cry. Immediately afterwards, he rushed out to meet him. And as he moves, the people behind him follow closely behind. In the next second, more than 40 figures were fighting together in the arena. Although the 15 Marines are all Rear Admiral level, and have mastered the basic armament hockey. But its opponents are not weak either. Those dozen or so demon fruit powers are at least at the level of pirates offering a bounty of over 100 million. This also led to an extremely fierce fight between the two sides. Whether it is Marine or ability users, there are constant casualties. But overall, Marines' cooperation is more tacit. This also led to the rapid death of those capable users. In just 10 minutes, only 5 capable people survived. But their opponents didn't have a good time either. 8 of the 15 Marines died, and the remaining 7 were wounded all over their bodies. Is there no backup? At the flagpole, Ron looked at the 5 ability users who were still alive with a complicated expression. He thought that this group of guys dared to ambush the weasel because they had some whole cards. But now it seems that I have overestimated. These dozen or so people don't have any whole cards, and it is even impossible for them to be the opponents of Weasel. But they still chose to come, not to assassinate the Weasel, but to bet their own lives. Presumptuous. Seeing this, the Weasel was also angry. Advertisement. The dozen or so Marines are all his direct subordinates. Now he actually lost more than half, and the rest were seriously injured, which made him unacceptable. Without any hesitation, the Weasel stepped forward and said, "You all step back. Just leave these guys to me." "Yes, Weasel Chang." Hearing this, the remaining 7 Marines breathed a sigh of relief. After looking at each other, they supported each other and retreated to the side. And the Weasel didn't talk nonsense at the moment, and walked to the area in the arena with great strides. "You bastards." Looking at the 5 survivors, the Weasel said coldly, "Who gave you the courage to attack and kill me? You guys were instructed by someone to do this." Weasel would never believe that these guys came to trouble themselves for the sake of mere poor people. You know, the so-called poor. Those are untouchables who are not even considered commoners. In any country, such so-called poor people are not worth mentioning. Not to mention that he only caught so many people in the capital of 7 waters, even if he caught tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of poor people, it was nothing. Weasel. His eyes were burning with anger, and the leader of the ability user gritted his teeth and said, "You are finally willing to come out. Even if I die today, I will drag you along with me. Only if you die, can the massacre of the people in the capital of the 7 waters end. For the lives of the people, you must not live." Quote. As he said that, the leader directly shouted, "Third brother, let's do it." 2.9 As soon as these words came out, a thin man behind him immediately moved. It can be seen that the fingers of both hands are lengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, the man directly stabbed his own hand into the backs of the other 4, and said, "Bloodfruit is rampant." In the next second, it can be seen that the aura of the 4 people became violent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, their bodies grew significantly larger. Surrounded by scarlet gas, everyone's strength was suddenly raised to a level close to that of Vice Admiral. On the contrary, the third child, after doing all this, sat on the ground with a pale complexion, looking as if he had not yet healed. Weasel. Die. At the same time, the eyes of the remaining 4 people are still scarlet. His eyes were fixed on the Weasel, and he rushed to kill it without any hesitation. Damn it. In an instant, the Weasel's face changed drastically. After the strength of these 4 guys was increased, he actually felt threatened. For a moment, the Weasel didn't care about anything else, and hastily struck with the knife on its waist. In a second, the 5 Taoists fought together on the deck. Interesting, this guy's devil fruit ability is actually very similar to Evikov's hormone fruit ability. At the flagpole, Ron had a panoramic view of the scene, but his eyes were also on the thin figure. Chapter 72 Akainu, the 6th in the dark, Ron assassinates the Weasel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. To be honest, Ron really didn't expect this guy's devil fruit to be so powerful. Paramecia blood fruit. This thing is obviously a tasteless fruit. But this guy actually developed it to such an extent. With one note, the strength of the 4 Commodores soared to the point where they were not inferior to Vice Admiral. Even Evikov's hormonal fruit couldn't do this. Although this seems to be a posture of exchanging lives for lives. But if it is not consumed so much, it can be controlled to a point where nothing will happen. For example, Commodore's strength has been raised to the Rear Admiral level, so there will be no risk of death. This guy is a talent. Although I don't need it very much now, it is undeniable that this guy has good potential. If there is a mind to build power in the future, this person is definitely a strategic existence. At this moment, Ron looked at the man with a little more approval. Now that he has shown enough value, it is naturally impossible for Ron to watch this guy die. Asshole. Damn you guys. At this time, the sound of Weasel's desperation came from the arena. Looking at the prestige, it can be seen that under the siege of those 4 people, his body is already covered with scars at this moment. 4 berserk demon fruit power, plus not afraid of pain, not afraid of death. Such a barbaric style of play is obviously unbearable for the Weasel. Even if his strength is Vice Admiral, even reaching the level of elite Vice Admiral. But in the face of such a way of trading injuries for injuries and lives for lives, he couldn't hold on. That's not enough. Frowning, a trace of disdain flashed in Ron's eyes. To be honest, the strength of this weasel disappointed him greatly. After all, under the current circumstances, this guy's strength is at the normal Marine Vice Admiral level, and there are no surprises at all. Weasel, go to hell. Weasel, die. At this time, the 4 ability users continued to attack. All 4 of them came here with the intention of killing, even though the weasel was injured, even defeat was inevitable. But their goal is to kill it, even if it is at the price of their own lives. Damn it. Under such circumstances, the weasel kept cursing. With difficulty resisting the attack of those 4 people, he roared, "How long are you going to lurk in? Come and help me." Advertisement. Are you really going to watch me die here? If I die, no one will be able to bring out Ron. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the capable people present changed. They are not idiots, how can they not know the meaning of the weasel's words? Especially the skinny little man who had lost his battle strength, he shouted directly at this moment, "Quick, kill him quickly. Weasels don't die, none of our sacrifices mean anything." As soon as these words came out, the 4 ability users also reacted. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them intensified their attacks. The screams resounded, and one of the weasel's arms was forcibly torn off. Under the severe pain, the weasel fought back frantically with a knife in an attempt to repel it. However, the reality is also cruel. The 4 people opposite him didn't even care about death, so how could they be afraid of the blade? Blood bloomed, and the blade cut through the flesh. But those 4 people didn't have the slightest intention to back down, they raised their fists one by one and pounded on the weasel continuously. For a while, the heart-piercing screams of the weasel resounded continuously. Enough. Just at this moment, an icy low roar resounded. The next second, the sea beside the warship suddenly shook. It can be seen that the sea water is reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then a magma fountain immediately follows. The magma rendered the sky, turning the entire sky red. The scorching temperature began to soar, and the figure of Marine Admiral Akainu could be seen falling from the sky and directly hitting the weasel area. Bang! The sound of the explosion resounded, and the magma tumbling directly submerged the 4 capable users in the west. The screams resounded, and it could be clearly seen that the bodies of the 4 people were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even zone demon fruit power, but there is no resistance in front of the hot magma. Marine Admiral, park. At the flagpole, Ron's face suddenly became serious. He knew from the very beginning that the weasel must be guarded by someone from Marine or world government. After all, according to the information Lena got, there are quite a few CP0s in the capital of 7 Waters. But what he never expected was that even Marine Admiral Akainu would personally ambush here. Seeing that the latter sprang out from the bottom of the sea, it was obviously a submarine. Let a Marine Admiral protect in the dark, this is not his weasel's face, nor is it an order from the world government. Obviously, Akainu has only one purpose in his behavior, which is to use the weasel to call out his own figure, so as to kill himself. Interesting. Advertisement. Marine is really afraid of me. The dignified Marine Admiral will pretend to be the 6th child to bully me, how much she wants me to die. With a sneer in his heart, Ron looked at the area in the arena. Immediately afterwards, he directly locked a sea house who was injured in the nearby area. You are the one. With the corner of his mouth raised, Ron quietly approached where the Marine was. Hello, friend. Patting the man on the shoulder, Ron took advantage of the moment when he turned his head, and directly activated the blood wheel eye illusion. In the next second, that person's body was successfully manipulated by the illusion. After doing all this, Ron directly helped him up and said, "Thanks for your hard work, I'll help you to rest for a while." "Okay. Sorry to trouble you." With a promise, Marine responded to Ron numbly. And Ron didn't hesitate, and directly helped him approach the area where the weasel and the others were. "Thank you, Akainu Admiral." At this time, the weasel also breathed a sigh of relief. Although his arm was broken and he was even seriously injured, at least he saved his life. Saluting to Akainu, the weasel dared not show any righteousness. But he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. After all, if Akainu had shot earlier, he would not have become like this. The dignified Marine Vice Admiral was almost killed by some pirates. "Weasel, you are too embarrassing for your flying squirrel." With a cold snort, Akainu didn't give the weasel any good looks. After scolding, Akainu looked around, and then walked towards the man who collapsed on the ground. "Tell me, who are you?" When he reached the body of the thin man, Akainu folded his arms and asked condescendingly, "Who ordered you to come here to kill weasels?" Marine Admiral. Clenching his fists tightly, the man stared at Akainu with resentment in his eyes. Why did you Marines do such a thing? Dignified Marine Admiral, why defend that damned murderer? Don't you know how many people this guy killed in the capital of the 7 Waters? Even the elderly and children are spared. Is this what you Marines call justice? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many Marines on the deck changed. Although they all knew that this matter was cruel and even violated justice. But when faced with orders, they obeyed. And many people joined in this so-called massacre. One will be successful and his bones will be dry, so what is a person who is dead? However, Akainu is not impressed at the moment. After glancing at the man contemptuously, he immediately said, "As long as you can lure the pirate Ron, Not to mention this group of untouchables, even more people are worth it. You. Hearing this, the man's body shook, and he looked at Akainu in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Marine Admiral, who represented justice, would say such words. Weasel Vice Admiral, are you all right? Advertisement. At this moment, Ron's figure was already approaching the weasel. With bandages and a first aid kit in hand, he looked like he was about to treat a weasel. How could it be all right? With a cold snort, the weasel glanced at the strange but familiar Ron, then pointed to the severed arm on the ground and said, "Get my arm back quickly. As long as it doesn't exceed 24 hours, I can take this arm back." Yes. With a promise, Ron quickly turned around and picked up the weasel's arm. Immediately afterwards, he walked forward with the first aid kit in hand and said, "Vice Admiral, Weasel, let me bandage you. Your injury is too serious. If you don't bandage it, you will easily lose too much blood." Quote. Nodding his head, Weasel waved his remaining arm for Ron to start. But his gaze 680 is also looking at where Akainu is, staring at the thin figure on the ground and said, "This guy should be damned. If it wasn't for him, how could I be in such a mess? And Ron, why isn't the damn guy showing up yet? Lousy used himself as bait again and again, doesn't that guy have any news yet? Don't let me catch you, when the time comes, I'll definitely chop you up and crumble to pieces. Duan Yi can't get rid of the hatred in my heart. If you dare to kill my son, I will never let you go, Ron, I." Puff. At this moment, a sharp knife pierced through the weasel's heart from behind. Weasel Vice Admiral, Weasel Vice Admiral. For a moment, the audience was dead silent. The surrounding Marines, poor people and pirates all stared in disbelief. After all, no one thought that under such circumstances, the weasel would be attacked unexpectedly, even the kind that pierced through the heart. A mouthful of blood spewed out of its mouth. The weasel looked down at the sharp knife that pierced its heart, turned its head with difficulty and said, Why? Weasel Vice Admiral. Slowly raising his head, Ron took off the marine hat he was wearing, and after revealing his true face, the corner of his mouth raised. "Thank you for your concern, I'm here, are you surprised or not? I sneaked up on the Sphinx on the Impel down, back to the guy's heart and it cost me the other side. But you won't be so lucky. When I bandaged you just now, I have already confirmed the position of your heart. Indulging the rats to control the pirates to kill my parents, relatives and friends, and controlling the Impel down guards to make me a deadly enemy. Weasel Vice Admiral, this is my reward for you, how about it, are you moved?" Pirate Ron. After listening to Ron's words, the weasel finally understood who the guy in front of him was. In more than 3 months, Ron has grown taller and fairer, and his mental state has also improved. That's why the weasel didn't recognize him at the first time, but just thought he looked familiar. Recognized. The corner of Ron's mouth rose, and Ron twisted Hiranmaru's heart into pieces, saying, "Unfortunately, it's too late." Chapter 73 Ron vs. Akainu, Marine's Big Siege. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. B. The scream stopped abruptly, and it could be seen that the weasel was completely dead, and the raised hand trembled and fell down. So far, Akainu in the distant area has awakened like a dream. Looking at Ron in the arena and the weasel's body lying on the ground, the whole person's complexion became extremely gloomy at this moment. In the next second, the magma rolled and began to spread rapidly centered on Akainu. There were screams, and it could be seen that the pirates in the nearby area were engulfed by magma and died miserably. It's just that Akainu didn't kill the thin man, and the Emperor of Lava Fruit bypassed him. Obviously, he saw the strength of the blood fruit, and he didn't intend to kill it directly. Instead, grab it and throw it into Impel down to ensure that the blood fruit will not respawn. It can be seen that Akainu has not really lost his mind at this moment. Pirate Ron, damn you. A deep roar resounded, and Akainu rushed forward suddenly, raising his fist and hitting Ron. Great eruption. Hot magma rushed towards Ron, and the fist of black-red magma hit Ron. In it, Ron felt mortally threatened clearly enough. Awesome, Akainu, this guy overlaid the power of armed color on the basis of lava fruit. It's just because lava fruit itself has a dark essence, most people won't feel the armed color contained in it the first time they see it. It can be said that Akainu's attack was extremely insidious. If it wasn't someone he knew well, even Logia would have hated him accordingly. No wonder that guy Ace died instantly during the Summit War. Company author, he also didn't know the depth of it, thinking that he could block Akainu's attack by virtue of elementalization. As a result, the armed man covered in it broke his chest and died tragically on the battlefield. Muttering inwardly, Ron activated angelization without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, the blood wheel eyes and white eyes opened, and Ron directly activated the pupil technique. Susano. In an instant, Susan's skeleton appeared and blocked the great eruption. Click. The sound of breaking resounded, and Susan in the first stage was completely unable to stop the great eruption's attack. In just an instant, Susan's bones exploded, and the condensed fists of great eruption continued to attack Ron. It's so destructive, as expected of Marine Admiral. It is indeed the lava fruit officially recognized as the strongest attack. Pupils shrank. Ron didn't choose to confront the enemy head-on, and retreated quickly with the help of Susano's obstruction. Instant. In an instant, it was activated instantly, and Ron's figure retreated to the bow area to avoid the pursuit of the faithful dog. At the same time, Ron Susano also entered the third stage, and a figure more than 30 meters high appeared. Hyerinmaru. Without any hesitation, Ron summoned Hyerinmaru directly. In an instant, Hyerinmaru appeared and mounted on Susan. Advertisement. Holding Hyerinmaru in one hand, Ron looked at Akainu and said, Akainu, you Marines really think highly of me. They actually set up such a big battle to kill me. Unfortunately, the reality is cruel. The weasel is dead, and there is no bait. What do you fish with? As soon as these words came out, Wei Yan's face darkened to ultimate. As Ron said, fishing is impossible without bait. The weasel died. Except for this opportunity, there is no possibility of attracting Ron. For a moment, Akainu's eyes became more and more murderous, and he gritted his teeth and said, Ron, you think you have a next time? Come on, send a signal flare to gather the people. Ron must be killed here today. Yes. Single quote exclamation mark single quote. The sound resounded, and Marine, who was still alive, did not hesitate. In the next second, signal bombs shot up into the sky, exploding in midair like fireworks. That's a flare. It appeared, the pirate Ron appeared. Great, the son of the evil god has appeared, and we must kill him today. All of a sudden, people from the Marine and World Government ambushed in the capital of Seven Waters, the Enies lobby, were all the cause. Without any hesitation, the people from Seven Water Capital and Enies lobby quickly boarded the warship and started heading towards the area where Ron was. At the same time, the Marine of the Seven Water Capitals also passed the information to Naval Headquarters immediately. Boom. Naval Headquarters, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku hung up the phone and punched the table, and said excitedly, it finally appeared. Ron, son of the evil god, today is his death day. Garp, Aokiji, you two come with me. Ron must not be allowed to escape. Yes. Hearing this, Aokiji and Garp glanced at each other, and immediately stood up from their seats. Immediately afterwards, the three of them did not hesitate, and quickly walked towards the outside world. Pity. Regarding this, Crane Vice Admiral sighed and said helplessly, Kizaru was called away by the world government not long ago. Otherwise, if Kizaru is still there, he will definitely be able to rush to help immediately, and even prevent that Ron from escaping. As a Marine staff officer, Crane Vice Admiral is the intelligent Vice Admiral. He is well aware that Sengoku, Garp and others have a disadvantage against Ron. That is the unsustainable flight, and Ron can fly for a long time because of Zone U Demon's devil fruit. No, you have to make sure nothing goes wrong. Taking a deep breath, Crane Vice Admiral quickly came to his senses, took out a phone and dialed the channel. Brother Kong, the son of the evil god has appeared. Advertisement. He's now fighting Akainu on the way from the Seven Waters to Enies lobby. Garp, Sengoku and Kuzan have come to help, but they don't have the capability to fly long-term. I hope you can get Kizaru to come to your aid, only with his presence can you be safe. After finishing speaking, Crane Vice Admiral looked nervously at the phone bug, his eyes full of apprehension. After all, Kizaru's order to go to the world government is not only ordered by Kong, but also ordered by 5 elders. Even if Kong is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, he cannot make random decisions. I see. After a while, Kong's deep voice rang through the phone. I will let Kizaru cooperate with you first. But Ron can't die. 5 elders attaches great importance to the situation reported by Sengoku and others last time. Remember to capture him alive, the world government needs the secret of the dual devil fruit abilities on that guy. Yes. With a promise, Crane Vice Admiral breathed a sigh of relief. The Marine executives mobilized collectively, and she didn't think Ron had any power to resist. As for the secrets of Ron, not only the 5 elders, Kong, but also Sengoku as Marine and others are extremely curious. Ron. As the flare gradually dissipated, Akainu on the warship raised his mouth, looked at Ron and said, the people from the capital of 7 Waters will arrive in an hour at most. People from Enies lobby will arrive in half an hour at most. People from Naval Headquarters will arrive in 2 hours at most. What are you using to escape? Hiss. Hearing this, Ron couldn't help but gasp. City of 7 Waters. Enies lobby. Naval Headquarters. 3 waves of reinforcements, and it is likely that Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru and other top players will also come. This situation is really bad, and even his life is in danger. After all, the strength of Akainu and others far exceeds him, and Akainu alone is difficult to deal with. If there are other admirals involved. No, I have to leave. Almost instantly, a decision had been made in Ron's mind. The weasel is dead. The nets laid by Marine will mean nothing to him. In this way, as long as he leaves this place, he will truly let the sky fly. Want to go. However, Akainu seemed to see Ron's thoughts at this moment, and immediately sneered, how could it be possible for you to get what you want? Quote. Dark Hound. In an instant, Akainu leapt forward and charged Ron. The magma was rolling, and the scorching breath rushed to his face, which directly made Ron feel the pressure. It's really hot. Wiping the sweat from his brow that was hot from the magma, Ron locked his eyes on Akainu and said, in that case, let me see what you, Marine Admiral, are capable of. Let's sit on the frosty sky. Higher Enmaru. In an instant, the world paled. The clear sky is covered with white mist at this moment. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, countless snowflakes drifted away, and Gabe, the warship, and Tianhai began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Dark Hound, including Akainu's attack, also froze in midair, and then lost its strength and fell to the ground. Click. The sound of breaking resounded, and a large piece of debris wrapped in ice and magma fragments was scattered on the ground. The power of freezing, comparable to the strength of Kuzan. Seeing this situation, Akainu's face suddenly darkened. Staring at the ice shards on the ground and Hirenmaru in Ron Susan's hand, besides anger, there is also greed in his eyes. Devil Fruit Weapon. It's actually true. Ice-type Devil Fruit Weapon. If I can master it, then I can master the power of ice and fire, when the time comes. Licking his lips, Akainu stomped on the ground and rushed out. Little ghost, how about the ice calendar? Lousy as magma, enough to melt what you call ice. In the next second, Akainu appeared in the front of Susano's body, raised his hands and launched an attack. Great Eruption Double. In an instant, two huge magma fists emerged, heading straight for the area where Ron was. Akainu, it's up to you. Zhao Hao. Hearing this, Ron snorted coldly. With a thought, Susan moved. Hold a knife and chop at the waist. In an instant, the frozen sword energy raged out, directly destroying the Great Eruption. Immediately afterwards, the violent sword energy directly covered Akainu. Not good. Elementalization. When the crisis struck, Akainu's face changed, and he quickly launched elementalization. In the next second, Akainu's body exploded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless magma splashes directly melted the deck. At the same time, countless voices resounded in the area behind him. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that under the frosty sword energy, all the Marines present were frozen. Not only that, because Ron comprehended the mystery of cutting iron. The destructive force of the sword pressure this time was obviously huge. After those guys were frozen, their bodies were directly cut into pieces by the sword energy. Then hands. The blood fruit ability user was frozen by him, but the sword energy did not affect him. It can be said that although this guy was controlled, he did not die. Ron. Angry roars resounded. Akainu had already recovered at this moment, and the blow just now under elementalization did not pose a threat to him. The tragic death of Marine behind him also made him extremely angry. Don't look at Akainu's ruthlessness in doing things, but this group of Marines also belong to the Marine Hawks camp led by him. The death of this group of people is enough to make him feel distressed and furious. Chapter 74 War Akainu. Gentle Fist broke out. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Zizi, what's the matter? Akainu Admiral, who claims to be absolutely righteous, has softened his heart. Seeing Akainu's reaction in full view, Ron's eyes showed a hint of playfulness and disdain at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Ron said indifferently, "You have never been like this when killing people, even if you wiped out the inhabitants of an island, you didn't even bat an eye. It's only a few dozen Marines. Compared with the number of people you killed, it's just a drop in the bucket. Asshole." Hearing this, Akainu's face became even more ugly. Ron's words were absolutely murderous. As Ron said, what he obeys is absolute justice, and what he implements is to eliminate all evils. Even though many innocent people were involved in this, he didn't show the slightest bit of embarrassment. But can those people compare with their subordinates? You know, it was because of the support of the Hawk Marine that he was able to get to this point. And if he wants to take a peek at the position of Marshal, the number and support of the Hawks Marine is also crucial. Now, as Marine Admiral, he can't even protect his subordinates. If this news gets out, Akainu can imagine what a huge blow it will be to his reputation. Damn you, you deserve death. Roaring in his mouth, Akainu went completely berserk at this moment. It can be seen that the billowing magma is rolling on his body, and he raised his hand and launched an attack without hesitation. Meteor Volcano. In an instant, countless fist shadows soared into the sky. Immediately afterwards, countless magma turned into bolides and attacked Ron Susan directly. That's it. At the moment, however, Ron doesn't think so. Looking at the attacking meteor volcano, he raised his hand and swung his sword in one go. In the next second, frozen sword energy swept out. The meteor volcano visible to the naked eye was frozen, and then destroyed, turning into countless debris and falling down. Of course, there are also 833 that slipped through the net. But those fish that slipped through the net did not affect Ron at all, and they were directly sucked on the warship beside him. Rumbling. An explosion resounded, and the bow area where Ron was destroyed. The warship exploded, and Ron's eyes flashed. In the next second, Susan jumped back from the warship and headed straight for the frozen sea. Immediately afterwards, Ron slashed with knives in both hands, and attacked the warship with 7 or 8 bursts of frozen sword energy. Not good. Seeing this, the dog's face changed drastically. He has a deep understanding of the power of Ron's sword energy. Different from the information brought back by Sengoku and the others, Ron's sword energy is not only powerful in freezing, but also very destructive. For a while, Akainu didn't care about other things, and quickly pulled back and grabbed the man who was frozen by Ron. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, Akainu quickly withdrew and retreated, and quickly left the range of the warship. Click. In an instant, the sound of breaking resounded. When the huge warship was frozen, it exploded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just an instant, Air China exploded and shattered, turning into countless ice shards scattered on the ground. Interesting. Akainu cares about that guy. Ron had a panoramic view of this scene, and his expression suddenly became playful. After all, he also took a fancy to the blood fruit ability user. This guy's blood fruit ability is something that can turn the tide of the battle. It's just that Akainu actually cares about him, which is somewhat unexpected. If it's just to prevent the blood fruit from being reborn, it's impossible for him to do this. After all, the blood fruit is just an ordinary paramecia, and this guy's ability to develop such an ability is absolutely extraordinary. But Akainu still chooses to protect him, which shows that he may have other thoughts in his heart. With the enhanced blood madness and lava fruit, I'm afraid this guy's CBAG purpose is not pure. It's a pity, if I can't get it, how can I let you master it? With a sneer in his heart, Ron spoke highly of Akainu and said, Akainu, I didn't expect you to care so much about a pirate. Quote. With a cold snort, Akainu casually threw the frozen man out. After confirming that he left this area, Akainu looked at Ron and gritted his teeth. Pirate Ron, die for me. After finishing speaking, Akainu quickly attacked the ancient Ron. But this time, Akainu didn't dare to use lava fruit to bless himself. Because he is now on the surface, once he disintegrates the ice. If it falls into the sea as a demon fruit power, it will definitely die. Have any scruples? In that case, then I will meet you. Taking a panoramic view of this scene, Ron's inner fighting spirit emerged. Although Marine's support is on the way, he will not give up this opportunity to fight against the strong. Moreover, he needs to comprehend the sword intent, and what he needs is this kind of tempering between life and death. As soon as he thought of this, Ron dismissed Susan immediately with a thought. With one move of the right hand, Hirinmaru appeared in his hand. Standing with a knife in his hand, Ron quickly accelerated and attacked Akainu, yelling, Akainu, come to fight. Court death. Seeing this, Akainu was furious. With Susanoo, Ron is indeed capable of fighting against himself. At least he has the ability to fight with his hands tied. But now, this guy actually abandoned Shuzuo to fight with him in close quarters, which is simply seeking his own death. Pirate, die. With a roar, the figures of Akainu and Ron approached, and they raised their hands without hesitation and launched a big spray. Left. Advertisement. However, before Akainu's attack even started, Ron dodged it with a dodge. In the next second, Ron's figure rushed forward, and armament hockey swept out and covered Hirinmaru's sword. Cut. Without any hesitation, Ron slashed at Akainu's chest with a knife. How come? The pupils shrank, and Akainu's eyes showed a hint of horror. Facing the blade that was close at hand, feeling the threat of armed color to himself, he quickly shook his body. Armed iron body. Flames flew, and Hirinmaru slashed at Akainu. The collision between armed colors was fierce, and the flames splashed and fell into a short hang. What a strong defense. But that's not enough. Gritting his teeth, Ron suddenly increased his strength. Bang. The sound of impact resounded, and Akainu's figure was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away. At the same time, a touch of scarlet bloomed in the area of its chest. There was a tear in the red suit, and blood flowed out of it. Injured, he glanced at the bloodstains on his chest, although it only scratched the flesh and blood and did not cause substantial damage. But this blood stain still made Akainu's eyes red. After all, he was a marine admiral, not something Ron could compare to. The two sides are like elephants and ants. If it weren't for Ron's various means, there would be no resistance at all. But now, how could Akainu accept that he was injured? Little devil, I want your life. With a roar, the quality dog slashed forward one after another. He arrived in front of Ron in the blink of an eye, waved his fist without hesitation, and smashed at Ron like a storm. Left, right, up, down, up, down. Muttering in his mouth, Ron's figure swayed accordingly, avoiding Akainu's attacks again and again. At this moment, the white eyes combined with the blood wheel eyes revealed an extremely terrifying close-up advantage. Blindly see through Akainu's skeletal meridian and know how it will attack. The dynamic vision of the blood wheel eyes sees everything, and with the existence of the color of knowledge, Ron avoids all attacks of Akainu abruptly. Opportunity. At this moment, Ron's white eyes noticed a pause in the movement of Akainu's body. Without any hesitation, Ron kicked it out. A muffled groan resounded, and Akainu was directly kicked in the lower abdomen by Ron. Pain strikes Akainu's whole body, leans back and has a tendency to fall. Good chance. Seeing this situation, the Hirinmaru in Ron's hand was instantly put away, and he raised his hands in a posture to launch an attack without hesitation. 8 trigrams hyphenation .36 palms. Advertisement. A picture of 8 trigrams appeared on the ground, and Ron's figure rushed out to Akainu's side, launching an attack without hesitation. 2 palms. 4 palms. Damn. Feeling the pain coming from his body, Akainu's eyes were about to tear apart at this moment. Ron's attack didn't break his defenses. His armed color is stronger than Ron. 8 trigrams 36 palms can't break through the defense. But the 8 trigrams 36 palms are not aimed at the outside, but at the meridians and acupuncture points in the body. The gentle fist method directly ignored all of Akainu's defenses. This also caused Akainu to feel severe pain every time he was hit. It was as if Ron's attack had landed directly in his gut, not fatal but excruciatingly painful. Go to hell. Enduring the pain and stabilizing his figure, Akainu swung his fist at Ron. However, Ron's white eyes and bloody eyes are not decorations either. A few shakes avoided all attacks of Akainu, but the movements in his hands continued to launch without slowing down. 16 palms. 24 palms. 36 palms. With the final palm down, Ron slammed into Akainu's heart area. Elementalization. At the critical moment, Akainu directly launched elementalization. In the next second, Akainu's body exploded, and countless magma splashes melted the ice. Immediately afterwards, the magma began to gather, and the figure of the garden dog appeared in the area more than 10 meters away from Ron. It's just that Akainu is quite embarrassed at the moment. The red suit has burst to reveal a body covered with palm prints. In addition, the stamina of Gentle Fist exploded, continuously bursting in Akainu's body. Caught off guard, Akainu let out a muffled snort, blood stains spilled from the corner of his mouth, his whole face was livid, and the hot temperature and breath all over his body were like a runaway beast. Interesting. Gentle Fist is stronger than I thought. Taking a panoramic view of this scene, the corners of Ron's mouth rose slightly. When he signed to Gentle Fist earlier, Ron scoffed at it. But never expected that this fist would have such a miraculous effect. Abandoning the body surface for the inside, even armament hockey's defense can't stop it, it's really a miracle. No, not right. But just for an instant, Ron calmed down. This Gentle Fist has no problem against someone who is weaker than hockey. But if it is for those who are really strong in hockey and physical skills, it will not have much effect. The reason why Akainu was raped by himself, and even injured by Gentle Fist, was largely because he didn't know Gentle Fist's attack methods and abilities. Gentle Fist wouldn't pose any threat if he elementalized his guts in the first place. Little ghost, do you feel that you can foresee the future? At this time, Akainu's deep voice resounded, and he looked at Ron with jealous eyes and said, "You don't have the knowledge to get started, how can you awaken the ability to foresee the future? Why is the sky so unfair? This ability is given to you damned pirates." Chapter 75 Foreseeing the Future. Paramecia Barrier Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Foresee the future. When did I know this thing? Frowning, Ron looked at the furious Akainu not far away in surprise, and was extremely surprised in his heart. But soon, Ron came to his senses. With my white eyes and blood wheel eyes, it is indeed possible to predict the future. After all, if a person wants to make a move, the meridians and bones in the body will act first. In addition to release an attack, there is indeed a gap in the middle, about 1 second. If it is an ordinary person, then it is impossible to react in this second. But Ron was obviously not an ordinary person. His white eyes saw the opportunity, and the blood wheel eyes detected the opponent's traces, and even enhanced Ron's senses. It is precisely because of this that Ron is able to do skills similar to foreseeing the future. Interesting, it still has such an effect. Whether it's rolling eyes or Gentle Fist, it seems to have given me great expectations. For a moment, Ron was a little emotional inside. After all, when he got by Yan and Gentle Fist, although he didn't say anything, he was extremely upset inside. Just roll your eyes. You are not Tensagen, why are you competing with Mangekyō? But looking at it now, the value of this supercilious look is no less than that of Mangekyō. At least Bayan's insight, Gentle Fist's restraint on the strong in physical skills, all of these are much stronger than the increase of a single blood wheel eye. Coupled with the pupil technique and Susa he obtained through signing in, it is already eternal. Mangekyō's single eye is not inferior to the double-eyed Mangekyō at all. Very good, very good. Quote, I don't know when my pure white eyes will be able to improve again. If I get a Tensagen at check-in, that would be really cool. Several abilities of Tensagen come to mind. Attraction, Repulsion, Manipulating Puppets, Tensagen Chakra Mode, Silver Burst Reincarnation Wheel, Golden Burst Reincarnation Wheel. Akainu. After thinking about it, Ron quickly came back to his senses. Looking at Akainu not far away, the corner of his mouth raised, there is no reason. My lord, I'm a genius. It's impossible for a fool like you to appreciate the annoyance of genius. Asshole. Gritting his teeth, Akainu clenched his fists and stared at Ron, wishing to cut him into pieces. But after experiencing the previous incident, he also knew that he had no choice but to do anything about it. Being on the ice, his lava fruit did not dare to use it unscrupulously. Needless to say, in melee combat, he didn't think he would fail, and it wasn't an exaggeration to be able to crush Ron. But what this guy has awakened is the color of foreseeing the future. This also caused him to lose all his advantages in close combat. Although Ron is not his opponent, but his attacks can't touch the opponent, so what is the meaning of the so-called advantages and strength? The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. Akainu's fists were filled with magma, and he attacked directly in a fit of rage. Great Eruption. Advertisement. Dark Hound. In an instant, dense magma attacks rushed towards Ron. The magma that covered the sky and the sun seemed to want to submerge Ron in 10,000 ways. That's it. Akainu, you are at your wits' end. Ron disagrees with this. With a shake of his hands, Hiranmaru said, Let's sit in the frosty sky. Hire Inmaru. In an instant, Hire Inmaru succeeded Shikai. As Ron slashed with the knife, the extremely cold sword energy directly collided with the magma. Rumbling. Rumble. Deafening roars resounded continuously, and under the interweaving of ice and fire, the entire area showed a trend of red and blue boundaries. However, after only a few minutes, Ron frowned. He could see it. This Akainu is going to fight attrition with himself. The latter's lava fruit is restrained by Hire Inmaru and Susan. His melee combat ability was suppressed by Bai Yan and Blood Wheel Eye. Now his only hope is a war of attrition. As long as one's physical strength is exhausted, the final winner is Jian. Even if Ron's devil fruit is a zone phantom beast species, it has unparalleled resilience. But after all, the strength gap between the two sides is huge, and the ultimate advantage lies with Akainu. But you seem to have underestimated me. In this regard, Ron snorted coldly with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He is a fusion of Hashirama cells. Coupled with the physique of high-speed regeneration, want to compete with him in physical strength. This is simply a dream. Akainu Admiral! Akainu Admiral! At this moment, a burst of urgent cries came from the rear area. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that 3 warships are approaching rapidly at the sea level in the distance. Under Bai Yan's insight, the 3 warships all had a large number of people. And many people's auras are almost at the Vice Admiral level, or even higher. Come yet. Support from Ennie's lobby. His face sank. Ron really didn't expect Ennie's lobby to support him so quickly. Not to mention an hour, not even half an hour. It's almost time to leave. Almost instantly, such a thought popped into Ron's mind. After all, fighting with Akainu is extremely dangerous. One-on-one, with the cooperation of Bayan and Shuilunyan, they are not afraid of anything. But if Akainu has this group of people to help him, it will definitely not be a good thing for him. Making up his mind, Ron drew back and prepared to evacuate. Where to go? Advertisement. Today will never let you escape. Akainu had a panoramic view of this scene. How could Ron escape like this? With a loud shout, he also directly abandoned the idea of a war of attrition, and rushed towards Ron with shaving steps. Even if it is to foresee the future, so what? Just hold on to Ron for a while, and the backup will arrive. At that time, relying on the absolute numbers and strength to crush Ron will not be able to prove it. Stop me. It's up to you. Hearing this, Ron snorted in disdain. Swinging Hire Inmaru in his hand, a few blasts of frozen sword energy directly attacked Akainu. At the same time, the wings behind Ron flapped, and the whole person began to lift into the air. Damn. Leave it to me. Destroying the sword energy with a wave of his fist, Akainu looked at Ron, who flew into the air in a panic. He knew very well that if Ron escaped today, it would be difficult for Marine to hunt him down. This time it is because of the presence of weasels that can be used to fish for law enforcement. Even if they don't know where Ron is, they don't know his purpose. But as long as he wants to kill the weasel, he must enter the game. But now the weasel was dead. Marine is out of bait. As Ron said before, what is fishing without bait? Meteor volcano. In an instant, Akainu opened again. Countless magma shot into the sky, followed by a dense rain of meteors and fire, hitting Ron. Akainu, you can't stop me. Regarding this, Ron curled his lips in disdain. Flapping its wings behind, it easily avoided the large-scale attack of Meteor Volcano. Plus the presence of Hire Inmaru. The high temperature of lava fruit can't reach and hurt him. Seeing Ron flying higher and higher, and even leaving the battlefield, Akainu saw it in his eyes but was anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Enchantment Sky Barrier. At the very moment, a low roar sounded from a distance. In the next second, the color of the sky changed. Under Ron's gaze, an invisible barrier appeared in the area above his head, directly covering this area. Ask for flowers. What's this? Frowning, Ron looked at the situation in front of him and felt vaguely uneasy in his heart. Immediately afterwards, he subconsciously raised Hire Inmaru and slashed several sword into the sky and directly collided with the invisible barrier. Rumbling. Rumbling. The sound of the explosion resounded, and the frozen sword energy exploded directly, but the barrier did not have any intention of dissipating or shattering. After just shaking a few times, the barrier has returned to its original state. Advertisement. Little devil, don't waste your energy. At this time, the voice of Jaishin laughed from the ground. This is the ability of the fruit of Paramesha's enchantment. The person who cast him is a quasi-admiral level CP0, and it's not something you can break and escape. Now the power of the enchantment fruit has covered this area, and your flying ability will no longer be able to escape. Paramesha boundary fruit. Is there such a foolish devil fruit? The corner of his mouth twitched, and Ron's expression darkened accordingly. If this is the case, it is not good news for him. Even if there is a problem, it is absolutely fatal. Thinking of this, Ron's face changed a few times, and he said, I don't believe that mere barriers can stop me. Susanoo complete body. The eternal Mangekyō suddenly bloomed, and in an instant a titan with a height of more than 300 meters appeared in the field. Holding Hire Inmaru in his hand, he slashed towards Yupo in midair without any hesitation. The sound of explosion resounded, and Hire Inmaru and the barrier froze. The terrifying power spread at this moment, and the storm wrinkled and mixed with frost turned into a blizzard. At the same time, the entire frozen ice surface with Ron as the center is rapidly cracking, breaking and falling into the sea. Not good. Seeing this situation, Akainu's face changed greatly. Leaving aside whether Ron could break through the barrier, the ice collapse alone would be fatal to Akainu. After all, the warship has been destroyed, and he has no place to stand. Even the warships of the other marines are far apart at this moment. Even if Akainu owns Moonwalk, it is impossible for him to arrive in a short time. Most importantly, if he chooses to dodge and evacuate, then Ron will definitely take this opportunity to escape. Although the coverage of the enchantment fruit is extremely wide, it is not infinite and has boundaries. At that time, once Ron goes out of this limit range, the enchantment fruit will not limit his possibility. Thinking of this, Akainu was startled and angry. He jumped up and launched a continuous attack with his fists. Great eruption. Great eruption. Dark Hound. Dark Hound. In an instant, a steady stream of magma fists attacked Susanoo. Unfortunately, Akainu's attack power is terrible. But Susanoo's defense was not bad, and with Ron's continuous replenishment of pupil power, he couldn't break through the defense at all. But only for a moment, Ron retracted the Hiranmaru that had been cut out. Unable to break. The strength gap between the two sides is too great. Ron couldn't break the limit of the enchantment fruit, and couldn't fly away from this broken area. But that alone won't stop me. Taking 2 steps back, Ron glanced at Akainu who was attacking Susan outside, then looked at the rapidly approaching warship in the distance and said, "In that case, let's kill that Paramecia ghost fruit user first. As long as he dies, this so-called enchantment will naturally shatter." With this in mind, Ron swung Akainu back with a slash. Immediately afterwards, he dissipated Susan's power directly, flapping his wings behind him, and galloped towards the 3 warships that Enies lobby came out of. Chapter 76 Susanna splits the warship angrily, Akainu's awakening technique. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not good. Seeing this, Akainu was shocked. He saw Ron's mind and understood his purpose. If the person with the enchantment fruit ability is killed, there is really no possibility of preventing Ron from escaping. Pirate, leave it to me. With a roar, Akainu also used Moonwalk to pursue quickly. It's a pity that although Moonwalk can fly into the air and is not slow, it is far behind Ron's Seraph form. In just an instant, Ron's figure had already arrived in front of the 3 warships. It's Pirate Ron. He is the son of the evil god. Quick, attack him quickly, killing him is a great achievement. At the same time, the CPO, Marine, on the warship also saw Ron. Without any hesitation, a strong murderous intent emerged in everyone's eyes at this moment. Kill, kill, without any hesitation, Rebo Tension. Step on the moonwalk and come straight to where Ron is. At the same time, the rest of the people on the warship raised their firearms without hesitation. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, countless seastone bullets pierced through the air and shot straight at Ron. Soon, the group of people arrived in front of Ron first. Seeing Ron, who was still approaching at a high speed, without any intention of slowing down, one of them shouted, "Do it! Kill him!" 560. In an instant, the rest of the people shot one after another. Tempest Kick, Gunfinger, Slash. A series of low growls resounded throughout, and it could be seen that the attack covered the sky and blocked the sun. Even if you have a small skill, you dare to do it with an axe. Seeing this, a trace of disdain flashed in Ron's eyes. Susa. The eternal Mangekyō spun, and Susan's first phase appeared in front of Ron. In the next second, a fierce explosion resounded. The dense attacks continued to hit Susanoo. Although the destruction of a single body is not enough to pose a threat, the power of a group of people working together cannot be underestimated. It can be clearly seen that Nasusa's skeleton began to crack at this moment. Interesting. Ants regret, the country. Taking a panoramic view of this scene, Ron snorted coldly, and the Mangekyō turned faster and faster. In the next second, it can be seen that Shuzuo's rapid evolution has become the 3rd stage in the blink of an eye. So far, all the attacks of those people have been blocked. Can't break Susan's defense, let alone pose a threat to Ron. Ants, do you want to dance too? Standing with his arms around Susan's forehead, Ron looked down at those CPOs and Marine. Advertisement. In the next second, Ron's eternal Mangekyō rotated again. In an instant, Susan, who was more than 30 meters high, grew to more than 300 meters. See above for full body Susanoo. Hiranmaru. With a thought, Hiranmaru was assembled in Susan's hands. Immediately afterwards, Ron looked at the 3 warships with supercilious eyes. Soon, with his supercilious insight, he saw the Paramecia boundary fruit ability user in a warship. Got you. The corner of his mouth raised, and without any hesitation, Ron swung his knife towards the warship without any hesitation. This time, Ron did not launch the sword pressure, but manipulated Hiranmaru's power to cover the blade for physical destruction. Not good. Stop him. That guy wants to destroy the warship, you can't let him get it. Seeing this situation, those Marines and CP0s in the arena are not fools. They didn't know what Ron's purpose was, they didn't care about other things, and they all chose to face the difficulties. Armed Steel Fist. Armed Tempest Kick. Armed Gun Finger. Armed 6 Styles 6 King Gun. In an instant, a steady stream of attacks from a group of people descended on Hiranmaru. Unfortunately, the reality is also cruel. Under the assembly of Susan, the volume of Hiranmaru reached more than 200 meters. The power contained in this knife has already reached the level of a general. Under such circumstances, how could those guys be able to stop it? The blades glowed, and the air of ice and iron slashing mysteries swept out and affected the group of people. For a time, screams resounded continuously. It can be clearly seen that one after another figure directly exploded to death in midair. The blood was frozen when it splashed out, like blood-colored crystals falling from the sky and continuously falling into the sea. Run away. The blow was terrible. This guy's strength is too strong. Let's go. Damn it, even the backup admiral will have to dodge this blow. Let's go. Such a situation directly frightened the supporting CPO and Marine. Without any hesitation, a group of people frantically fled aside. Moonwalk. Moonwalk. See moonwalk. Unfortunately, their response was too late. Except for those who avoided the trajectory of the knife, the rest of the people were completely affected. A steady stream of screams resounded, and Susan directly landed on the warship where the Paramecia mirror fruit ability user was. In the next second, the warship exploded directly. Countless freezing air swept out, and all the shattered pieces of the warship were frozen. Advertisement. Then it fell into the sea at a speed visible to the naked eye, and sank straight toward the depths of the sea. Hundreds of Marines died tragically without even the slightest resistance. Not only that, the person with the enchantment fruit ability that has strategic value has also died tragically at this moment. His own strength is not bad, at least reaching the Vice Admiral level. Unfortunately, he didn't notice the movement of the outside world. In addition, when casting the enchantment, he trusted CPO and Marines guards too much, and died tragically under Ron's sword. Click, click. The shattering sound resounded, and the enchantment covering this sea area began to shatter at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, pirate, Ron, you deserve to die. So far, because the sky is long overdue. Looking at the exploded and destroyed warship, the whole person was insane at this moment. Not only him, including Marine around, and CP0 is no exception. Although Ron's goal is only one of the warships. But how huge is Hiranmaru's destructive power? Combined with the power of freezing, it directly affects the other two warships. Although those two warships were not as fragmented as Ron's target. But the warship and the people on it were also frozen. Coupled with the ravages of the impact, many of the frozen guys were already torn apart and died miserably. Under this blow, Marine and local organizations lost at least 500 people. You know, these are all elites. 500 elites are even more precious than tens of thousands of ordinary Marines. But now, to die in Ron's hands just like this is so simple, delirious. Ron, die for me. Armed Great Eruption. Under Ultimate's anger, Akainu scouted and arrived at Ron's area. It can be seen that the magma rolling around him turned into an extremely huge magma fist at a speed visible to the naked eye. The volume of this fist has reached at least nearly 100 meters. The armed color on it is even slightly reddish, combined with the circulation of lava fruit, it is as shocking as the arm of a god. In the next second, Akainu controlled the huge arm and directly smashed on the full body Susano. Click. Click 1. The shattering sound resounded, and it could be seen that the complete body began to explode at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it. Akainu broke out. This is a complete body, how could it be so vulnerable? Looking at this scene in astonishment, Ron immediately felt the heat of the magma and the breath of death rushing towards his face. Damn it, you're ruthless. Without thinking, Ron quickly manipulated the wings and fled. Joke. At this time, Akainu is simply killing God. Even Ron suspected that the situation in front of him might be the reason for Akainu's awakening. Otherwise, how could it be so big? The power of Akainu itself surpassed Ron by a lot. Advertisement. Now that he's awakened, he's even capable of confronting 4 emperors. Under such circumstances, how could Ron foolishly fight with him? No, Tiantianyuan. Akainu, you are crazy. Akainu, you killed us, the world government will not let you go. With Ron's evacuation, the huge Susan disappeared. Those Marine and CP0 in the lower area are the first to bear the brunt. They were already exhausted when they avoided Ron's attack before, how can they avoid the attack of the huge magma fist at this moment? In just an instant, Akainu's attack fell. The screams continued to resound, and a Marine with at least a Vice Admiral level of combat strength, CP0, died tragically. Without even the slightest resistance, under the magma fist, everything was turned into ashes. So cruel. It's you, Mad Dog Akainu. Taking a panoramic view of this scene, Ron only felt chills all over his body. If it wasn't for running fast, I'm afraid that I would be affected and die. Under the awakening of lava fruit, its temperature rose at least 5 times. It is precisely because of this that Ron was able to evacuate when he clearly felt that his situation was not good. Now it seems that my choice is correct. This guy Akainu is the 6th child. He was yelling about arming Great Eruption, but in fact he was secretly performing an awakening technique. Thinking of this, Ron retreated 3 points faster. After all, Akainu had gone berserk at this time, and the power of the enchantment fruit had also been shattered. If we don't go now, when will we wait for 3.0? Akainu, if the green mountains don't change, the green waters will flow forever. We will meet again later. With a low growl, Ron flapped his wings behind him, and his whole body turned into a streamer and fled. Don't try to escape. Seeing this situation, how can Akainu, who has already killed his red eyes, give up? With a roar, he stepped on and started chasing Ron. But in the blink of an eye, the figures of the two disappeared in this area. Akainu, you bloody bastard. At the same time, angry roars resounded across the sea. Although many people were killed by Akainu's blow, some people escaped. But compared to the aggressiveness when they came, they are also extremely embarrassed at this moment. One by one, they landed on the frozen warship from midair, their eyes were full of anger and killing intent while they were in a state of embarrassment. But this time the target was not Ron, but the cause. After all, Ron and everyone have different camps, and it is inevitable to meet and kill each other. But Akainu is different. That was Marine Admiral, an existence trusted by countless people. But the result, it is because of trusting each other that directly caused so many of them to die tragically in his hands. Thinking of this, the leaders CP0 and Marine quickly took out the phone bugs and dialed out without hesitation. They have to report. Akainu's brutal killing of his colleagues is already intolerable. Chapter 77 The Failure of Akainu, Kizaru's Blocking. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Don't run. Ron, leave it to me. Fire Star. On the sea, the pursuit of the garden dog continued. He held the magma in his hand and threw it, and the magma turned into meteorites one by one, like shooting stars. The meteorites are all covered with armed colors and will not dissipate in a short time. Once hit, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, Ron's pure white eyes can see 360 degrees. This also resulted in none of Akainu's attacks being a hit. Even as he flew farther and farther away, Ron's figure was constantly getting higher and higher. This also caused the distance between Akainu and him to be closer, but the height itself was completely different. Finally, half an hour later, Ron's figure had reached a kilometer altitude. Looking down from a high altitude, Akainu who performed moonwalk is only in the air about 300 meters away. Although the Belide can still attack Ron, its power has been greatly weakened. Even the armor covering it dissipated as it approached Ron. It can be regarded as a safe distance. For a moment, Ron couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. This time, he was extremely dangerous. Akainu who turned on the awakening is too strong. The power close to the Four Emperors level made him completely without any resistance. The gap is still too big. It seems that I have to go to complete the sign in as soon as possible to become stronger. Muttering to himself, Ron glanced at Akainu in the area below. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and continued to move forward and leave the pile. Asshole, you come back to me. In this scene, Akainu under the Direct 21 stimulus was out of breath. Unfortunately, no matter what the cry is, it doesn't make any sense. In the face of absolute air supremacy, even though he has power close to the Four Emperors level, he can't help Ron who is determined to leave. Asshole, asshole. Seeing Ron's figure drifting away, he yelled at him because of the bad weather. But in the current situation, he has nothing to do. Moreover, the pursuit that lasted for more than half an hour had already made him feel exhausted. Awakening plus moonwalk. Even as a Marine Admiral, he can't stand it anymore. Reluctantly, he glanced at Ron's leaving figure, and then looked around. Soon, Akainu found the trace of the small island, turned around and swept towards it quickly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What? Advertisement. Akainu actually killed one of his own people. Asshole, what is he doing? At the same time, Sengoku's face on a warship also became extremely ugly. The message from Marine made him extremely annoyed and regretful. Had he known this, he would never have sent Akainu to ambush him. Now not only did Ron fail to kill, he even died with the weasel, and a large number of Marine and CPO also died tragically in the hands of Akainu. For a moment, Sengoku's expression changed, and he hung up the phone, saying, "It's too much. Why is Akainu such a brainless guy? Which one of the reinforcements in the Eni's lobby is easy to mess with? He actually did such a thing." As soon as these words came out, Garp and Kuzan on the side subconsciously asked, "Marshal Sengoku, what happened? What's going on with that Akainu guy?" Both of them are puzzled. After all, in their cognition, Akainu is indeed a little irritable. But logically speaking, this guy Akainu shouldn't be too outrageous. With a cold snort, Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, "That guy is simply insane. In order to kill Ron, he actually directly killed 80% of the people that Eni's lobby sent to support him." What? How come? Hearing this, both Kuzan and Garp's expressions changed drastically. They were also stunned by the news. None of them thought that Akainu would do such an outrageous thing. Looking at each other, Aokiji asked, "Marshal, how is the situation now? Akainu killed so many people by mistake, what happened to the pirate Ron?" As soon as this remark came out, Yinpu also looked at Sengoku. The thing about Akainu is already a fact. Now all they worry about is Ron. After all, this guy is Marine's #1 target. If he can be captured or killed, then these things done by Mo Tien cannot be undone. Escaped. Glancing at the two, Sengoku said with a dejected expression, "Akainu went after Ron. But the reality is cruel. Moonwalk's speed can't keep up with Ron's wings. If nothing else happens, Akainu's pursuit failed, so Ron should have escaped. As soon as these words came out, the audience was dead silent. Garp and Aokiji were silent, neither of them spoke rashly. By now, they all understand that this time things have become a big mess. After killing so many Marines and CP0, Akainu can't do anything. This also means that once the world government investigates it, Akainu won't even count as a crime. Marshal. At this time, Aokiji hesitated and said, then what should we do next? Now that Ron has escaped, is there any need for us to continue chasing him? This advertisement. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned, not knowing how to make a decision for a while. Chase. Who knows where Ron is now? But don't chase them, they have already left naval headquarters, and they are even approaching the waters of the capital of Seven Waters now. Do. At this moment, the sound of a phone bug rang out. Moshi, I'm Sengoku. Seeing this, Sengoku picked up the phone and connected. In the next second, Kizaru's voice came out on the phone. Marshal Sengoku, I am Kizaru. I'm now blocking the area in front of Pirate Ron, please tell me if I want to do something. What? Hearing this, Sengoku, Garp and Aokiji all exclaimed. Unexpectedly, there is another village. Akainu's pursuit failed. But Kizaru caught up to Ron and blocked him. Looking at each other, Sengoku breathed heavily and said, Kizaru, stop him. We must not let that guy continue to escape. Tell me your location, and we will go there to pick you up right away. Good. With a promise, Kizaru immediately explained his position. After finishing all this, Kizaru hung up the phone, looked at the area ahead and said, oh, brother Ron, we meet again. Kizaru. Looking at the figure in front of him, Ron's expression became extremely serious at this moment. Yellow Ape. This was definitely the last of the three admirals he wanted to see. Even the latter is the existence that threatens him the most. Although Impel directly cooperated with Golden Lion and escaped from their hands when it was down. But now without the Golden Lion, it would be impossible to deter Kizaru at all. As an ability user of Sparkling Fruit, the speed of the latter is only faster than his own angelic form. For a moment, Ron's expression changed. After a while, Ron raised his head and said, Kizaru, why don't we let this go? You take your Yangguan road, I'll take my single plank bridge. Ron really didn't want to fight Kizaru unless it was absolutely necessary. That's not okay. In this regard, Kizaru shrugged, walked to the area in front of Ron and said, Brother Ron, you are the key criminal that Marshal Sengoku decided to arrest. And you killed the weasel again this time, and there are even so many Marines and CP0s. If I let you go, then I will be in trouble. Why don't you just catch me, brother? I'll send you to Impel down. Although it's a bit dark, you can live your life in peace, right? Hearing this, the corner of Ron's mouth twitched. Go Impel down and spend your life. You think I'm an idiot. But now, he also understands that it is impossible to stop this matter. Advertisement. After taking a deep breath, Ron's eyes sparkled fiercely, and he raised the Hiraemaru in his hand and said, in this case, let me experience Kizaru Admiral's brilliant move. Saying that, Ron waved Hiraemaru without hesitation. In an instant, Daoshui's sword energy attacked Kizaru. However, his attack did not have any effect. It can be seen that Kizaru is just a dodge, turning into a streamer to avoid his slash. The next second, Ron felt a chill coming from behind him. Immediately afterwards, Kizaru's voice resounded. Brother Ron, have you ever been kicked by light? Saying that, Kizaru kicked out, straight to Ron's waist. Barefoot kick. Not good. Sensing the crisis, Ron quickly activated Susanoo. In the next second, the skeleton appeared in the area beside Ron. Click. When the light 260 kick came, Susan was instantly broken in the first stage. The power of the barefoot kick fell directly on Ron, kicking him flying tens of meters away. So fast. What a terrible power. Single quote. When his figure stabilized, Ron reached out his hand to wipe the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, stared at Kizaru and said, Kizaru, you are indeed the most feared existence among the three admirals. Yeah. Hearing this, Kizaru gave Ron a surprised look. You know, among the three admirals, whether Akainu or Aokiji are more famous than him. The marine admirals most known to outsiders are almost Akainu and Aokiji. It was him Kizaru instead. Because of the sparkling fruit, he's mostly doing things for the world government. He hardly manages and pays attention to the internal affairs of marine. When acting outside, unless the opponent has control of the air like Ron, he will hardly make a move. But now Ron actually said that he was the most afraid, which shows that he seems to know himself well. You know me. After hesitating for a while, Kizaru looked at Ron and said, you don't think flattering will make me let you go? No. Waving his hands, Ron looked at Kizaru calmly and said, what I said is true. Among the three admirals, Akainu has a violent and impulsive personality, but he is also a villain with a great purpose and no compromises. Aokiji's personality is calm and rational, but his bones are also full of gentleness and kindness. Precisely because of this, neither of these two people is justified in my opinion. At least I can control a certain degree when facing them. But only you, as the most fishy, saltiest and lazy existence in marine. Your so-called sharpness is hard to figure out. The main thing is, you're still a sparkling who ate sparkling fruit. The speed of ultimate is power, and at this speed, unless there is an existence in the same realm as you, no one can withstand your surprise attack and pursuit. After speaking, Ron looked at Kizaru warily, because he was already thinking about how to break the situation. After all, facing Kizaru is more dangerous than facing Akainu, even. Chapter 78 Battle against Kizaru, all-round suppression. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Interesting. You actually really understand me. On the contrary, Kizaru looked at Ron in surprise at this moment. He really didn't expect that the guy in front of him actually knew something about himself. But it was only a momentary astonishment. Kizaru soon recovered. After looking at Ron appreciatively, Kizaru raised his hand to Ron. In the next second, the golden light was shining brightly, and the laser was ready to go. However, Kizaru did not launch an attack immediately, but said, "Pirate Ron, I will give you one last chance, surrender." Impossible. Seeing this situation, Ron shook his head without hesitation. Glancing at the ready-to-fire laser, Ron raised Hiraemaru in his hand and said, "Since I've come out of that Impel down, there's no way I'm going back. Also, I killed the weasel this time, and killed so many Marines and CP0, I'm afraid there is no possibility of returning to Impel down. Go ahead, let me see Marine Admiral's power mirage." Laser. Hearing this, the laser in Kizaru's hand was launched instantly, and he attacked Ron without hesitation. However, when he was prepared, Ron avoided the laser attack as soon as he turned his head. Immediately afterwards, he threw it at Kizaru without hesitation. Unlike facing Akainu before, he knows Kizaru's weak point is taijutsu and haki. The three admirals each have their strengths and weaknesses. Akainu Devil Fruit, who has both physical skills and haki, is the strongest on the surface. Aokiji Devil Fruit and haki also studied, not keen on taijutsu. But because of the mutual generation and restraint between Frozen Fruit and Lava Fruit, he is not inferior to Akainu. Kizaru specializes in Devil Fruit. Although his physical skills, haki and sword skills are good in the early stage. Even his swordsmanship has reached the level of a great swordsman. But after getting the sparkling fruit, Kizaru specialized in the power of Devil Fruit. It seems to be the weakest existence among the three admirals, but this is also on the bright side. As for whether Kizaru really gave up on haki, no one knows about the cultivation of physical and sword skills. But at least one thing, that is, at the current stage, close combat is Ron's only chance. Unless Kizaru wants to reveal more strength, melee combat is the only way to break the game. Oh, get close to me. Seeing Ron's thoughts, instead of dodging, Kizaru raised his hand and condensed an Amazono sword. Immediately afterwards, Kizaru rushed forward to meet without hesitation. Jung. In no time, Ron and Kizaru were at war. As time went by, the two had fought hundreds of moves. It's just that Ron's face is not very good looking at the moment. Without him. Advertisement. Because Kizaru was able to parry him steadily even if he just used his swordsmanship. And this guy obviously means to play, the whole person looks extremely lazy and relaxed. Brother, how are you doing? After exchanging dozens of moves, Kizaru said with a relaxed expression. Very strong. Glancing at Kizaru, Ron said with a complicated expression, it is said that Kizaru Admiral specializes in Devil Fruit, it seems to be a rumor. Quote. It's just that the realm of the Way of the Sword is a great swordsman, and it's not much inferior to the Golden Lion. At this moment, Ron sank to the bottom of his heart. I thought close combat was an opportunity. But I never expected that Kizaru was simply a strong mess. No. Regarding this, Kizaru waved his hand, and then said, I never said that I only cultivate the power of Devil Fruit. And before I practiced Devil Fruit, my sword skills were not weak, but I didn't give up. Brother Ron, give up, you are not my opponent, and I don't want to continue fighting with you. Follow me obediently, Marshal Sengoku and the others really want to see you. Hearing this, the corner of Ron's mouth twitched. Follow Kizaru. Wouldn't that be suicide? But under the current situation, it seems that he really has no chance to choose. For a moment, Ron's expression changed. Suddenly, Ron seemed to think of something, and looked at Kizaru with strange eyes. Without him, although this guy is arresting himself. But from the beginning to the end, Kizaru seemed to have no intention of killing him. And looking at this posture, he obviously didn't exert much strength. It seems that he wants to arrest himself, but it is just talking about it, could it be? Kizaru, are you an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army? Subconsciously blurting out, Ron looked at Kizaru curiously. After all, many people in the previous life thought that Kizaru was an undercover agent. Even affectionately called Monkey D. Kizaru. Otherwise, how could this guy be scary with one mouthful and a supernova with one kick? But when facing the Straw Hat Pirates, he didn't know how long he stayed with that kick, as if he was afraid that Rayleigh wouldn't come to help. Besides, the Summit War guy is also the worst paddler. The 8-foot Chong Guyu achieved a great move in such a devastating way, but he used it to become the 8-foot Stroke Jade, which is really outrageous. Nonsense. His face darkened, and Kizaru looked at Ron with a gloomy expression and said, Brother, you will be angry if you frame me like this. At this moment, Kizaru was extremely depressed, and even had the urge to kill someone. Not for anything else, but because Ron's words were too infuriating. It's a good thing it's just the two of them here. If anyone else existed, it would be a huge disaster for Ron Kizaru, no matter what Ron said was true or not. Undercover Revolutionary Army. Advertisement. The simple 5 words are enough to destroy even the name Marine Admiral. Even if it is not true, it is even false information. But once it gets out, the world government will definitely not give him a good face. Although it is impossible to go wrong, the series of processes, even if it is nothing, will become something in the end. Not good. Sensing Kizaru's killing intent, Ron's heart sank. He knew that Kizaru seemed angry, whether it was because he revealed his secret or slandered him. At least one thing is certain, that is, it is not good for this guy to be angry. Brother Ron, have you ever heard that speed is power? At this moment, Kizaru's voice resounded. In the next second, the golden light shines brightly, and the figure of the yellow ape disappears from the spot in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Ron's white eyes saw Kizaru appearing behind him, about to kick him barefoot. Cut. Almost instantly, Ron turned sharply and slashed with his sword, before attacking where Kizaru was. Frowning, Kizaru evaded Hiranmaru's attack with a flash. Immediately afterwards, he stood in an area not far away and said, "You can actually detect my existence. This is really surprising news. Brother Ron, you seem to be very knowledgeable." To this, Ron did not answer. Looking solemnly at Kizaru, Eternal Mangekyō and Bayan also stared at each other. After all, under such circumstances, once an accident occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. Not answering. In this regard, Kizaru got angry, raised his hand and said, "Well, then let me see the limit of your knowledge." 8-foot Chong Guyu. In an instant, the densely packed Guyu pierced the air and attacked Ron. Nima. Kizaru, you don't talk about martial arts. Seeing this situation, Ron was extremely ignorant. The whole person dodged quickly. Under the extreme operation of Shuilunyan and Bayan, he also shuttled back and forth between the 8-foot Chong Guyu. It can really be avoided. This knowledge is at least at the Dacheng level. Seeing this situation, Kizaru stood where he was, rubbing his chin with one hand and muttering with great interest. However, as time goes by, Kizaru's expression became more serious. For nothing else, because Ron literally avoided his 8-foot Chong Guyu without getting hit even once. How is it possible? For a moment, Kizaru's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but lose his composure and said, "You are outrageous, how can you completely avoid all my attacks?" Can't stand him not being surprised. Because judging from the current situation, Ron's knowledgeable color is not just as simple as Dacheng. Kizaru Admiral, go first. Advertisement. Regarding this, Ron didn't talk nonsense, and retreated without hesitation. Joke. He is very clear that Kizaru's strength is not at the same level as his own. If the stalemate continues, it is absolutely impossible for him to be his opponent, and he may even be captured by Huang Yuan. Want to go? Brother, you can't escape. Regarding this, Kizaru smiled lightly, turned into a beam of light and started chasing him. For a moment, the two figures advanced rapidly, chasing and fleeing. Along the way, Ron could clearly feel the figure of Kizaru approaching in the rear area. Even if he had used his full speed, he still couldn't distance himself from it. Even this is not the limit of Kizaru, this guy seems to be chasing him, but in fact he also has the meaning of cat and mouse. Damn it. This guy is really annoying. Cursing in his mouth, Ron continued to escape, and began to think in his heart. Whether Kizaru is undercover is uncertain. But this guy obviously has some scruples, otherwise he wouldn't be able to catch mice with a cat like himself. But the gap between the two sides is so big, what exactly is Kizaru afraid of? Could it be? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Luo En's mind. When Impel was down, he easily killed Magellan with Tsukuyomi. It was an extremely shocking situation at the time. If Kizaru was afraid of anything, it was most likely Tsukuyomi who was afraid of him. At this moment, Ron smiled. Since the other party is afraid, it means that he dare not kill him in a short time. In this way, can I take this opportunity? East Blue. I have to go to East Blue to complete the new check-in first. Almost instantly, Ron had a goal. After taking a deep breath, he looked around and quickly found the direction to East Blue. Without any hesitation, Ron began to accelerate towards the East Blue area. This scene directly made Kizaru, who was chasing after him, couldn't help frowning. He could see that the previous Ron was running away like a chicken without a head. But now he is obviously purposeful. What is the situation? That direction, father, consciously raised his head and looked forward, as if thinking of something. His expression changed. East Blue. This guy's going to East Blue. Golden Lion hasn't shown up for so long, who the hell went to East Blue? Thinking of this, Kizaru's expression turned ugly. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately accelerated to chase Ron. Although I don't know if the Golden Lion is really in East Blue. But since Ron wanted to go, it was impossible for him to let him have what he wanted. Chapter 79 Suzato Kizaru, Across the Upside Down Mountain. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. That is. Kizaru and the pirate Ron. At the same time, Sengoku, Garp and Aokiji on the sea at this moment also saw figures passing by in midair as they were advancing on a warship. For a moment, all three of them frowned. Not for anything else, because they don't think Ron's ability can compete with the orangutan. But now, this guy is still on the run, and it looks like Kizaru hasn't even caught up. Wrong. The direction these two guys are going is east blue. Suddenly, Garp's face changed, as if thinking of something. He hurriedly said, Sengoku, speed up. If these two people enter east blue, the consequences will be disastrous. As soon as this remark came out, Sengoku also reacted. If it's just heading to east blue, then of course it doesn't matter. But he knows all too well what's going on inside the east blue, and Garp's grandson is among them. And with the relationship between Ron and Golden Lion, in such a life and death crisis, he quickly went to Golden Lion for help. In this way, his goal goes straight to the east blue. Doesn't it mean that the Golden Lion may also be in the east blue? Damn it. Kui cursed. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, pass the order and speed up. Yes, yes. The sound should be resounding, and then the speed of the warship increased significantly. But even so, it is impossible to catch up to Ron and Kizaru who are flying too. Under such circumstances, Ron and Kizaru continued to chase and escape. As time went by, Ron moved forward at a high speed, passing by islands and countries very quickly. A day later, Ron finally saw the legendary Upside Down Mountain. Upside Down Mountain is part of the Red Line. As long as you reach the top of the inverted mountain, you can enter the Grand Line, and you can also enter any entrance of the Four Seas. Trouble. 420. It's just a child, how can it have such great endurance? It's really a scary monster. Seeing this situation, a trace of helplessness flashed in the eyes of Kizaru who was following behind. As Ron thought, he was indeed afraid of Tsukuyomi's existence. Although he didn't know what special power it was, the sight of Ron killing Magellan still made him feel uneasy. Because of this, Kizaru did not dare to act rashly without waiting for Garp and others to come to his rescue. But Kizaru didn't think Ron could escape from his hands. After all, the gap between the two sides is huge, and even just consuming him can make Ron lose his combat power. Unexpectedly, this day has passed. Ron, who was being hunted down, was not only fine, he didn't look flushed or out of breath. On the contrary, he was obviously breathing a little, which made Kizaru couldn't help feeling that Ron was a monster. And it's almost time to reach the Upside Down Mountain. Advertisement. Kizaru didn't want the latter to escape into the world. In that case, even your own pursuit may go wrong. Looks like it can't go on. Although it is risky, it must be prevented. Muttering inwardly, Kizaru accelerated sharply. In the next second, his figure changed its position 9 times in midair, and the whole person actually passed Ron's place, directly blocking the area in front of the Upside Down Mountain. Pirate Ron, let's get caught. When the figure appeared, Kizaru raised his hand and swept out with a big hook. Impressively, this is Kizaru's big move, Bachi Chonguyu. Trouble. Seeing this situation, Ron's face darkened. He knew Kizaru was not going to let him run away. Although this guy is afraid of his Mangekyō pupil technique. But he obviously saw his own thoughts, and it was obviously impossible for him to have what he wanted. It's just a matter of fighting. Gritting his teeth, Ron looked at Kizaru who was blocking him, thinking that the eternal Mangekyō would run. In an instant, the perfect body Shuzuo appeared in midair. After Susan, who was more than 300 meters tall, appeared, Ron directly assembled Hirenmaru for him. Let's sit on the frosty sky. Hirenmaru, unhesitatingly launching Shikai, the sky and the earth turned pale in an instant. The goose feather snow drifted away, and began to freeze in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless seawater was frozen, and even the inverted mountain waterfall with its reverse flow was no exception. Scary Titan. Double demon fruit power. Really do whatever you want. Looking at this scene in full view, Kizaru's eyes flashed a trace of solemnity. When Impel was down, Sengoku and Garp were caught off guard and frozen. This also means that Ron's freezing power is extremely terrifying. If this is affected, Huang Yuan knows very well that he cannot escape in a short time. Once it falls into the sea at that time, it will be really unimaginable. Kizaru, let. Ron's deep voice echoed. East blue, he must send. Now his strength is too weak, and he must continue to sign in to become stronger. This is impossible. Hearing this, Kizaru shook his head without hesitation, and then said, although I don't know why you want to go to East Blue, I will not let you get your wish. Then fight. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Ron didn't talk nonsense, and controlled Hirenmaru to swing it violently. In an instant, the huge frozen sword energy slashed towards Kizaru. However, Kizaru's speed is too fast as a sparkling fruit. Although Ron's knife was swift, he still avoided it easily. Boom. Advertisement. The explosion sounded, and the frozen sword gas attacked on the red line. It just caused a small-scale vibration and frozen the area. Barefoot kick. At this moment, Kizaru appeared in Subin's forehead. He kicked out, and slammed towards Zuzone Ron. Take a break. Seeing this, Ron's eyes flashed, Shuzuo's arm waved, and he smashed into Kizaru. The next second, Kizaru's kick was kicked on Shuzuo's arm. Click 1. The sound of the rupture sounded, and Shuzuo's arm was cracked, but it was not broken. At the same time, the other arms were smashed to Kizaru. Elementalization. In this regard, Kizaru did not hesitate to launch elementalization. However, would Ron give him such an opportunity? Seeing the fist falling, Ron roared into the four fists. Armed color. No. CBBB. For a while, Kizaru's face changed greatly, and immediately wanted to dodge. However, his response was still slow. Suddenly, a few huge fists were smashing on him. Ah! The screaming, Kizaru, who was not avoided, was hit by a punch, the target pointed directly at the sea below. However, Ron has no intention of being happy and pursuing. He knew that his blow was clever or even lucky. Although it hurts Kizaru, the latter cannot fall into the sea. But you haven't stopped me anymore. After looking at the upside-down mountain in front of him, Ron's hands pinched the mark. Eternal Mangekyō rotated at this moment. With a trace of blood, Ron roared immediately, angel wings open. In the next second, it can be seen that this is extremely huge and changed again. Baijin's color is brilliant, and a pair of extremely huge holy angel wings emerge. Start. In the next second, the angel wings slapped, and the huge Mustang of more than 300 meters went away, and quickly walked towards the top of the upside-down mountain. Damn. At the other end, Kizaru's figure stabilized nearly a dozen meters near the sea. When I saw the sky Seiko, I couldn't help gritting my teeth. Outstanding. It's so outrageous. The power of the two devils is superimposed. This guy is a monster. If it wasn't for the way to kill Magellan, the fund gave him an opportunity to escape. Inside, Kizaru's complexion changed, but still chose to chase. The next second, the golden light is bright. Kizaru turned into a mortar to start chasing. Advertisement. It's impossible to stop me now. In this regard, Ron smiled coldly. Kizaru, chased by behind, controlled Seiko Hiramaru to launch the attack. Suddenly, the frozen sword Chi fell from the sky, and it continued to attack Kizaru. In this case, Huang Yuan had to dodge. He didn't care about the power of the sword, after all, elementalization can completely avoid. But he didn't dare to underestimate the freezing power of Frozen. In case of Frozen the Sea, even his Kizaru will die. In this case, the pursuit speed of Kizaru was significantly slowed down. After chasing Ron quickly reached the top of the upside-down mountain. Looking down, you can clearly see that there are 4 channels, namely to East Blue, West Blue, North Blue and South Blue. East Blue. Here. In just a split second, Ron locked onto East Blue's path. Without any hesitation, the wings behind him slapped quickly in East Blue. At this moment, Kizaru's figure also reached the top. Looking at the huge Susan, who flew to East Blue, he gritted his teeth and said, "The trouble is big. Such a dangerous person enters East Blue, which is definitely fatal if it causes killing." Helplessly sighed, Kizaru knew that he had played this time. Helplessly continued to pursue, but also took out the telephone bug and started to report the situation. After all, now entering East Blue, no one knows what his purpose is. And it is likely that Golden Lion is also within East Blue, and he does not think he can reach it alone. Kizaru. The person who was chased by him was the son of the evil god. As Ron and Kizaru left, the old figure of the Upside Down came out of the cabin. Looking at the two figures that were dripping away, a trace of complexity and anxiety flashed in the eyes. Roger's child in East Blue. The son of the evil god enters it, and listening to Kizaru's meaning, it is obvious that the remaining marine will be convened. If this allows them to discover the existence of the son of Roger, it will not be too. Having said that, the old man hesitated, turned around and entered the wooden house to pick up the phone insect and dial channel. The old guy is here. What? Enter East Blue. Kizaru, what are you doing? Give me a stare at him, and at all costs to prevent him from approaching the island and the people's residential areas. Grand line, the warships hung up the phone bugs in a hurry. Immediately, he turned his head to look at GARP in the area. Sorry, Kizaru did not stop him. That guy's in East Blue, and he's probably going to wreak havoc. Damn it. Hearing the words, GARP instantly fists, gritting teeth. Sengoku, can the warship be quickly? The son of the evil god into East Blue is definitely extremely troublesome. He is the person of East Blue, there is an environment he is familiar with. In addition, there are too many people within East Blue. Once the outbreak war, it is likely to cause countless people to die.